everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. We have more NBA trade deadline coverage today, where we're going to look across the entire NBA and discuss all 30 teams in this live stream. And I'm very excited to have each and every one of you in here joining us at Utility Sports. Super excited for today again. Harrison, welcome to the stream. He says Mavs definitely going to be trading someone today. I hope so. We'll see what moves that the Dallas Mavericks end up making. No More Kings says, yo, welcome to the stream. No More Kings, glad to have you in here. Unlimited Range wants to know who will be traded today. We are going to discuss that and more as we go through today's live stream. Hoodie says, good morning, Go Sports. A little bit of hype from yesterday's stream. If you guys weren't there, you probably don't quite understand what the whole Go Sports thing's about, but this is a good callback from yesterday, Hoodie. Nick says, Meep, we're getting some Meep hype early. Look at that. I love to see that. Starting off the stream strong. Robert says, morning, brother. Good luck to the Mavs in these last couple of days for the trade deadline. I appreciate that, Robert. I know you're a big Mavs fan too, so hopefully they make some good moves. Dante says, what's up? Not much, just excited to be streaming. And like Eric says, we're early today. We're starting very early on the channel in terms of the live stream today. I wanted to get going early so I have to actually be done streaming around 2 p.m. Central Time today due to some other prior commitments. So then that way I still get my good strong 5 hours in of live streaming. As you guys can tell, my voice is a little bit rough today. After coaching a game last night, my vocal cords are seemingly damaged, but we're gonna get through it. I've got plenty of water to keep my voice solid. So we'll see how it goes today. Hopefully it sticks with me. So we're going to keep working. Jason says, give me all Clippers news. Good morning to you, good sir. Glad to have you in here again, Jason. We are going to talk about the Clippers quite a bit today. So I'll get to that a little bit later, but Jason, make sure you stick around. We will get to all those Clippers news. Troy says, praying Rockets do right by Gordon and get him on a contender. My guess is they will. Alex wants to know if we got the W yesterday. Yes, my team won by 7. We couldn't make a free throw. My team ended up shooting 24 of 41 from the line. And we probably missed like 8 layups. Just kind of not a great day. They had a shot blocker that we kind of had struggled finishing around. He ultimately fouled out, but we struggled a little bit more than I would have liked, but we got the win, so that's all that matters. Benjito says, here's to hoping Mitch Kupchak actually does something. I do have some Hornets trades mocked up for today as well, at least one that I think is pretty solid as well. Dante says, do you think the Lakers will trade Westbrook? I do ultimately think Russ will be traded. I think last night was kind of the pinnacle Lakers game of the season in terms of, hey, LeBron's great. He personifies greatness, and they lose because the rest of the team's just not that good around him. Cavante says, look, I know they're good, but can we stop talking about the men's for a minute? I'm not sure exactly who you're talking about there. You might have to clarify. Sean says, do you foresee the Pacers making any moves? And if so, what should they make? Great question, Sean. Happy to have you in here. When it comes to the Pacers, I think the key move for them is a potential trade for OG Anunoby. I think that's really the one that I'm watching to see, and I'm really hoping to see that going on. Big J52 says, sup, salute. I'm still in my bowl of cereal. Yeah, we're getting going early, Jay, but I'm glad to have you in here. Thank you again yesterday for joining as a member. Really appreciate that. It's a really good way to support the channel for any of you who are considering that, but of course, no pressure there. I don't want to pressure anyone into feeling like they have to. Even your guys' support just watching the videos does go a long way. So thank you guys all for being in here early. Look at that. We're super early today. We're already over 60 people within the first 4 minutes of the stream. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, what's going on, man? Third day straight of being here. Hope you're good. Hope Pacers get OG today. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for an OG Anunoby trade. I think the I'll stream up and some stuff for today. Some mock trade, that kind of stuff. And everything kind of hinges on Toronto. The way I'm looking at it right now, teams waiting for VanVleet, teams waiting if Siakam's available, teams waiting for OG, and then maybe Gary Trent as well could open some things up. So we'll see what happens, but I think the Raptors kind of hold the cards right now. So hopefully they decide if they're going to make a move or not. Philip here says Clippers point guard and backup center. those are definitely the needs. Now, I don't think that the Clippers will actually target backup center because I think that they love the idea of playing small ball and that they're going to continue to try and play that way. One thing about the Raptors, too, if you look at them, they're actually tied for the 10th spot in the play-in. So does that turn them away from being sellers? That's one question we have to ask as well, which is tough. It's going to kind of be crazy. Venkata wants to know if there's a Clippers trade today. I think it's possible. For the Clippers, I think that just looking at the situation, I think they're looking for a point guard, a starting level point guard, a Fred VanVleet level, Mike Conley level. One of those two guys I think will ultimately end up being in LA at some point. I see, and I got what you're saying. I haven't even really brought up the Mavericks too much. Just talked about them answering one question quick. Alex TG says, what's up with Anthony Davis? Well, the guy fades away. And if you look at him as a career jump shooter, he's not been that good. To be honest, he's a rim runner. That's kind of what he is. Now, I know it's going to sound crazy, but he's a rim-to-rim center. That's what he should play as, but it's just he doesn't. So Jordan says, Pistons fan here. Where is Noel going and for how much? I'm guessing a second-round pick. I think so. Probably 1, maybe 2 seconds, depending on if they have to take a bad contract back, or not an expiring contract, that is. And then when it comes to where, I think Dallas, I think Philadelphia, I think Milwaukee could make a little bit of sense as well, looking for a fourth front court member aside from Brook, Portis, and Giannis. I think the Nets make some sense as well, looking for a backup big. Maybe Miami after trading Dwayne Dedmon away, although their tax number is very important to watch because they're kind of hovering right around the tax number there. Those are kind of the teams I like in the East. Maybe Boston, but I'd be surprised. And then maybe Denver in the West. Denver can make some sense, or the Mavericks as well. It could be a Noel landing spot, like I said. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, how long are you streaming for today? My plan is to stream for about 5 hours or so. So I'm hoping to stream until about 2 p.m. Central Time. Right now it is a little bit earlier than 9 a.m. Central Time. So about 5 straight hours of streaming today is my guess. We'll see how my voice handles that much talking. But, you can definitely tell it's not doing the best today, but we're going to get through it. So no worries. Peter Antonio says, let's go trade. Yeah, we're going to get, I think we're going to get trades today. I really do. We've had a couple moves. We had Dwayne Dedmon, second round pick to San Antonio trade. We also had Kessler Edwards getting basically roster dumped onto Sacramento with a chance now to play for the Stockton Kings. So I think that, we had some small moves yesterday, kind of some positioning moves, whereas today we're going to have some actual substantive trades do go a long way in the postseason and changing who wins the title this season. Woody says, are the Bucks getting Jay Crowder? I really do believe so. I think that would be one of the top options. I also, Woody, have another Bucks trade that I have mocked up for today. So I'm going to have a lot of fun going through some of those as well. So make sure you stick with us here. Eric says, OG to the Spurs for KJ and Pirtle. I don't know. I don't think the Spurs should be in a position to try and buy a player like OG Anunoby at this point. Brigada Sports says Bones Highland to the Raptors and package for OG or to Pelicans for Herb Jones, please. If you got Herb Jones, that'd be a steal. Ultimately, I think Bones Highland to Utah makes some sense for Jared Vanderbilt as well. So Brigada Sports, I know you've watched a little bit of Vanderbilt already with his time in Denver, so we'll see if that's a potential avenue. Absolute Six says Raptors seem to be showing interest in Bones Highland today. Think he could be a good fit for the Raptors, maybe long term. It could take a little bit of time for him to really turn into what he's capable of becoming, but he's a decent long range shot creator. There's not really a shot in the gym that he doesn't like taking. I think that's a polite way of putting that. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, is 11:59 tonight when the trade deadline ends, or is it tomorrow? It is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. So we will live stream all the way through that time tomorrow, and then we'll be kind of recapping every single trade that we've seen go down. So far, there's been a few. Kai says, day 3, let's go. Go Spurs, go. Glad to have you back in here, Kai. A lot of fun being on the stream again today. I've been loving it so much. I've been loving your guys' energy and the interaction we've been getting to across the community here. Jason said, why do teams wait until the deadline to trade? It's just because they're considering all their options. They don't want to rush into anything. You think about what the Wizards did with Rui Hachimura. Basically, when they accepted that trade from the Lakers, they basically admitted, hey, we don't feel like we're going to get any better offers for him. And that's kind of why. For the Nets, the reason they traded Kyrie so soon was because they were just done with him. And then they were hoping to make other moves based on what their return was for Kyrie Irving. But for the most part, teams are looking to make maybe 1, maybe 2 moves. And then that way they already have stuff planned out well, and they try and get some of these deals done in coordination, and they want to save as many assets as they can for the future. Mike has been anti-Fred VanVleet for Orlando after last night's close game against the garbage Knicks, turning the corner a bit. I actually do have a VanVleet Magic trade prep for today as well, so Michael, I think you're going to enjoy that a lot. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to look at. Meep in here with a message. Let's get Meep on the screen with a little basketball emoji and a heart emoji. So shout out to Meep. Let's get some Meep hype in the chat right now. Meep is the best. Thanks. Says 88 people waiting is crazy. You guys have been killing it. It's absolutely insane. You guys are the best of the business, no question. Gremlin says Spurs trade Dedmon to college for Brandon Miller. I like that, Gremlin. Thank you so much for the 5. I really appreciate you guys. Your donations, your joining as members goes a really long way in helping support the channel. So I really, really do appreciate you guys so much. I don't expect you guys to donate, but when you do, it is really, really appreciated from the bottom of my heart. Eddie says, pay this man his money. Thanks for another show, Sheldon. Great work. I'm working through a little bit of throat or vocal cord damage today. It feels like just from talking all day yesterday and the day before, and then coaching a game last night, screaming. I end up losing my voice. So we're going to get through it today. 130 of you awesome people watching. So thank you guys for bearing with me. Eddie, I really appreciate the 10. You are you've been an awesome viewer the last couple of days, and I'm really thankful that you found the channel so that we talk some hoops, because I've been having a lot of fun with this. Robert says, I know this isn't NBA related, but have you ever been to Noping Sanatorium? No, I have not ever been there. Alex says Portland is not really thinking about trading Shade on Sharp, are they? No, they're not going to trade Sharp. I would be shocked if Shade and Sharp is traded ultimately. Philip says, when is the exact date of the trade deadline, today or tomorrow? It's tomorrow, Thursday, February 9th at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Welcome everyone to the stream. 130 of you awesome people in here. Please, please, please go like the stream. Leave a like on the stream. And then also, I would love to hear your guys' favorite team. So go ahead, comment your favorite team, and we'll talk about them a bit today for sure. Brian wants to know, is Cam Thomas no longer available in OG trade talks? I've maintained all along that Claxton isn't available. Yeah, Claxton's for sure not available. Claxton wasn't even available this past offseason. The Nets really like Claxton. They're not going to trade him, nor should they. Cam Thomas, I think, would have to be available. And with the way he's playing, he's definitely being perceived as more valuable now than he was a week ago. Even though he hasn't gotten better, he's just been given a little bit more opportunity, which is half the battle in the NBA, to be honest. Then Kata says a lot of people predicting Clippers will land Fred VanVleet or D'Angelo Russell. I don't see D'Angelo Russell being traded. He's a big part of what the Minnesota Timberwolves are looking to do. He's been playing very well as of late. The Timberwolves are 13-5 in their last 18 games. So I don't think D'Lo gets dealt ultimately. Timothy First says, should the Nets trade Harris, Simmons, and 2 first-rounders to the Lakers for Davis and Westbrook? I mean, if that was available, Timothy, but I just think ultimately that deal, I don't think the Lakers would trade Simmons for that. I'd be pretty surprised. ATG Rico says, who do you think Pacers can get? I've been kind of maintaining the thought that they're going to get OG Anunoby. I think that they're in the driver's seat to do that. If they want to get him, I think they can go get him. And I think they should, to be honest. I think he's a perfect fit next to Mathurin, Hield, Halliburton. I think he's a good fit next to Miles Turner as well. I think it's a really ideal situation, honestly. Gives them some more defensive playmaking, which I think they need, and a little bit more length, size, and versatility on the wing, which pretty much every single team in the NBA needs. Peter Antonia says, I think LAC is going to trade for Fred VanVleet or Lauri. Interesting. So we have someone who believes Lauri Markkanen could potentially be on the move. I myself don't believe that. I think the Jazz would need to be blown away by an offer for Lauri, but I think that VanVleet ultimately does end up in LA. I agree with you there, Peter. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, I keep seeing rumors that the Pacers are going to get John Collins. Do you see this happening? If not, where do you think John Collins ultimately lands? I think John Collins will be playing in Atlanta. With the uncertainty on the CBA, which is something we're going to talk about later in the stream, with the way the CBA negotiations are going, they just pushed back the deadline. John Collins at $25 million a year could really hamstring a team if there's not changes to how the tax threshold works, if there's not changes to, how the salary cap itself functions. John Collins, I think, will not get traded, just because I think the Hawks are going to want a lot for him, because he's a good player, but I think teams are going to be scared of that contract and giving up assets to get him. Stoney says, I'm a Miami Heat fan. I don't even know who we are interested in or what we are doing. I've got mock trades for the Heat today for players that I know there is some interest in, so make sure you stick around for that, Stoney. We're going to talk about mock trades in just a little bit. Donald says, do you think that Zion? No, I don't think that has anything to do with that. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge with a little bit of a yes, sir, me. We're getting some of that. Peter says, LAC going to trade for VanVleet or Lowry. Lowry's a possibility, but I don't think that'll happen either. So he said, here are comments. Says, do you watch reports there in a computer to see if a trade is being talked about and all that? Most part of my interest in other ways, not just watching reports. I've got other ways of getting a little bit of information. So Jason Kimmel says Bron made history right before he sidelined himself, knowing they were going to take the L. Yeah, he did. That was 38 points in a game where he needed 36. It was fantastic and very fun to watch last night. Really dominant performance from him again. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, everyone like up the stream, bro. This man is the GOAT. Yeah, please leave a like on the stream. It lets me know I'm doing a good job here. I'm still working through that stuff here. Jordan says, get a Starbucks medicine ball DoorDash for that throw, bro. Yeah, I've got a little bit of Mountain Dew for it. I'm hoping some liquid gold can cure what I got going on. Not sponsored, by the way. 67 Dolly says, what do you think 76ers are going to do? I think that they're going to look around the market for Matisse Thybulle, see what they can get for him, maybe try and turn him into a rotational center that can back up Embiid. I think that's really where there's some positive them look. Little Tree says, do you think there is a trade for a borderline team that boosts them into a contender? Something like OG to Memphis or anything on those lines? I think OG to Memphis. I think OG to New Orleans. Those would both be examples of a move like that, in my opinion. A little trade. I think that's a great question, and I think that's if I had to guess, I think OG Anunoby is the player that can really shift the odds the most this trade deadline. Geek says, as a Pacers fan, I'd love to see OG come back to Indiana. But if that doesn't happen, or even if it does, is there Vanderbilt or Collins in the Pacers' future in the next day or so? So I think if OG Anunoby gets traded to the Pacers, I don't think John Collins does. Now, Vanderbilt, I still could see him getting traded to Indiana with OG Anunoby, but it'll be a little bit of work to get there. Brian says he's a Bulls fan. That's awesome to see. This comment here says Lakers should trade for DeMar DeRozan and Vucevic. I don't think that those two players are necessarily available. Essential Classic is also a Bulls fan. That's awesome to see. Alex is a Spurs fan. We got a Knicks fan here in Joel. Peter is a Spurs fan. Go Spurs, go, he says. Michael Orlando says Magic, a depressing but hopeful Magic fan. That's hilarious. Sean's a Pacers fan. Do the right thing says, is there another team beyond the Bucks? I wasn't aware. That's funny. So a Bucks fan there saying that all he cares about is Milwaukee. Banchito says, better take good care of your voice. I'm trying. We'll get through it. As long as you guys are able to deal with it, I'll be able to deal with it. I hope you guys see the dedication I have to the streams here today and this week, because there's no way I'm not streaming. I was talking with my family a little bit and this morning, and they heard my voice, and I said, and they're like, "Are you gonna stream today still?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, can't stop, won't stop." Regular says, "Suns baby, is there any chance we get Kevin Durant since Irving is gone? Also, do we deal Jay Crowder and some picks for OG?" I think OG is a possibility. I think the Suns are kind of the sleeper team when it comes to OG Anunoby at this point. I think the three favorites should be considered the Grizzlies, Pelicans, and the Indiana Pacers. I think the Pacers are the team to get him, but I think that the Pelicans have the best route to landing him. If that makes sense now, I'm just not sure if the Pelicans are going to feel enough pressure to do it. Whereas I think the Pacers can look at themselves and say this is a really great opportunity to add another young player to our already really good young core. But David Griffin's been, aggressive in the past, and I think that Matt Ishbia too. It sounds like there's some, reports that he wants to do something big. So we'll see what happens. Uncle Slow-Mo says Mavs fan since Harper and Blackman. That's, those are fun guys to watch back in the day. For sure. I've seen, I've seen a little bit of them playing. Of course, I'm a little too young to have actually watched them live when they were playing, but I've seen some of them, and obviously Harper does Mavs games still. So I'm well aware of who Harper and Mr. 22 were for Dallas. Brad Williams says he's a Pacers fan. That's awesome. Frey says Kyrie will be traded to LA from Dallas. He can't be traded, but he could sign there in free agency, which is what I think will happen. Robert Lamison says Kevin Durant back to OKC with a little bit of a thunder emoji, lightning emoji there. That's awesome to see, Robert. We'll see if that happens. Justin, I like your little profile image there, Justin. It's pretty cool. It's a little nice looking J. He says, biggest elephant in the room, what do the Raptors do? And that's a good question. The Raptors, I think, will be sellers, I think. But here's the thing. They're 11th in the East right now. They are literally tied with the Indiana Pacers for 10th, though. Now, the Pacers are 2-8 in their last 10. They kind of fell apart a little bit with Halliburton out. But I could see the Raptors, looking to add. I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? Is if the Pelicans decide that they want to buy and try and make the postseason, they could. And then all of a sudden, everything that I've been talking about kind of gets flipped on its head. But we'll see. $5 here from Mike. Thank you, Mike. He says, which teams do you see as the biggest sellers as well as looking to tank for Wembanyama? Thanks for the dedication from a Knicks fan. So thank you, Mike. I really appreciate the 5 first off. And then let's get into the biggest sellers. I think the Utah Jazz could be in that category for sure. I think the Spurs could be in that category. The Raptors, the Raptors are one of those teams that should pivot, in my opinion. The Wizards definitely should sell, but they won't because they don't know what they're doing and they're run incompetently. Because they'd rather just be the 11th or 12th seed instead of just bottoming out for a year or two and adding real talent. The Blazers could sneakily trade Jeremy Grant. Wouldn't completely shock me. And then that's kind of who I see, though. It's kind of the group of sellers there, in my opinion, which is why it's been a little slow so far, just because when there's not a ton of sellers, the buyers have to keep coming to them and asking for players. So Michael here says Suggs is available for VanVleet. We'll see what they end up trading if there's a VanVleet to Orlando deal. Jaden here says LeBron James has scored more points than anyone, and it's literally a true statement. He's a phenomenal passer. Think about it. Last night he moved up to, I think, 4th in assists all time, and he also is number 1 all time in scoring. I think he's the most talented, most well-rounded player to ever play the game of basketball. LeBron James is incredible. Gofern says, go Spurs, go. Does Jakob get moved? I think it's 50-50 at this point if a Jakob Poeltl trade materializes or not. Sporting Game says, I wanted to see Lakers fans crying not going to the playoffs to make them shut up of trading Kyrie to the Lakers. I mean, yeah, but the thing is, even if they miss the postseason, they could go into next year possibly with Kyrie on the roster. So Lakers, when you're in a big market like LA, you have some benefits. And one of them is potentially landing a guy like Kyrie Irving in free agency. All 230 of you guys in here right now, thank you so much for being in the stream. Please, 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 please smash that like button. and also subscribe if you are new here. Later on in the stream, we are going to go to subscriber only mode for who can actually send messages and comments. And it's completely free to you to do. It just takes 1 second of your time. Just click that button. That's all you have to do. You can always unsubscribe later too if you're not loving the content, but I'm sure you guys will because I put a lot of work into it. So thank you for being here. Here's StatMuse just tweeted: LeBron James is now first in points, first in playoff points, second in finals points, fourth in assists, second in playoff assists, second in finals assists, ninth in steals, first in playoff steals, second in finals steals, ninth in three-pointers, third in playoff three-pointers, third in finals three-pointers. Absolutely insane, his resume. John says, any Bucks rumors? Yeah, there's some. First of all, Jay Crowder, I think, will be a Milwaukee Buck, but I also have a different mock trade as well on that we'll cover a little bit later, John, so stick around for that. Tim says, would have loved to have seen the Spurs trade for Kessler Edwards instead of Dedmon. The price tag was about the same, and Edwards is a high basketball IQ with tremendous potential after a solid rookie year. Yeah, I understand that. I think the Kings did really well in that deal. So if you're a Kings fan, you should definitely be happy with the end result there for your organization, getting Kessler Edwards on the cheap. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, I remember last year when you were live streaming the trade deadline, me and a bunch of others donated so you could get yourself some pizza. We might need to change that to cough medicine this year. Yeah, honestly, it's not been great. So we'll see what it does. I should actually probably take a cough drop. Let me can arrange that right now. I'm gonna see if I can get that delivered to me because this has been a little rough. All right, moving into our next comment now. Here, Fago says he's a big Kings fan, so that's awesome to see. New Yorker says, is Vando a good defender? His metrics suck, but I see a lot of blocks. Confused. Yeah, so that's a great question. You do see a lot of blocks. He's very athletic. He does a good job challenging around the rim, but he gets pump faked to oblivion. If he's a weak side rotation guy and you give him a pump fake, he's going to probably jump through you. And he's going to foul you, or he's going to jump out of position and either give up an easy bucket because of that, or he's going to force a miss and then give up the offensive rebound because he's not in position to box out. Which, like, his highlight reel is awesome, but I think Vando's a little overrated because people you see some of the blocks, you think, wow, look at this guy, right? He's very athletic and he's a pretty solid offensive rebounder. So there's a lot of other stuff, but that's it is what it is, right? Like Vando's good, but I think he's what it is. Mike Jones says, which teams do you see as the biggest sellers? Like I said, I talked through some of them. I think the category of teams there could be maybe Portland is a surprise team. The Spurs definitely will be selling. I could see the Raptors. I think the Wizards should, but I don't think they will. And obviously, the Hornets will sell too. I think the Hornets are going to try and get out of Rozier. We'll talk about that a little bit more too. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, or if you're feeling something else, you can get what you want. We got you, bro. No, I appreciate you guys. You guys are all the best for sure. Here, Uncle Slomo says, give me your best realistic trade for the Mavs. One I had mocked yesterday. I'll just read it here quick. I'm not going to put it up on the screen. I've got plans to do that with some other trades later on. But one I mocked yesterday was Josh with the San Antonio Spurs. The Mavs received Josh Richardson, Jakob Poeltl, and Keita Bates-Diop for Tim Hardaway Jr., Frank Ntilikina, and a 2027 first-round pick. I think that out of everything, that's probably the most likely deal that we could see get done for Dallas. Charlie Vincent said, big Cavs fan. Any word on their potential forward upgrades? I think it's all going to hinge on Kevin Love, what a trade around him looks like. You could see them maybe make like a 2-for-1 trade where you try and get 2 players for the one, and maybe you have to give up some second-round picks to do that. You're not gonna add a very high-level wing. I think like the best wing available for you to possibly get would be like Jay Crowder. But I'm not certain that you guys get that deal done, but it's possible. We'll see. Juan says ESPN posted the Bulls are not trading their core players. Yeah, I mean, that's you have to remember ESPN gets their news from teams. So if a Bulls staffer said, "Hey, look, we're not trading anybody to try and up their value," that's exactly what that's exactly what they'd want you to say for sure. So it's all reporting, it's all posturing. You can't 100% believe every little report, right? But you can take it into account. Also, I had a little delivery here, cough drop going in now. So let's see. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Little Tree says we should get some OKC talk. Do you think that they make or miss the play-in? They've been so good. Even since December 1st or so, I think that they've been one of the best metric teams in the NBA. Last night, you can just tell they're a much better team than the Lakers. They just outperformed them. So ultimately, I do think they make the play-in. I think the Jazz are going to take a step back in the second half of the season. I think that they're going to be positioned rather negatively. Utah will be after the deadline, because I think they're going to trade some key players. And I think that they're going to take a step back. Gerard says, Mans needs. Edward says, Monty McNair grabbing Kessler Edwards was a low risk but high reward move if he pans out. I agree, Edward. I think it was a pretty smart move by Monty McNair, who, for the most part, has been doing a very good job as the lead decision maker for Sacramento. Peter says, any change CP3 got traded. As of right now, I don't see Chris Paul getting traded. But I do think that there is a world in which maybe he could for Fred VanVleet. Alex TG says, do you think that the Knicks will make any moves? They're going to trade Cam Reddish for sure. And I think they're going to see what they could do with Evan Fournier if they have to attach a pick to get off of him. I think it's something that they'll consider. 330 people in here. Welcome everyone to the stream. Glad to have all of you guys in here right now. Just please leave a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. Also, tweet us for ideas at Utility Sports on Twitter. I would love to see your mock trades. I've got a couple that we are going to pull up on stream today. Someone tweeted at me already way before the stream started today. Sent it to me 3 hours ago. But he is out in Germany, so it does make some sense with the timing. But we're definitely going to keep working, and we're going to keep going through everybody. Mike Jones with another 5. He says, which teams do you see as the biggest sellers, as well as looking for Wembanyama? Thanks for the dedication. Like I said, biggest sellers, we're looking at the Blazers, I think, could jump into that ring. The Utah Jazz for sure. The Spurs are selling for sure. And then in the East, you look at some teams like, probably Toronto. I think Washington should, but won't. I think Orlando might sell some pieces, and I think Charlotte will sell some pieces. So again, Mike, thanks for that 5. Really appreciate that. Unspoken says, I also think a lot of teams will back off of OG because they want to save assets if Kevin Durant becomes available. That could also be part of what's slowing down the market a little bit. I think that's a pretty good point. But I'm not 100% certain on that either, though, if that's going to ultimately stop an OG trade from occurring. New Yorker says, compare Obi Toppin to Vanderbilt. So, funny enough, I'm actually a Dayton Flyers fan. I love Obi Toppin. I would prefer having Obi over Vando, and I really like Vando too. I think Vando's a good young player. But I think Obi's a much better offensive player. He can do more stuff for you. He can dribble the ball a bit more. He can attack the rim. He's more athletic, which is tough. It's tough to be more athletic than Vanderbilt, but he is. So Nicholas says, do you think it would be more worth it for the Pacers to trade this year's picks along with players for OG now, or to save the draft capital to potentially trade up in the 2023 draft? I think they should. I don't think you can really bank on trading up in the draft. Typically, it's something that's kind of difficult to do. Now, you do have 3 firsts this year, so they would have the avenue to maybe do that. But, if you're going to trade up, you have to really love somebody, and I just don't know if there's, a guy that I'm like, oh, my gosh, the Pacers have to get this dude, and nobody's trading out of the 1st or 2nd pick in this year's draft. I promise you that. Vivon says, what do you think the Mavs will do? I think they're going to look for shot blocking. I think that's really the biggest thing that they need, and I would be shocked if they don't explore finding that. Crazy. There's a 12,000 point gap basically between LeBron and Durant, which is insane. Edward says, will the Kings do nothing else, or do you think they'll make a significant trade? I think that they're still going to look at Matisse Thybulle. I wouldn't rule that out at all. Smith says, trigger warning, Giddey's the best player from the 2021 draft. I think that there's some solid evidence to that, to be honest. It's not completely out of the realm of possibility, but I wouldn't say that's for certain either. I think that there's a lot of really good players from that draft class. Regular says, as an NBA fan as well, it sucked to see the Lakers and LeBron struggle in what could be LeBron's final year. What are some realistic players the Lakers should look to pairing with LeBron? I do have one that we are going to talk about, and I think now's a good time to maybe talk about it, because we're getting some questions here about the Lakers, so I definitely think we should address that. We definitely will here. We'll get to it for sure. John here says, can I have a question? Does the trade deadline end tomorrow or later? Because I live on the Philippines and the time zone is different. So it's tomorrow. We are approximately at this time about 29 hours away. So if you want to set a little timer for yourself, it's 29 hours is how far away we are. Mike with another 5, he says, do you see the Knicks doing a 3-way trade with the Mavs, considering the restrictions on the Mavs 23 pick? And what would that trade look like? I'm not certain on that. I think it'll take a little bit of time to really see what's going on with the Knicks. I think Cam Reddish is really the only player that I'm certain they'll make a trade surrounded around. T. Schmitz wants to know about Hardaway and a first for Burks and Noel. If you give up a first for Burks and Noel, that's kind of rough, I think. Or Hardaway and a first for Beasley and Vando. That's something I'd be more willing to do, for sure. Charlie says, as an Ohioan, wondering why you're a Dayton fan. So it's actually really funny. I'd always been a fan of college basketball. I just love basketball, so I just watch it, right? But my freshman year of high school, this is a long time ago now. Not like super long, but long. And I'm talking with one of my buddies, and he thought Ohio State was going to go the whole way. This was Aaron Kraft. Aaron Kraft, I think it was maybe his final year with the Buckeyes. And he was trying to tell me that Ohio State's going to go the whole way. And naturally, I said, no way. I just disagree with him for no reason. I thought it would be funny. And their first round matchup, round of 64, they played the Dayton Flyers. And to be honest, I didn't know anything about Dayton at the time. Again, I was a freshman in high school, and I followed college basketball. I wasn't like a diehard college basketball guy yet. I am now. I follow it very closely now, but at the time I wasn't. So I didn't even know anything about Dayton, but I picked them to win just to upset him, and they ended up winning, I think, in overtime. So that was the game that I fell in love with the Dayton Flyers, which is pretty funny. Here we have a question from Brian about any chance Jalen Williams emerges as Rookie of the Year. No, I don't think so. I think that Paulo has that award won. Lil Tree wants to know if OKC is picking out of the lottery and they have 3 first-round picks next year. I'm probably not going to use them all. They trade that they're like 16. If they were to trade all of them, they could theoretically maybe get up to like 6, maybe 5. That's kind of the range I would guess, but I don't think that they'll do that ultimately. I agree that they can afford to do it, but I just don't know if they're going to. Dr. Montano says trade Dunkin' Donuts, aka Kyle Lowry, and Ping Pong Robinson. That's a funny comment, but we do have trade packages surrounded around those 2 guys, so we will talk about that. Kai says, would the Grizzlies consider moving on from Zaire Williams? He hasn't been too efficient, but has nice athleticism and good movement. Would love him on the Spurs. I think Zaire might be kind of the holdup between him and in a trade for OG Anunoby. Are the Raptors saying, hey, look, if we're going to do this deal, we want Zaire Williams? Or are they saying, okay, David Roddy plus Jake LaRavia plus, whatever other pieces, right? What's going to be, that's going to be one of those important, I think, hook points for both Memphis and for Toronto in trade discussions. Brian Cruz says, I'm a Cavs fan. Glad to have another Cavs fan in here. That's sweet to see. Ninja Style, welcome to the stream again today. He says, I don't think Kings go after Thibault simply because they already have a defensive, non-offensive threat in Davion Mitchell. You don't want two of those guys on the court. The one thing about that, though, Ninja, is Davion's a guard, and Thibault's clearly a wing. And with the way that the Kings are actually running their offense this year with Mike Brown, where they, catch in the high post, they shoot guys through the corner a lot on back cuts. I think Thibault would really thrive in that role, and I think he'd actually give them some nice offensive juice in a way that he doesn't get to in Philly based on the way that they play with Doc Rivers. So I wouldn't rule it out, especially since I think that they could stagger Thibault and Davion pretty well. And, just because you have two non-shooters on the roster doesn't mean you have to play them at the same time. And John says Kevin Durant for Tobias Harris plus 2 first-round picks. It's a fair trade. I don't think so, John. I don't think that's quite fair. Flexer says Denver already not playing Bones. Wonder what it's taking so long to finalize a destination. I think that it could be a hold up on, draft compensation. They could just be patient, right? And say, look, we'll just wait until the deadline. We'll get a deal done. We're not worried. Liam says, are Clippers more likely to get VanVleet or D'Lo? D'Lo is not going to get traded. I'd be surprised if he does, to be honest. I think he'll stay in Minnesota. I think the Clippers are more likely to get Fred VanVleet, honestly. Araya Cruz, welcome to the stream again today. Araya says, Cavs said they're not shopping LeVert and they're okay with standing pat. Thoughts? That's posturing. The Cavs are not like, oh my gosh, we're not trading LeVert. Like, if a team wanted LeVert and was giving you good value, I think the Cavs would listen. I really do. Vivon wants to know, does Dallas need wings or bigs? Both of them. The Mavericks need a lot of stuff. They're pretty thin, to be honest. Kirsten here says trade Paul George and Wall for Kevin Durant. I don't think the Nets are doing that deal. 313 Lock says Bones going to the Pistons. Definitely would be interesting. I don't know if that's what the Pistons need, but we'll see. I think Bones to Indiana could happen, by the way. Troy Weaver, or not Troy Weaver, now I'm thinking about the Pistons. Whoops. Kevin Pritchard is pretty infamous for trading for former first-round picks. You look at what he's kind of done in Indiana. I wouldn't be shocked if after the deadline, Cam Reddish and Bones Highland are both Pacers, honestly. Guilty here says, after watching that Lakers-Thunder game, Lakers need length, shooting, and defense. Yeah, that's what pretty much every team needs, and the Lakers decided to build their team not that way, which was kind of stupid. Which is why I don't think Rob Pelinka is a good GM. Charlie says, living in Columbus during that craft time, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's funny, Charlie. It's just it's one of my favorite high school memories, honestly, just because it's so funny. I actually still talk to him quite a bit. Him and I still stay in touch quite a bit. The guy who picked Ohio State to go all the way. RG says, do you think Lowry is headed to the Clippers? No, I don't think so. I do have some mock trades about Kyle Lowry getting shipped other places, though. Ben Kyle will get VanVleet and Mason Plumlee. We'll see what happens with Plumlee for sure. Unspoken says, do you think Benedict Mathurin will eventually be an all-star? Or what's your thoughts on how his career will end up? Maybe like 1 or 2 time all-star. I don't see him being like a 7, 8 time all-star or anything like that. But could I see him making an all-star game? Yeah, at some point, probably. 96 Esco says, watch my Timberwolves not choose to trade anyone and just stand pat like always. We need something and bad. I think health is what the Timberwolves need. They have, I think they're first or second in the league in terms of games missed from top 8 rotation guys. Cat's missed a lot of time. Rudy Gobert's been a little bit of in and out of the lineup this year. McDaniels missed a couple of games as well during a stretch. Kyle Anderson's been in and out. Taurean Prince has missed a lot of time. Jordan McLaughlin was out for like 3 months. The Wolves just need to be healthy, I think, is the biggest thing. 313 Locked says, is Mathurin better than Ivy? He's having a better rookie year, but it's because his role is a lot simpler. I think, pressing in a lot of different ways, whereas Mathurin's getting asked to score. So I think it's easier for Mathurin to succeed next to Halliburton. And I think it's a lot harder for Ivy to succeed being coached by Dwayne Casey and play next to Killian Hayes, honestly. Essential Classic says, is it possible that Westbrook stays in LA, but Pat Bev ends up getting moved? Yeah, I actually have a trade that kind of aligns with that rather well, actually. I think now is a good time to actually put that on the screen. So let's go ahead, share that now. If you're a Raptors fan, you're gonna like this too. So make sure you guys do hit the like button if you are enjoying the stream so far. And let's go ahead and get this on the stream right now. And here we are. Here's the trade. I want to make sure that we can see this the way that it's supposed to be as well. So let me move this around a little bit so that we can get a good insight on what's supposed to happen. Here we go. Now you should be able to see it. So in this deal, what we got, Lakers get Fred VanVleet. The Raptors get Patrick Beverley's expiring contract. Damian Jones, a young, somewhat athletic big. Juan Toscano Anderson's expiring contract, a first-round pick unprotected in 2027, and 2 second-round picks as well. So what are the benefits here for the Lakers? For the Lakers, you still have a chip in Russell Westbrook that you could trade. This greatly improves your backcourt with Fred VanVleet. He's a significant upgrade over the Raptors or over Patrick Beverley. And for the Raptors, what are you getting? Well, you're getting a bunch of cheap or expiring contracts that do not hurt your cap salary table going forward. And then you also get a first-round pick for VanVleet, which I think is the bare minimum, plus 2 second-rounders. It gives you some extra assets to play with. And I think the biggest thing here for the Raptors is this move helps you find a direction. And that direction is going to be losing this season, but it's going to be setting yourself up long-term for success. Because I think that you enter the Victor Wembanyama sweepstakes a little bit. I think there's a chance you could end up potentially landing a guy like Scoot Henderson, maybe a Brandon Miller, 3rd or 4th overall in the draft. Amen Thompson could be an option as well for Toronto this way. I think Toronto should pick a direction, especially with how bunched up the league is right now. It's very easy to find yourself maybe with the 5th best odds going into the NBA draft lottery, which is what I think Toronto should really prioritize at this point. Let me know what you guys think on this trade. I do think it's a pretty fair trade all in all. We have 430 people watching right now. Please leave a like on the stream and subscribe as well. Welcome everyone to Utility Sports. I'm really glad to have all of you in here. It's a lot of fun for sure. Like Nick says, KD's not getting traded. Stop it. It's not going to happen. Mile High wants to know who I think the Nuggets get today. I think my preferred option for them is Jared Vanderbilt, but I also think Matisse Thybulle's an option. Maybe in some type of 3-team trade. You could see Bones maybe go to Utah, Matisse Thybulle possibly to Denver, and Vanderbilt to Philly to give them a little bit more size and athleticism. I think would help too. So it's not a bad option. Sporting Game says, do you think Mavs going to do the same to Wood? That they're going to review like they did in the Kyrie extension, or try to find a better package to upgrade the team? I think they're going to look to upgrade the team. Now, that doesn't mean that Wood's for sure getting traded, but I think they'll at least consider some different options. But I'm interested to see what you guys think about the mock trade I have up on the screen right now with the VanVleet, Beverley swap, basically, and the Lakers giving up one of those first, but for Fred VanVleet, who I think they'd like to keep around long term. 313 Lock says, which tanking team has the best core for Victor? I think the Pistons is what he says. I think the Pistons are not bad option. I really like Duran. They would be really nice for him. I mean, if you considered Orlando would be fun, right? I mean, the Rockets a little bit. I don't know. I don't really love the Rockets like guard situation. I think the Rockets would be best suited getting Scoot Henderson, honestly. In terms of like team building, but obviously Wembanyama is the better player. Josh says, can Kyrie get Luka over the hump in the Western Conference? No, because the Mavericks can't guard anybody right now. They're going to have to make a couple other moves to improve this team. I think Matisse Thybulle will be a good option for Dallas. I hope that they consider that. Flex says, I fear Sixers are overestimating Thybulle's value. To be honest, he is not really a great defender as they think he is. He makes a lot of stupid defensive decisions. Yeah, he puts himself out of position a lot. He reaches a lot. He jumps a lot. But he does have a lot of length and he does make some good defensive plays as well. So I don't know. It's we'll see what happens with him. 50 Man says the Nets need to make another move ASAP. I think that they will. We'll see. Ninja Style says Kevin Durant to the Kings for Alex Len, a second round pick and a half-eaten bag of Cheetos. I like it. It's a funny comment, Ninja. Richard says Nets need Mo Bamba or Pirtle or Naz Reid. We'll see. I do have a Mo Bamba trade that I have mocked for today, so we'll be working through some of those trades. One of those ones was the Fred VanVleet one, but I've got plenty others as well, including some more Magic trades, some more. I've got Miami Heat trades as well. Brian wants to know, should the Miami Heat trade for Kevin Durant? Yeah, if they could, but I don't think Kevin Durant's getting traded. That's going to be the thoughts there. James here says Bones to Indiana seems weird to me. I imagine they trade some guards to make room then. Like maybe like a Duarte type thing. Like the way I would see maybe Bones. The only reason I said that was because Pritchard just likes to trade for former first round guys. Like he did with he did that with Nemhard. He did that with Jalen Smith. He likes adding guys who a couple of years ago were viewed as potential high pickups in the draft. That's what he likes to do. Which is Bones makes him. Supposedly, there's high demand for Jayshawn Tate. Celtics, Suns, Nuggets, and Wizards all expressed interest. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I don't think I'd have a high demand for Jayshawn Tate on my. I didn't have that on my bingo card for today. Illuminati here says Jakob Poeltl ends up in Boston for sure. Definitely a possibility. Kirsten here says, what would it take to land Kevin Durant on the Clippers? It's not happening. Kevin Durant will not be a Los Angeles Clipper. I'm sorry to burst your bubble. Taryn here. Welcome to the stream, Taryn. He says, huge Magic fan here. What are your thoughts on trades for them? Well, thank you for asking. Let's go ahead and address some of those now with one of them here. And I think this is probably one of the most realistic options for Orlando. So let's close this one down and let's get a different Orlando Magic trade up on the screen for you guys. I think that should be this one right here. And here we go. I'm going to get it on the screen here for you in just a second. Taryn, great question. Hopefully you like the trade. We'll see what you think about it. But it is Fred VanVleet to the Orlando Magic. They have reported interest in him. And I do think that does make some sense for them as a team. And then when you look at what they're giving up, Terrence Ross on an expiring contract, Mo Bamba with a non-guaranteed second year on his contract, 2025 first round pick via the Denver Nuggets, and then a 2024 second and a 2025 second round pick as well. Here the Raptors, again, taking no long-term salary. They do not hurt their long-term cap table. They get off of VanVleet for a first-round pick and a couple additional second-rounders. That's kind of the value I see for Fred VanVleet, just especially with what Kyrie Irving was traded for. VanVleet on an expiring contract, it's hard for me to see him get traded for a lot more than that. Does a team give up 2 first-rounders for VanVleet? The answer to that should be no. Will it be no? Maybe not. I could see a team maybe being willing to overpay, but I think the Clippers kind of set the market for him, and they have one tradable first, so I think that's what other teams are going to be willing to offer as well. Peter here says, any update news? Let's read Twitter from Woj and Sham. As of right now, not really anything going on, which that's a good sign, by the way. When they are not tweeting, that means they're listening, which is important to that's important to note. Everyone's going to say, oh, it's so quiet. What's going on? Why is nothing happening? When it's quiet, that means stuff is happening. It just means nothing's finalized yet. So, you just have to continue to be patient, wait and see exactly what's going on. But I think that Woj and Shams, they're listening for stuff right now. Nick Edwards here says, should the Mavs try to send Tim Hardaway Jr., Jaden Hardy, and McGee to the Raptors for OG? Yeah, but the Mavs don't have enough assets to get something like that done, I think. Lil Teresa, if you were Wembanyama, where would you want to be drafted to? That's a good question. To be honest, if I was Wembanyama, I'd want a good team to win a lottery and move up for me. That's what I would like. Like say a team like, I don't know, like if the Pelicans miss the playoffs or something, right? Or if they move up with the Lakers pick, or like the Pelicans are kind of like the scariest situation where if they got him, holy cow, right? Like, what would you do against Ingram, McCollum, Zion, and Wembanyama? That would be like insane. Sweaty Bloke, he says, what will the Bulls do? As for Chicago, I think that for the most part, they're going to stand pat. It's hard to see them really making a big trade this year. R4B here says, yo, coach, if you could choose one team to coach for the rest of the season, which is it? Cheers from the Alps. Give this man a like. The rest of the season, so obviously I want to choose a playoff team, right? To be honest, I think that a team that would be really fun to coach would be Philly, just because you have, two different types of guards in, well, actually three with Melton as well. You have a defensive guard, you've got a, primary ball handling guard in James Harden. You also have like an off-ball cutter type guard in Maxey, which makes it really fun. There's a lot of different ways to use all three of those guys. And then also Embiid. I mean, the way you could use Embiid is really fun because you could use him as a pick and roll guy. Obviously, we see him short roll a lot. You can get him post ups in a lot of different areas on the floor. And I think one thing that they haven't explored a ton is if they add a shooter, which I think would be interesting, is using Embiid as an off ball screener a lot and then looking to duck into the paint after screening off ball, kind of like the flex offense. Now, I don't think that they should run the flex offense by any means, but I think, if they were to explore using him with some flex cuts and that kind of stuff, it would be an interesting way to get some niche action into their offense. That would be really tough to guard with a good shooter. Corey says, hey man, you've been going hard making videos. I respect the grind. Big NBA fan, so it's been fun tuning in. Yeah, glad to have you in here, Corey. I appreciate you sticking around for the streams, and appreciate the kind words as well. I hope you guys enjoy. Raiden, welcome to the stream again today. He says, LOL, what happens when you whiff on Kyrie? The Mavericks will be screwed. As I said the other day, I gave them an F grade on the trade just because I don't think it's going to pan out super well. So it's like, again, I'm not going to be biased towards my own team. I think they lost the trade, and I think it could potentially lead to them losing Luka Doncic within the next half decade. Sean says, interesting take on Mathurin considering he averaged 24 with Hallie, and since Halliburton returned, his role is diminished, so I don't know how much playing with Hallie is up to his game. Part of it is, again, his shot selection. For what I'm talking about, Halliburton and, the role, Benedict Mathurin passes the ball in, 12% of his drives. That's terrible. That's bottom 5 in the league. He just doesn't read the floor yet. I knew that coming out of Arizona that he didn't do that. And it's not he's a good scorer. He's a scoring guy. That's what I'm talking about with role. Playing with Halliburton means you don't have to be the primary playmaker. Ivy is growing as a playmaker. That's something he's being asked to do more than he had to do at Purdue, and he's getting better because of it. Mathurin's being asked to do the same stuff he did at Arizona because of some of the players around him. Yes, he can score more without Halliburton because the ball is going to be in his hands more. How many more assists a game did he average without Halliburton? That's kind of the point there, Sean, with what I'm saying. Potato says, do you think Mavs will extend or trade Wood, or just trade him, or will extend him and stay? I doubt he will stay since trading for Kyrie. They badly need defense. I don't think the Mavs ever planned on keeping Wood long term, to be honest. Just from the way that everything's been operating there, I just don't think that they're going to keep him long term, even though I think he's a good player. So here, Jaden says, OG to the Pacers for Tice, Nesmith, Duarte, and 3 firsts. Kind of the package that I see. I think, Jaden, that's a really strong package and a really, really good one. Josh says, if Fred VanVleet gets traded, then the Raptors should blow it up since they're most likely getting bounced in the first round. Yeah, and that's best case scenario, right? They might not even make the playoffs, to be honest. Or the play-in, even. Araya says, any trade targets you want to see the Cavs get? I think we should try for Mo Bamba, JaVale McGee, or Cam Reddish. More minor moves. I don't mind Reddish there. I think that he makes a little bit of sense. I think KJ Martin would be nice in Cleveland. Give them another athlete, somebody who is a high flyer. I think that could really benefit off of both Allen and Mobley. I think that would be an interesting bench piece for them. I wouldn't mind Matisse Thybulle there either. As a, kind of you have two Okoros then basically, one starting and one off the bench. Because I'm just not that high on Karis LeVert, to be honest, anyway. I think that they need defense. They need to continue playing defensively. They've been an awesome defensive team this year, and I think that if they can add another defender into their rotation, they'll even be better. So that's my thoughts on them. Almost 500 people in here. That's absolutely crazy. Let's check how many likes the stream is at right now. I would love for you guys to hit that like button and then also subscribe to the channel as well. Jay Capone here says, of the Pelicans, a Malik Beasley or Gary Trent Jr. trade away from finals contenders? I think possibly, and that's the thing that they have to do some digging in. A couple weeks ago, before this kind of rough stretch that they've had without Zion, they would have considered themselves finals contenders already. Then they have this rough stretch, so now they have to ask themselves, do we need to make a move to get to where we want to go? And it's a tough question. It's a tough answer. Do we know for sure if they can make the finals? Probably not. And it's crazy right now, too. The top 8 teams in the West right now have all won their last game or more, which is kind of funny. Typically, you don't see that. So it's kind of funny looking at the standings right now. Jay Mouse, welcome to the stream. He wants to know, what do you think the Warriors will do at the deadline? I think that's a good question. For the Golden State Warriors, what I really think will end up happening is I think they'll make either a small move, maybe a guy like Alec Burks, or they won't make any trade, is what I would most likely see. Here, Jard says, Damian Jones is an L. He hasn't been doing much his whole career. I agree. It's more about the draft pick for VanVleet. So I don't, that's the thought. Masai Ujiri tends to have unrealistic asking price. I'd be shocked if he didn't demand more for Fred VanVleet. I mean, yeah, he could demand more, and then the Magic could say, okay, we're not going to trade for VanVleet. We'll just go sign him. That's the thing. They have cap space this summer, so they don't have to do this if they really don't want to. The only reason to do this is to get his bird rights and basically guarantee that you're going to be able to keep him. Whereas compared to going into free agency, it's possible he would sign with the Lakers or try and find a sign and trade somewhere else. So the Magic could just sign him outright. So there's a little bit of pressure on the Raptors that way. Guilty here says Fred VanVleet is overrated and Lakers don't really need a chucker. Trent Jr. makes way more sense. I do think Gary Trent fits a little bit better, but if there's anything that we've learned about Rob Pelinka and the Lakers is they don't care about fit. They care about the name on the back of the jersey more, and VanVleet's a slightly bigger name. So that's what I would guess is more likely. TLGS Services says, as a Spurs fan, just hoping we do anything to enrich this rebuild process. I think a Jakob Poeltl trade is the way to do that. Chronicle says, bro's really struggling with his voice and yet keeps on streaming, keeps up the grind, will soon reap the fruits of your labor. I hope so. I mean, I feel like even right now, I feel like I am. It's crazy. Over 500 people watching an hour into the stream. This is about the time I started streaming yesterday. So it's absolutely crazy. Your guys' love and support has been unbelievably good. And you guys deserve a lot of credit for sticking in here, putting in some really great comments. I really appreciate each and every one of you. For sure. Thing here says, I think it's a good trade for Lakers. Their window for a championship is pretty gone without a major free agent. That's what I think as well. Josh says this trade is a W if the Lakers stay healthy in the second half of the season. So Lakers will have VanVleet, Russ, Dennis, Reeves, Walker. So Lorenzo, my thought with trading for VanVleet is you still have Russ to trade and a 2029 first to trade. Does that mean you can go to Utah and see if you can get Malik Beasley and, players X, Y, and Z for him with that 2029 first? That's what I think about that VanVleet to the Lakers situation, where they would make two trades, one centered around VanVleet giving up Beverly and some other pieces to make the money work, and then you turn around and you flip Russ in a deal as well to get some other assets in. Flex wants to know, Flex says they should trade Doc Rivers for Enes Kanter at this point. He's ruining Maxi's value. No. Flex, he might be lowering Maxi's value. It doesn't matter. They're not going to trade Maxi anyway. they're winning. That's the most important thing. It's actually, I'm not the biggest Doc Rivers guy, but what he's doing right now is actually smart, in my opinion. Ryan says, what about Ben Simmons? Basically zero trade value. I think bad teams should consider trading for him, actually. Here we have a question about Chicago. I think the Bulls end up standing pat. Richard wants to know what I think of Cam Thomas, 3 40-point games. Go on Twitter. Go follow us on Twitter at _utility sports. On there, I have tweeted about Cam Thomas quite a bit in the last couple of days, including what I had written about him before the draft. What my my thoughts were. Michael here says, I do that Fred VanVleet trade in a heartbeat. Raptors fans are delusional to think they'd get Suggs for VanVleet when they have little to no chance in re-signing him. Yeah, I just don't think you're getting Suggs. Former top 5 pick. I'd be, shocked if that happened. Darren Lewis says, I can dig it. Do you think Gary Trent Jr. is a possibility for Orlando as well? I wouldn't completely rule that out. But just with the fact that the Magic have their own pick and the Bulls pick this year, if you look at the draft class, I think there's a good combination of combo guards in there, like a guy like Anthony Black. I don't think that the Magic need to prioritize landing a Gary Trent Jr. this year, just with the picks that they're likely going to have. LAFK says, what direction do you think Boston goes at the deadline? They're going to maybe look to buy for a backup center. That's what I really see. Oracle says, saw your boy Spence in Brooklyn last night. He did not play, but was on the bench chatting it up. Thank God we hung on by a thread in that game. Yeah, so Spence is, I'm glad Spence is back in Brooklyn. They're going to use him right, and I think he's going to be, he's having a really great season. He's averaging 18 points a game, 45% from the field, and 40% from 3. So he's been really good for them, for the Mavericks, and now I think he's going to be a good addition for the Nets as well. Josh here says, who's a more reliable source, Shams or Woj? Both of them. They're both perfectly reliable. Dado says, do you think the Mavs will trade Powell since he's on an expiring contract? I feel like they should trade all of their expiring players like Powell and Wood. I would be surprised if they trade Dwight Powell, to be honest. Isgok here wants to know about GTJ to Orlando. Kind of the same stuff I said to Michael. I know you asked the question kind of at the same time as him. So, no, I just don't think that they need to make that move right now. Robert here says, where does Jay Crowder go to predict it? I think he goes to the Milwaukee Bucks. Ultimately, that's where I'd be kind of shocked if he doesn't land there, to be honest. Interesting. View says Eric Gordon to Philly makes sense. That's something I see as a possibility as well, especially with the Daryl Morey connection. Here, oh wow, holy cow, voice crack. Jay says, what trades will the Warriors do? Will they trade Wiseman? I'm actually going to go over to Twitter now and share what we're getting over there, because I have had a couple people tweet at me. Which is a good reminder that you should go do this as well. Uli here, who's a Mavs fan, tweeted about the Suns and Mavericks. Tweeted this at me saying, Mavs get Jay Crowder, DeAndre Ayton. Suns would receive Tim Hardaway Jr., Dwight Powell, Christian Wood, Jaden Hardy, 2025 second and 2027 first. It's just hard for me to see the Suns doing this in the middle of a push to try and win the finals. They're not going to give up their starting center and not really get one back. And for the Mavericks, I just don't really see this making them that much better, honestly, either. I'm not the biggest Ayton guy, so I just don't really like this deal from either side, to be honest. But then here, Nick just tweeted at us. He said, Utility Sports did some thinking for my Spurs after yesterday's stream. Nets basically get 3 good bench pieces on expiring deals. Because Collins last year isn't guaranteed. I don't really know Spurs are interested in getting Wiseman, but I would do both deals. What do you think? So let's look at this one. Nets get McDermott, Richardson, Collins. Warriors get Jakob Poeltl. Spurs get off of the Nets get off of Ben Simmons' contract. They get Wiseman into San Antonio. Second rounders from the Brooklyn Nets to get off of Simmons in a 2028 first. The only thing I don't like about this is if the Warriors were to trade for Jakob Poeltl and they give up Wiseman, I don't see them giving up a first in it. I think it would have to just be Wiseman for Poeltl straight up. I know Poeltl's way better than Wiseman right now. I know. But Wiseman's the former number 2 overall pick. They're not going to give him and a pick up for Jakob, in my opinion, to come off the bench. And I don't even know if the Warriors feel like they need a center. Like, I know you look at their depth chart and you think, oh, obviously they do. But just remember, Draymond Green's going to play like 15 to 20 minutes a game in the playoffs at center. So ultimately, I'm not sure. And Miller wants to know if I think the Lakers will make a move. Yeah, I do think they will. Josh wants to know if I think the Lakers should aim for Jakob. No, I think the Lakers should play Anthony Davis at center. Kai says, with the success of Kentucky guards in the NBA, should teams be calling for Ty Washington? No, the Rockets should keep him anyway. But I think teams should be ready to draft Cason Wallace this year. I really like Cason Wallace. He's going to be a good player. View says, as a Rockets fan, it's so frustrating seeing Ty getting playing time taken from Daishin Nix. Yeah, I don't know why Steven Silas keeps playing Daishin Nix. It just doesn't make any sense. Peters, he says good pickups for the Knicks should be Caruso, Bey, or Porzingis. If not, leave the team alone and wait for the offseason for trades. Yeah, I think a Cam Reddish trade is going to happen, though, for sure. Ryan Cruz says Robin Lopez for JaVale McGee. I don't think the Cavaliers should do that. I think McGee is not that much better than Robin Lopez, and he's on a way worse contract. Lil Smitty says Jared Vanderbilt needs to be a Mav. We need to fill that void of Finney-Smith. Vando doesn't quite do that. Defensively, he's solid, but he's not going to be quite the three-point shooter. He only shoots 1 3 a game. Ninja says, and that's a huge upgrade from what he was doing last year where he wasn't shooting like any. Ninja says, do you think Sacramento could go after Reddish, Hart, or Richardson? Reddish, I wouldn't mind Reddish, but I think ultimately the most likely player would be Matisse Thybulle, honestly. Here, Diamond Realty of Miami. Welcome to the stream, Diamond Realty. Let's look at some Miami Heat trades. We're gonna definitely get to it here now, with some potential trades that I could see happening for the Miami Heat. So let's get over into it now. Kane Smith, thank you for the follow on Twitter. Please go follow us on Twitter. I will shout you out on the stream once you hit that follow button. All right, so let's get to the first Miami trade here, and it's one with the Toronto Raptors, actually, which is an interesting little situation, and you guys will see why. Let's put that one away. Let's get it out here on the screen now. Here we go. In this trade, the Miami Heat would receive Khem Birch and Fred VanVleet. And in return, the Raptors would receive Kyle Lowry's contract, over Evan, who is a solid young big, a 2023 first-round pick, and second rounders in 2026, 2028, and 2029. This is my first Miami Heat trade that I have. I've got multiple here, but we'll cover this one for sure right now. Essential wants to know, is there any chance Siakam gets traded? I just don't really think it's going to happen. I would be very surprised. Brian Cruz wants to know about Kevin Love. We'll talk about Kevin Love in just a little bit. Prime Time says quiet before the storm. A lot of trades coming tomorrow. Even could see some today. I would not rule out any trades today. I think that trades are still very likely to come today. So I wouldn't rule anything out for today. Like I said yesterday that I would expect an 80 to 90% chance that we see some like serious movement today. BTB Gaming says, why would the Magic trade for VanVleet? He doesn't fit their timeline and they already have too many guards. The reason why they would trade for him is because he would be their best guard. And he does fit their timeline. People, I get a lot of comments about this, about, timeline, and you want every player to be the same age. There's not really championships, where a guy's the same age as the best player or the young best player, right? Like, look at Brook Lopez and Giannis. Brook Lopez is like 9 years older than Giannis, or maybe like 7, 8 years older than Giannis. Are they on the same timeline? No, but they were both good together. Look at Devin Booker and Chris Paul. They made the finals. They've been very good. Chris Paul is literally like 11 years older than Devin Booker. VanVleet's like 7 years older than Paulo. It's really not that significant. It's not that big of an age gap. And the whole reason it makes sense is because VanVleet, if he signs a 4-year deal with Orlando, his contract would go the entire duration of Paulo's rookie contract. So while Paulo's cheap, you could spend on some other players, and then once you need to pay Paulo, you're then off of the contract of VanVleet, which is why it makes sense. Not here wants to know, are the Knicks going to make a trade? I think very likely they'll trade cash. Here we have Ziv saying Rose has been traded to the Bucks. I have not seen that. Is that actually a thing? I don't think that it is. Let's see. I'm not seeing that at all. I don't think that happened. Talal here wants to know latest on Nets and Toronto talks. I'm not hearing a ton as of right now, but I do have a trade that we'll talk about in a little bit. Melvin here says, let's go Lakers. I like that. Last night, definitely still a tough stretch. Alex says, don't you think Milwaukee needs a scorer more than a Crowder-type player? Clarkson or Bogdanovich, any other scores which won't require a first-round pick to trade for? To get Clarkson or Bogdanovich, you would need to give up a first. But, Jalen Noel, maybe you wouldn't have to. But I do think they need a scorer. But I also think Chris Middleton just being healthy and hopefully returning to the starting lineup and being a consistent force for them will solve some of that issue as well come playoff time. Ryan, welcome to the stream today. He says still no Simmons to the Raptors trade. Yeah, nothing yet, but we'll see what happens with that. Curtis here says, besides OG and Anunoby, what do you think Memphis should do? My answer to that for Memphis is I think add a shooter, maybe a Malik Beasley type. That's something I really, really like for them. Maybach says, what's your opinion on what the Celtics should do? We bleed green. For the Celtics, I think that they should explore adding a backup big who can protect the rim. A Jakob Poeltl type would go a long way for them. Zodiac GM, welcome back again today, Zodiac. He says Eric Gordon to Philly would be a great fit. I like to see that. Quite funny. Exorcist says Thibault and Korkmaz for McDaniels. No. If you're talking Aiden from the Wolves, definitely not. If you're talking Jalen from the Hornets, maybe. That could maybe work. Michael says, anytime I go to a basketball game, my voice is usually completely gone the next day. Bless you for trucking through the sore throat. Yeah, it's all just because I've been yelling and talking so much. I'm not sick or anything. It's literally just yesterday I coached and I screamed at my players to do the right things. Sometimes they still didn't do the right things, but we got the win anyway, so it's worth yelling. Pre-Rush says Suns should make a trade. Cam Johnson, Sarge, and first-round pick for Clarkson, Vanderbilt, and Malik. Win-win for both. I don't think they're going to trade Cam Johnson. I think Cam Johnson's basically as close to untouchable in any deal other than one for Kevin Durant, basically. Iscock says Jeff Weltman and John Hammond leaked nothing, so it'll be interesting to see if they do something or if they again shock everybody as they did on draft night. That's always the one thing to watch out for those two guys. Eric says needs to put some honey in that water. Honestly, probably should. I've got an idea here. It's gonna end up making my water taste bad, but we're gonna do it, and hopefully it helps have an impact on healing my throat a little bit. So we'll see if we make this work. Kai says, I want Chris Boucher on the Heat. Josh says, just need a mock trade for the Nuggets and Raps and want your thoughts. OG and Gary Trent Jr. to the Nuggets for MPJ, Bones Highland, and a 2029 first-round pick. Thoughts? I don't know. I feel like Toronto's not getting enough in that, to be honest. Just given MPJ's contract, Bones Highland's not like a big-time contributor yet. I think that the Raptors need more, honestly. So, Curtis, I did answer your question. I'm just with how many comments we get, it is hard to stay completely up on top of everything. Like right now, I'm actually about only 4 minutes behind, so I'm actually doing a pretty good job, but it just does take a little bit of time to get there. Scott says, "Is it confirmed Serge is staying in the kitchen?" Very likely he is. I like that. I like that comment. Okay, and I'm glad that I did get your comment there, Curtis. So thank you for sticking around. I didn't see you say thanks as well. So as like because what I see here is I see all of your guys' comments in like a linear row in terms of like chronological order. So I'm just working my way down and I'm trying to go as quick as I can while still answering your questions as best as possible. Yeah. Delores says kind of sad LeBron broke the record off a loss. It is, but I know you're a Thunder fan if I remember right, Delore, right? So you're probably pretty happy about the win for OKC, especially the way they closed that game. I mean, Jalen Williams, SGA, some crazy steals, especially in that game. It was a very, very good performance from them. Talal says, love your show. Thank you so much. I'm glad you guys are enjoying. It's insane. Over 500 people in here live. You guys are the absolute best, so I really appreciate each and every one of you. Kenny says, can the Hawks get Cam Reddish back for Justin Holiday? I don't know if the Hawks are interested in Cam Reddish anymore. I don't think that will happen. Murphy Brown says, Buddy Hield to Philly. I think that would be kind of difficult to make the money work there in a way that I just don't really see it happening. Captain says, God forgot to tell LeBron to play in the NBA. God is an NBA fan. If I was God and I would be an NBA fan too, to be honest. Someone says, should Denver Nuggets trade for Alec Burks? No, not really. A true Steven Silas. Yeah, Steven Silas is the worst coach in the NBA. Daniel says, what kind of league do you coach? Sorry, I'm new. No worries, Daniel. I'm a high school coach. So I coach high school basketball. Essential says, I have a feeling that Harrison Barnes will finally get traded, but to where? If he were to get traded, it would be to Toronto in a deal for OG Anunoby, or maybe a third team would get involved in that, but I don't know. I don't really see that happening. Peter says, I think the Clippers going to trade for Derek White from Boston. Perfect fit. I don't think Boston's willing to trade Derek on it. Potato Buff here says, Orlando Magic get Tim Hardaway Jr., Christian Wood and second round pick. Mavs get Bamba, Harrison Ross. Thoughts? I think the Mavs lose that trade if they make that deal. I think they get worse. So I don't see them doing that. Colin here says, Raps can't trade Boucher. He's our bench and it's weak. Yeah, Colin, the one thing I'll say is if Toronto's trading Boucher and some other pieces away, I don't think they're worried about what the bench looks like this season. I think that they're kind of saying we're going to hit the reset button a little bit. And I think that would be a smart move for them, honestly. Richard here says, can we get Denny and Nas to the Mavs? I wish. I don't think Denny Avdia is going to be available, and I don't think Nas Reed's available either. DM says, hitting the streaming wall before tomorrow's trade deadline. Oh, no. No, it's mostly it's because I was yelling yesterday coaching. I'm not hitting the streaming wall. I'm just fine. I'm going to keep going. We're going to get through it. I'm going to rest up my voice tonight. I just coach practice, so I'm going to keep it nice and light. Not a lot of screaming for me tonight, but we're going to get through it. It's fine. We're push. Ty here says, Ben to the Spurs would be great. Pop can bring the best out of him. I think so as well. JL, I like Drake from Drake and Josh. Drake from Drake and Josh was one of my idols growing up. Probably not the best guy to model my life after, Drake Bell. According to Michael Scott, we have a report here. Knicks have expressed interest in Blazers guard Josh Hart. Plus, Suns updates on Chris Paul, Ayton, Cam Johnson's free agency. Okay. Interesting. John wants to know if the trade deadline is later. The trade deadline is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Isgok says it's terrible following games on trade deadline day as the time in South Africa is around 2 a.m. when games tip off. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare. At least the trade deadline tomorrow is probably, I'm guessing around your time then, probably roughly around like 11 p.m., which means like if you're, off from like, if you're at home from like 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., I don't really know what, a typical day is like in South Africa. I've never been to South Africa, but at least that way the trade deadline probably around 11 p.m. your time. So hopefully it's not too bad then tomorrow. If I'm correct on what the time is. I'm curious, do you keep up with the Basketball Africa League at all, Iscock? Because I do have someone I talk to very close with that actually coaches in that league. And I was considering potentially becoming a coach in that league at some point, but I'm not sure if that's something I'm going to do or not. Like Colin says here, deadline is tomorrow. We have a Bulls fan here, Brian, begging to blow up the Chicago Bulls. They're right now in a terrible situation, in my opinion. Little Tree says, I feel like the Suns should get into the OG sweepstakes. OG and Mikal Bridges would be fun. It would be really fun. They would steal probably every single pass. Richard here says, terrific show. Just found you. Really appreciate that, Richard. You're the best. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. 523 people here, and you guys are bearing through my hoarse voice right now as well. So you guys are the best. To be honest, the fact that the show is really good is more of an indication of how good you guys are than me, honestly, because you guys keep putting in great comments. You guys hit the like button. You guys do all this stuff that great viewers do, so you guys are the best. My name Yef here says, what about Holmes, Davis, in 2 seconds to the Sixers for Thibault and Korkmaz? And now that's something I think that we're cooking there a little bit. I think the money doesn't quite work there. Terrence Davis might have to not be involved in that deal because Holmes does make more than Thibault and Korkmaz combined. So it might just have to be Holmes and 2 seconds for Thibault and Korkmaz to make the money work. But I think that Holmes actually fits as a backup big for Philly really, really well with James Harden specifically on some of those short rolls. One thing about Richaun Holmes, a lot of people around the league other than Kings fans don't really know this. He's got a really, really good floater. Probably one of the best floaters for a big man in the NBA. Diamond says, smash the like, folks. Thank you, Diamond Realty of Miami, for that. Really appreciate you. And DM here as well saying, get them likes up. Let's see those likes grow. I want to see how many likes we're at now, so I'm going to update the stream in a separate browser, and I'm going to see how many likes we're up to. I'm excited to see that. ITK here says, this is a funny comment. He said that was Kareem's first assist in the NBA last night. Let's look at just because I'm curious. I don't think I've ever really looked at this number. I want to see his stats. So I'm going to look at Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's numbers. Wow, for a year he actually averaged over 5 assists. Actually twice in his career, it looks like. For his career he averaged 3.6 assists a game, which is definitely good. But you would think maybe better for an all-time dominant player. And it's really funny to me that they weren't even counting blocks or steals when he first came into the league, which is crazy. You would think that people would realize, oh, that's an important thing to count, but they never did until someone realized it, I guess. Papote wants to know, do you expect anything for today, or everybody will wait till tomorrow afternoon? I think that's going to be something today. Something substantive today. I've been vocal about that. I think that there's going to be at least an 80% chance that we see something like important happen today. I'd be surprised if we don't, to be honest. If we don't, that means tomorrow's going to be crazy. I'm still projecting anywhere from about 15 to 20 trades. We've seen 4 trades this year already. Rui, Kyrie, Dedmon, and also now Kessler Edwards. And I'm projecting about 15 to 20. So I think within the next 27, 28 hours, we're going to see, anywhere from 10 to 15 trades go down, honestly. DM says, DM says, I don't like that trade for Dallas or Orlando, to be honest. I want to know what you guys think about this Miami Raptors trade, though. The Birch and VanVleet for Lowry, Yurt-7, a first, and 3 seconds. I want to know what you guys think about that. Colin says, way more than Simmons and Claxton for Siakam. It'll take a lot just to get off of Ben's contract. It's terrible. I don't think the Nets are willing to trade Claxton either, though. Oracle says, with my luck, trades won't happen today for my squad because that would be fun. Yeah, I know. That's the one thing about us the Mavs trading for Kyrie Irving, even though I wasn't a big believer in the actual deal, and I don't think Kyrie Irving's the guy you should want to trade for, I had fun, right? Like, we made a move. It's fun. It's fun when your team makes a trade. I love it. Russell says Lakers, Pat Bev, Schroeder, Wenyen Gabriel, Wolves, Kyle Anderson, Nasri, Jalen Noel. That's not happening. The Wolves are not trading Kyle Anderson, I promise you. They really, really like him there. Ryan says, please, can everyone stop trying to send Simmons to the Raptors? Thank you. Let's keep doing it. Everyone send me your best Ben Simmons to Toronto trade. I'm going to put him on the stream just so that Ryan has to sit through it. Because, Ryan, you know, starting tonight, oh my gosh, starting tonight, I have to watch Kyrie Irving in a Dallas Mavericks uniform. So everyone send me your Ben Simmons trades to the Raptors so we can torture Ryan a little bit here on stream. Okay, moving into the next part now. Cullen says Josh Hart would be a great fit almost everywhere. He's a phenomenal rebounding guard, or wing if you consider him that. He's a little small to be like a 4, but you know, 2-3. He's a really good rebounder. So he would help a lot of teams for sure. I think Brooklyn could still be a landing spot as well for Hart. DM says Josh Hart of 21-22 would be great fit anywhere. I don't know what's going on with his 3-point attempt rate and percentage this year. Yeah, he's just not shooting the 3 ball as much. That is one thing about him. That's a very good point. I'm glad you brought that up, DM, because just for reference, guys, let's get this on the stream. I'm not sure. I don't know if you guys need to see it, but last year he shot 37% from 3. This year he's shooting only 30.4% from 3. So he is shooting less threes in general. Now the last 3 games, it looks like they've been making an effort to have him shoot some more. He shot 5 threes, and 4 threes. But you know, his rebound numbers are hilarious too, because there's games where he plays and he gets like 2 rebounds, or he gets, you know, 4 or 5 rebounds, and then there's games where he ends up with 12 and he has a double with like 5 assists, and it's really funny to see, honestly. Richard says with Beal, KP, and Kuzma, Wiz can't keep everyone in Minnesota, has 6 centers. Yeah, Minnesota likes all their big guys, though. That's how they feel like they want to build their team, and that's what they're going to keep, I think. And Richard with Bill, KP, and Kuzma, they'll keep everyone, even though it won't be smart to do it. They'll do it because Tommy Shepard doesn't know what he's doing. Scotto says thoughts on what my Knicks should or could do. So with report that they were interested in Josh Hart, I think a combination of Cam Reddish plus maybe a protected first or like 3 second-round picks for Josh Hart is probably one of the smartest trades that New York could look to execute this trade deadline. Venkata says teams are hanging on until more information on what Nets will do with Kevin Durant. I'm telling you guys right now that the Nets' mind is made up. They're not trading Kevin Durant. They're just not. That's not happening this trade deadline. I can promise you, I would love for it to happen. I'm sure my views would go crazy. I'm sure that way more people would come into what's going on with Kevin Durant. Oh my gosh, it would be fun. I get paid more doing that, right? And I'd have way more people watching. But I appreciate all 500 of you guys, and I'm not gonna blow smoke up your hind end and say, oh my gosh, Kevin Durant, where's he gonna go? I'm going to be honest about it. This is something I have never talked about on stream or anything, but there's a lot of clickbait on YouTube. There is, people just whatever, 2K videos, whatever it's about. There's clickbait. There's, what about, I'm not going to call it any channels or anything, but there's some decisions when it comes to posting videos that, in my opinion, I would say, wow, I would never post something like that because I don't think it's honest or truthful. But that's how some people make a living. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to provide good actual analysis and tell you what's actually happening instead of just saying what you guys maybe want to hear about. Oh, Kevin Durant's going to this team. Sorry, Kevin Durant's not getting traded. Okay. Troy says dropped a Rockets and Philly trade to your Twitter, not with Shake Milton this time. Let's go ahead and get that on the screen now. Thank you, Troy, for sending that to the Twitter as well. So let's go ahead over to Twitter. Let's get that on the screen. I do have to back out of this one. And here we go. I'd rather go with Milton instead of Melton, but it's hard to make money work. Defense is what the Rockets really need. So here the Rockets get Korkmaz, Melton, and Matisse Thybulle for Eric Gordon, Garrison Matthews, and 2 seconds. Ultimately, I don't think DeAnthony Melton will end up getting traded from Philly. I think that they've really liked what they've gotten from him this year. It was actually one of Daryl Morey's smarter moves as a GM, where he, I don't know, for the first time ever, really prioritized like a defensive guard in a trade, and I think that was a smart move for him. So I don't see them trading Melton away, especially if they're giving up Thybulle. So I understand the framework here. I think Korkmaz and Thybulle get traded, but ultimately I don't think that Melton will also end up getting dealt at this time. Summer wants to know if any trades have been made. The trade with Dwayne Dedman and also, of course, Kessler Edwards as well to Sacramento. But other than that, no deals yet today. But 540 of you awesome people watching. I really hope you've been enjoying the stream for sure today. And I've had a lot of fun streaming as well up to this point. B. Tom says, "Set through trade deadline last year, watching you, and again this year. Love your channel. Really appreciate that. It's awesome having you guys in here. I hope you feel like we're covering all the scenarios. I feel like we do a good job mostly of covering all 30 teams as well. If you want to hear about your team, just go ahead and ask, right? I want you guys to have the opportunity to hear what you want to know about. And the best way to do that is to ask so that I can, answer with my best analysis possible. Colin says, would love the Raps to get Holmes somehow. I think the nice thing about Holmes is he's probably really cheap to get. If you're a team really needing a center, I would consider it. I think the Mavericks should look at that as well if they were smart, but they're not, so they're not going to do it. But right now you could probably get him for basically nothing. Probably actually maybe receive a second-round pick with him just because he's making around $11 million and he's playing less than 10 minutes a game right now. I'm sure the Kings would love to get off of him. Mark here says, are the Lakers going to make a trade? At some point they will. I'm not sure if it's going to come today or tomorrow, though. Ryan said we would definitely take Holmes. He would be great in Toronto, in my opinion. Scotto says, I love Jalen Noel's game. I think he could average 20 points a game if he played 30 minutes a game. I do agree that he could average 20 on the right team. But I also think that if he's averaging 20, your team probably won 15 to 25 games that season. So there's a little bit of give and take there. Jalen Noel is somewhat inefficient, and I don't know. I just think it's going to take a little bit of time for that to go down. Nick says, Mark Stein reported that the Wizards are among the interested teams for Jakob Poeltl. I'll watch them trade Denny to the Spurs. Dude, I swear, like, Washington's not the team that should be interested in adding players right now. I get that they're one game out of the play-in race, and they're like, oh, could we sneak in? Okay, then what? You sneak in, and then what? You probably lose in the play-in. Like, I don't know. Like, the whole Washington thing's just messed up. King here wants to know, will Ben Simmons be a Raptor by Thursday? I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is I think that there's actually other avenues here for a deal to get done between Toronto and Brooklyn, which is one I want to show right now here. I think it's this one. Yep. Okay. Let's get this up on the stream so you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about. So this is a potential avenue here between the Nets and the Raptors that I think does make some sense for both sides involved. That I think could be beneficial for everyone trying to make a move here. So the Nets get OG Anunoby. We'll talk about why that makes sense for Brooklyn. And then Toronto would get Joe Harris, who I know his contract isn't perceived positively right now with how he's been playing. But if anything's true, Toronto needs a ton of shooting. They do. They need more shooting than anybody in the league because right now they just can't hit a jump shot. I think Joe Harris would actually be really positive for them there. They get 3 first-round picks, one from Philadelphia in 27, one from the Brooklyn Nets unprotected in 29, and then they also get that Mavericks 2029 first, which I think is very, very valuable, and I think it should be perceived as very valuable in this trade, as well as 2 second-rounders, one from Dallas in 2029 as well, and then Brooklyn's own 2029 second-round pick. So you're getting 3 unprotected firsts, you're getting 2 seconds, and a shooter, which actually fits your needs who I still think Joe Harris is a solid player in this league. I don't think he's valuable right now, but he's in there to make the money work. And Brooklyn gets OG Anunoby. So you might be wondering, why would Brooklyn be willing to give up all of this for OG Anunoby? And the reason for that is then they would be able to run a lineup at certain moments where you have Dinwiddie, Royce O'Neal, Dorian Finney-Smith, Kevin Durant, OG Anunoby. Or you have Nick Claxton in there for maybe Dinwiddie, and you play big, and you have Kevin Durant be your primary ball handler. You basically go into having the most switchable team in the league. Claxton, very switchable. He's a dominant big who can move his feet well. The other night, he had 2 incredible blocks on Paul George back-to-back. I've loved Nick Claxton for a long time. I really liked him this last offseason. I picked him as a guy who should be a candidate to break out this last year going into this season, and has. So I'm very happy about that, that he's been able to do that. And after that, you get OG Anunoby, who's very switchable. Dorian Finney-Smith is very switchable. Durant, when he's engaged, is very switchable. And Royce O'Neal, again, very switchable. That's 5 players who you can literally just switch 1 through 5 with. Now, do you have enough shot making? Maybe not, but OG Anunoby probably becomes your second scorer in that lineup. But the thing is, Durant's so good offensively that you can probably just play through him and still be relatively good. So that's what I'd have to guess. Ryan says Noel's a great scorer. I'd agree that there he was averaging 18 to 20 minutes earlier this season. Yeah, he's just not a good defender, though, and he's a little inefficient as a scorer. He's just some of the shots you watch, and you're like, why would you take an 18-foot pull-up in that situation? Just don't love it. Ninja says, what about Rashawn Holmes and 2 second-round picks for Otto, Precious, and Delano Banton? I feel like that's a lot to give up from Toronto's perspective for Rashawn Holmes and 2 second-round picks. I don't think Delano Banton is going to get traded. DM here says, any possibility Sixers could trade for Vanderbilt, or do they not have enough? No, they have enough. It could be anything like Thibault in seconds for him. It could be, XYZ, right? They could do Korkmaz and whatever they have in terms of picks, right? There's options there for Philly if they were to, but they could get outbid, right? Supposedly Portland wants Vanderbilt, which that's not going to fix any of Portland's issues, but they want him, so that is what it is. Meta here says Ben won't be traded back to Philly. The city would burn down. Wells Fargo, yeah, obviously he will not be traded back to Philly, which is what Murphy's here trying to say. Ben Simmons back to Philly. Imagine how funny that would be. Just be insane. Just Brian now says that would be a good one, but I want Jonathan Isaac for Fred VanVleet. Definitely see that as a potential addition that could make some sense as well. Football Unmissable says, can the Suns finally announce Kevin Durant? That's a good one. I like that. Colin here says, only thing is Lowry makes $33 million next year. Miami got to add another first at least just for that. I understand that. The hard thing for me is, do I picture Toronto as a team that's worried about the money with that? Because, like, if you're getting Yurtseven, he might be one of your better, like, prospects you could add in this trade deadline for VanVleet. Like in the trade I have with the Magic, you're not getting a Yurtseven. You're getting Mo who, yeah, he was just higher, but is Mo Bamba like actually good? Are we even certain about that? That's what I think. Raul number 27 says, do you see Kyrie Irving signing a long-term extension with the Mavs? No, I don't. I think Kyrie's going to end up being a Laker. 128 says, why is there Jalen Green trade gossip? Are the Rockets going to trade him? No. Jalen Green's not getting traded anywhere. Don't believe any of those rumors. Tylight says, do you think OKC will bring Kevin Durant back over the summer? To be honest, I would like it. They'd be really, really good. They have the draft picks to go do it. Runner Flash says, I don't know if I would trade Thibault for Vanderbilt. I feel Thibault has so much upside. He's improved his 3 in an off season. To be honest, in my opinion, I feel like Vanderbilt improved his 3-pointer way more. Vanderbilt went from not shooting threes to shooting over 33% on threes this year, whereas Thibault's still below 33%, and he's only 1% better than he did last year. So I would say that Vanderbilt has improved significantly more from 3. than Thibault, in my opinion, runner. Here, Take Cash says, you think the Nets can make a trade for John Collins, Pascal, OG, Gary Trent, or maybe Bogdanovich from Detroit, and maybe even add in CP3 somehow? That's just a lot there. I don't know. I think OG Anunoby is a possibility, like I have on the screen, which I'm interested to hear your guys' thoughts on this trade right now. I'm going to go ahead and skip down to where we're talking about some of these deals. Potato here says 3-team trade. Dallas gets Thibault, Barton, and Gafford. Wizards get Wood and second-round pick, and Philly gets McGee and a second-round pick. Works in who no. I think Philly says no. I don't think that they want JaVale just because of his contract. Wow Factor says, hi, bro. Time is running out tomorrow. Only tomorrow left, 3 p.m. Our son's getting anyone. Kevin Durant, OG, VanVleet, Pascal, rumors who is coming. The owner, Matt, going after everyone. Yeah, Ishbia wants to make a move. I think ultimately the one that they would love to make is OG Anunoby because Kevin Durant's not available. But VanVleet might be an option. Richard here says, fair point on Shepard. Yeah, I'm just not a big Tommy Shepard fan. Zodiac GM says, Sheldon, if I were to guess your Zodiac sign, are you a Gemini, an Aries, or a Sagittarius? I need to look this up to be sure that I even know what my sign is. I am a Cancer. I'm not sure what that really means, but I'm a Cancer. Which is funny. 96 Esco says the Kings and the Pacers. I think both franchises have won that trade that they made. Yeah, I think the Sabonis Halliburton trade has been really good for both teams. Now I still like the Pacers' perspective on it more. I know the Kings have been really, really good this year, and Sabonis has been right at the heart of that. He's their best player, but I do believe that Halliburton has really raised the ceiling and the floor of the Pacers for the next decade. So that's my thought. 96 Esco says, for the record-breaking Fanatics, 100 points is probably the hardest record to break ever because that needs to be done in one night. That's going to be a tough one to get. We'll see if that ever happens. Richard says, check out TGK Mavs pregame show. Mavs fans, it's great. Can't even that it, to be honest. Ryan says, I'm a Sixers fan. If I'm a Sixers fan, I'm probably not trying to give up Melton. Yeah, I'm not giving up Melton at all. Just Brian says, OMG, that's terrible. I mean, you're getting 3 first-round picks. I don't necessarily think that's terrible. Is Masai the best GM? He's one of them. He's very good. He knows what he's doing. True wants to know, Ken, and how could Russ get dealt? In a deal for, a guy, anyone in Utah would make some sense. We got about 600 people in here watching. That's absolutely insane. Make sure you guys are leaving a like and also subscribing to the channel for more content like this. Giovanni here says, hey, at Utility Sports, Ian Bagley reporting Raptors demanding Claxton back with picks and package if they're taking Simmons' contract. Yeah, the way I see Simmons getting involved is if it's a deal for Pascal Siakam. Ultimately, I can see the Nets consider OG Anunoby a little bit more than Siakam. Carl says, so do you think the Raptors will trade Siakam? No. Pascal's not getting traded anywhere, in my opinion. Murphy says, Ben Simmons for Tobias Harris, and he puts serious in parentheses. That's not going to happen, I don't think. Wow Factor says, Raptors really taking Ben? No way. I think if the Raptors got Ben Simmons for nothing, it would be one of the best fleeces of all time. Gio says Raptors can get better offers for OG Anunoby than what the Nets have to offer. I agree. Like I said, I don't think this is a deal that gets done. I just think this is kind of what the Nets offer would look like, right? That's the whole point of mocking these trades, is then you get an idea. Like I've said the whole time, the 3 front runners, in my opinion, are the Pacers, the Pelicans, and the Grizzlies. They have the best offers. New Yorker says Joe Harris is done. I mean, probably. He's not been playing great, but he's a shooter. It would help Toronto long term if they kept him around, especially if they can get him for cheaper than his current contract in an extension. Just Brian says Siakam for Simmons more likely. and we can add Claxton for someone else. If you give up Claxton, you lose your whole defensive identity. So I just don't know if I love the idea of adding Claxton into a deal. I just don't. Flexor's Disc says Cam Johnson. I'll play my butt off. I don't want to go to Toronto. Or are you talking about? Maybe you mean Cam? Oh, Cam. Are you talking about Cam Johnson for the Suns? Or are you talking about Cam Thomas for the Nets? You have a J there, but I'm not exactly sure because we've been talking about Nets Raptors. So my brain's telling me Cam Thomas, but obviously the J's telling me Johnson. So we'll see. Gio says, yeah, trying to feature Joe Harris in a trade is like trying to roll dung and icing sugar to make it look better. I mean, like, it's to make the money work. You're getting 3 first-round picks for OG Anunoby. I don't think that this is like a terrible, brutal trade. Richard says, as a Nets fan, this would be an absolute steal. I will drive Harris to the airport. Now, I really love this podcast Harris has done. I agree. Harris is on the back end of his career, but we always see this. As soon as there's a guy who's a 3-point shooter and he starts shooting the ball not super perfect. I mean, guys. Joe Harris is still shooting over 40% from 3. Like, I don't know. Those guys don't grow on trees. I understand from Nets fans' perspective because you have like Seth Curry and Patty Mills who like barely play, and you have Kevin Durant. So you're like, oh, well, shooters just are all over the place. Yeah, for you guys, not for the Toronto Raptors right now. Can't make a 3. Like, they just can't. They're not a good 3-point shooting team at all. In fact, let's look at Toronto. Let's go to StatMuse quick, and I just want to look at the Toronto Raptors 3-point percentage as a team this season. Raptors 3-point percentage this season. Let's see what that is. They've made 33% of their threes this year. So like slightly better than Russell Westbrook, and that's the entire team. Joe Harris, like I understand Joe Harris is not a good player, but holy cow, they need some shooting. Nigel says we don't do that deal without Nick Claxton, boss. I get it, but I'm telling you, the Nets are not giving up Nick Claxton in a deal like this. Nets doing Raptors bad. Again, okay. I'm telling you right now, Donovan Mitchell got traded for 3 first-round picks, and in this deal, OG Anunoby's getting traded for 3 first-round picks. Like, I think you guys are being a little over the top about how bad of a trade this is, to be honest. Like, I get you guys are thinking this is awful because you're just not considering the picks enough. Again, I'm going to say it. Donovan Mitchell, who is probably going to be an all-NBA guard this year, or could be at least, got traded for 3 first-round picks. OG Anunoby has never made an all-star game. Wasn't voted for one this year. Maybe will never get voted for one. And he's getting traded for 3 first-round picks, and you guys are saying that the Raptors are getting fleeced. They get a need with just shooting. They get 3 firsts and 2 seconds for a guy who's never been an all-star, and you guys are saying Nets are fleecing. I don't know. People keep saying Raptors are not that stupid. 3 first-rounders for a guy who's never been an all-star. Just saying. George says remove a couple of picks and add Claxton. It's a done deal. The Nets aren't giving up Claxton for OG Anunoby. They'd get worse. Nick Claxton's been better than OG Anunoby this season. There's no reason to do that. Hemp Custo says 3-way trade with Portland, Jazz, Knicks. Portland gets Vanderbilt, Olynyk. Knicks get Beasley, Nasir Little. Jazz get Obi. Evan Fournier, I'm guessing is what he meant there instead of even. Evan. 2 second-round picks from New York and 2 second-round picks from the Blazers. To be honest, that's not terrible, especially since I kind of like that. Now, the one issue and why this isn't going to happen is Nasir Little's on a poison pill contract. He's got a poison pill provision since he signed an extension on his rookie deal. So there would be like serious salary cap implications for Portland if they did this. In terms of what money they have to spend, but in terms of value, I don't think it's bad. Gio says, realize this, Raptors don't want Harris, Patty Mills, or Seth Curry as fillers. Well, it has to be. Who else are you getting? Like, you're not getting a good player in this with 3 first-round picks. I'm sorry, you're just not. Okay, to be frank here, the Raptors gave up a first for Thad Young. So I don't know. I think this is a better trade for the Raptors than trading a first for Thaddeus Young, in my opinion. So that's my thought on that. Roscoe says, what about the Mavs? What other realistic moves can they make? So I've talked about Pirtle, a good amount for them. If Miles Turner was available, they would have wanted him, but that's not going to happen, I don't think. So New Yorker says he wants Vanderbilt and OG. Wow Factor says Siakam should only leave if Durant is going to the Raptors. Not seeing that. Colin says no chance Raps trade Precious. Yeah, I don't really see Precious Achua getting traded. Mode 92 says OG so overrated. Giovanni says Pelicans offer is better than anything that's can offer for OG Anunoby. Again, this is not someone the party that the Raptors should accept this. I have not said that. Okay, but this is the Nets offer. This is what the Nets realistically can offer that makes sense. We're getting a lot. It's funny. We're getting people saying OG's overrated. We're getting people saying OG's underrated. I think OG's skill set is underrated. I think that at the same time, though, his trade value right now is over the top of what it should be because he's the best available player. Trenner says that's definitely not good enough first for OG Anunoby. Only way Nets get OG is with moving one of Cam or Claxton. I mean, Cam Thomas can go. People don't. Cam Thomas is a bench scorer. He will not be a star in the league at all. There's no pathway for that. Kira says best moves for Lakers: Anunoby, Trent Jr., Birch for LeBron, Davis, Beverly for Dinwiddie. Okay. No, none of that is happening. Scotto says Claxton's hair was holding him back. It honestly was. Wow Factor says Ben Simmons has no value, though. Seriously, if Toronto accepts him, they got robbed. Think about this. Former All-Star has no value right now, and the team getting him is the one that gets robbed. If you get a guy who's a former All-Star who's in his mid-20s for nothing, that's probably someone you want to try and get right now for nothing. Like some of the things I hear, like think about it. Would you trade a second-round pick for Ben Simmons right now if you're the San Antonio Spurs? Would you do it? And if you answer no to that, you're just wrong. Like, what is San Antonio worried about their cap space? Who are they going to sign? I don't know. I did see a funny comment though. Emmanuel says Ben to Melbourne, playing for Melbourne United for the NBL. I like that one. David Sam says trading for OG would be like Bucks trading for Drew and get to the championship. Right. And you look at that deal. Again, what was it? Let's look at the Drew Holiday trade, actually. I think that's a good little bar here to set for what a trade should look like for maybe OG Anunoby. Let's go look at it. In the deal for Drew Holiday, here was the package. Let's see if we get, which by the way, was labeled as an overpay when it happened. Let's see if I can actually get any reporting on what it was. Bucks give up 4 draft picks for him. They traded 2 unprotected firsts, 2025 and 2027. Remember, this happened years ago. So the picks I'm talking about in 2027, 2029 is about similar distance away, right? Plus the rights to swap picks in 24 and 26. So they gave up 2 unprotected firsts. Bucks also gave up Eric Bledsoe and George Hill. I mean, that's what they did to get Drew Holiday. And you guys are saying that the Nets are getting that the Nets are fleecing the Raptors here, even though they're giving up more than Milwaukee did, or the Nets are giving up more than what Milwaukee did for Drew Holiday. Sporting Game says Twitter source said that Toronto is going to trade Gary Trent Jr. and draft comp for Jakob Poeltl. Is it a possible deal? It would be, but I don't see why they would do that. Gary Trent Jr., in my opinion, is a more valuable player than Jakob Poeltl, so I don't think that there's value to that. NBA Escape says, at Utility Sports, we need to get Jalen Suggs. Suggs, I don't think he'll get moved. I would just be kind of surprised if that happened. I think the ownership management there in Orlando likes him quite a bit. DM says getting to the play-in/8 seed is always Washington's goal. It seems that ownership front office is something else. That's about the best way to put it. The Wizards are a nightmare. I'm glad I'm not a Wizards fan, to be honest. It'd be very tough. Tim Skaggs says Josh Richardson to the Warriors, PBJ to the Spurs with the third team involved for money purposes. I don't know. It's like an okay framework. Not sure if I love it for either team, really. Gio says if OG can be traded for Joe Harris as a feature, the Nets can trade Claxton for Thad Young. Again, the feature for Drew Holiday was Eric Bledsoe. Like, I don't think you guys understand how some of this works for like matching money. It's not always if the Raptors do this, they're accepting the fact that they're going to try and lose. Like they don't really care. But Joe Harris is at least something they need, which is shooting. Like, I'd hate to lose Gafford as a Wizards fan. Yeah, Gafford's a solid big, I guess. Geese says, bro, if the Mavs get 8, and that's my West favorite. I think Ayton would help them. I don't know if they become my favorite though. Van Stripe says I'm also a Cancer. That's what I am. Ryan says Gafford is solid. Got him in fantasy, bro. Gets like 3 blocks a game lately. Yeah, that's what he's best at. Is he just jumps and tries to block. Magic are shopping Mo Bamba and Terrence Ross. Almost like we knew that was going to happen. Jason Kimball says Ian Bagley reporting teams are holding off on trades until confirmation on Durant. I mean, again, the team should just – I wish that out of the 600 people, 30 of them would be NBA GM so I could sit here and say Kevin Durant is not getting traded. Stop thinking he is. It's just not going to happen this trade deadline. It just isn't. You can quote me on that too. He's not getting traded this deadline. Like, if they were, why would the Nets trade for Finney-Smith and Dinwiddie? They would just try and get young guys instead of good good players right now. It just people don't have like GMs around the league don't understand what's going on. Colin says Otto Porter Jr. is out for the season. Going to be hard to move that. I don't think it will be. Actually, look at Cleveland last year trading Ricky Rubio. I think the fact that he's out for the season actually makes him easier to trade because a rebuilding team or a team looking to maybe help your draft odds, you could say, hey, look, we're getting a guy who's not even going to play because he's injured, right? That's where there's some value. Van Stripe says, how would the Mavs get 8? No, that'd be wild. Yeah, it's just not really realistic. I don't think that's going to happen. Carl says, do you like Gary Trent Jr. in New York? I would love that for the Knicks. That would be a dream come true, honestly. And they have the picks to offer. Gary Trent Jr. would be awesome with Tom Thibodeau. It'd actually be a really good fit. Dave Dog says, who are the Nationals? I don't know which team you're trying to ask for here. Geese is saying Mavs would give Hardaway Jr., Christian Wood, Josh Creed, and picks. Yeah, I wouldn't do that if I'm the Mavs. I'm not giving up 3 players for DeAndre Ayton and picks, and no thank you. Van says in a package for OG Anunoby, who would you want, Dyson Daniels or Trey Murphy? I'd prefer Trey Murphy. I would. Not that Daniels is terrible. I like Trey Murphy more. Better shooter, in my opinion, but that's my thought. David says Mavs need to go all in if they want to get something out of the Kyrie trade. Yeah, but you have to still make a good decision. Jonah wants to know if I think Kidd's an overrated coach. No, I think Kidd is a solid coach, to be honest. Mo92 says, let's see if Shepard can rob someone again. And he sends a sticker in. Talking about my Mavs from last year, of course. And like John is saying here, he robbed Gafford and Porzingis for sure. He really did. The Mavericks, if you look back at their trade history, they turned Porzingis, Finney-Smith, and a first-round pick and a second-round pick into Kyrie Irving. Not really the best, from my opinion. And it's probably 2 months of Kyrie Irving. NBA Escape says Raptors should trade for Westbrook. Oh, sorry, wrong name, Westbrook. I don't know why they would trade for him, though, unless they're getting those two first-round picks. David says Pelicans 1 first-round pick are good if from Lakers, which are lottery pick as we speak. Yeah, I mean, that's really one of their best assets. Zodiac GM says Jay Sean Tate for Grant Williams. No. The Clipper or the Celtics have no reason to do that, I think. Oracle says if my Suns were able to snag OG from Toronto. Oh, he says Okay. I didn't read that whole comment before I put that on the screen. Whoops. Oracle, let's keep it a little bit more PG-13. Oh, man. That's funny. Talal says prepare for Kevin Durant trade this offseason. This is what I mean. Kevin Durant, if he's going to get traded, it will be in the offseason. And it'll be after the draft. And the reason for that is after the draft, picks in 2030 become available to trade, but teams can still trade the draft rights from guys in the 2023 draft. Because of that, Brooklyn could maximize their assets, kind of like what Utah did with Gobert, where they got Walker Kessler. And they did it the same thing with Mitchell getting Ochai Agbaji after the draft. Scotto says tomorrow definitely over 1,000 in the chat. That would be awesome if we hit that number. Last year, I think for a while we had over 1,500 people watching. So hopefully we get over 1,000. We'll see. If not, though, I'm not mad about it because even with all 600 of you in here, it's been awesome. So I really appreciate each and every one of you. And just a reminder, go give us a follow on Twitter. Over here, I'll show the profile here. Just make sure you give us a follow. Tweet at us mock trades. We've had a couple of those already. I'd love to look at more of what you guys are thinking. _utility sports on Twitter. So go ahead, go give us a follow over there. I'd love to hear what you guys think, and we'll take a good long look at some of your guys' trade ideas as well. But go hit us with the follow over there and then mention us in some tweets if you want us to feature you during the stream to all 600 of these awesome viewers. John says the Wizards need a closer for the last 5 minutes. I love Beal, but that is not his strong suit. Yeah, he's actually been really bad in clutch situations this year. Just Brian says it's a terrible trade. The trades are way too far down the line. We want picks in the next draft or 2 years away max. If you're Masai Ujiri, do you have any concerns about your job security? I don't know. I would be looking at that Dallas 2029 first and say, oh, okay, I'm sitting here waiting for Doncic to probably leave, and that pick could be top 10. Just saying. Did not read that comment before I put it on the screen. Whoops. Capo says, according to Jalen Duren, Reddish may be on his way to Detroit. Definitely something that I could see as a possibility. SP wants to know how is Harris's defense. It's bad, but I can't say Toronto's been great defensively this year either. Hunter wants to know what trade machine I'm using. I'm using Fanspo. It's FANSPO. It is significantly better than ESPN's. Way better. Their stuff's more accurate. ESPN, their trade machine's kind of brutal, to be honest. John says Nets got draft capital to rebuild. Exactly. And that's kind of the whole point, right? Like, you trade the draft capital to Toronto and you have a whole bunch of other picks you can use to make moves. Colin says the faraway picks from good teams are better than picks next year. In 29, Kevin Durant could be gone from Brooklyn. He will be gone from Brooklyn, right? 2020. Think about that. That's 6 years from now. He's going to be 40. That's 2 years older than LeBron currently is. Like, people, Colin, the issue though is people don't think that same way of like, oh, that pick's so far. Yeah, that's good. Like, think about it. The Nets don't have any picks really because Houston owns all of their picks. So you get their pick in 2029 after Kevin Durant's probably retired or gone from the Nets in general, and they haven't been able to draft anybody for 4 years. Like, they're going to be bad, but people don't think that way. Aaron says, you think the Knicks wasted Reddish or that Reddish is not a real NBA player? I think Reddish is a real NBA player, but I think he's like a 12th guy, right? He's like, oh, well, if our star's out, maybe Reddish can play a little bit and give you like 10 points. Like, he belongs in the NBA, but he's not an NBA consistent contributor. It just, I don't think the Knicks did anything wrong with him. I just don't think Cam Reddish is that good. And I didn't think that he would be that good when he came out of Luke either. John here says, the Wiz suck at 3-point shooting as well. Our team is made up of 2-point geezers. Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, like that's what'll happen. I mean, that's Tommy Shepard's MO though, right? Like the Rui Hachimuras of the world. Oh man, it's tough. Who dat wants to know how long Luke is out? My guess is Luke is going to miss tonight, and then he'll play Friday. So I don't think he's out too long. He'll probably just miss tonight, which is a bummer because I'd love to see him play with Kyrie tonight, but it seems like he's out. Scotto says now the Nets have to get back D'Lo and Allen. Yeah, I mean, who knows if they would have had those two guys, how much better they'd maybe be. Trenner says Nets are not getting OG. If they don't move Cam or Claxton, it's not happening. Those first are some of the lowest value picks. I mean, okay. It is what it is. SP says OG is the Donovan stopper. He should be worth more. Yeah, some teams should give up 7 firsts for OG and Anunoby and then wonder why they lost in the first or second round of the playoffs like the Raptors do. Colin says, I don't hate that trade. 3 firsts for OG plus 2 seconds for taking Harris. Exactly. Colin gets it. Colin understands the value here. Carl here is calling out all the other Raptors fans. I'm not calling you guys out, but Carl just did. Siakam literally missed this year. He's a multiple-time All-NBA Raps. Players are always disrespected. I don't feel like I'm not. I clearly struck a chord with Trenor. He's clearly upset with me. But Smooth Brown Man says I like that OG trade. Yeah, and like Colin's saying here, Fournier cost the first just to get off of him. Here we have a comment. Hughes says no trades today. This is so bad. None yet. Scotto says Gobert trade might go down as the worst in pro sports history. No, I don't think so. Gobert is 30 years old and he's got 4 great years ahead of him yet. I mean, what that like best case scenario, the Nets have like pick 18 this year or something. Not really that worried about it, to be honest. The only thing that hurts is trading Kessler, because I really like Kessler. But to be honest, Kessler is like, I don't know. There's a difference between a regular season and a postseason. I'll say that. Don't know says, good evening, bro. After a hard day's work, time for me to relax and enjoy your show. And a little bit of me pipe in there as well. Glad to have you back in here. Don't know. Crazy. We've already been live on the channel for over 2 hours. My voice is actually holding up a little bit, which is crazy. Tony wants to know if I think Kevin Durant will get dealt before the trade deadline. No, I do not. I do not see Kevin Durant getting traded at all. Just a reminder, send me your mock trades on Twitter @_utility sports. I would love to see what you guys have in store. I do think we do have one trade on there. At least we have one notification. I don't have any bookmarked tweets. Let's see if there's a new tweet at us. Here we go from Brady Thompson. Thank you, Brady, for sending this in. The 76ers, he wants to know what we're thinking on this. 76ers get Alex Len and a 2025 second. The Kings get Matisse Thybulle. I think this is actually a really good framework. The 76ers get a big man who can play just a little bit in the postseason. Probably give you, like it says here, low-minute guy, but probably give you 10 minutes when Joel Embiid's out in some of the big games. And you just hope that he's not a huge minus, right? I could see something like this materialize. The other thing that I think I could see is maybe a 3-team deal where the Bulls get involved with this. And instead of a second rounder going to, the 76ers still get a second round pick, but Alex Len would not be in this trade. Terrence Davis would. Terrence Davis goes to the Bulls, and the Bulls send Andre Drummond to the Kings. Or not to the Kings, to the 76ers, sorry. So the Kings still get Thybulle. The Bulls get, in this trade, Terrence Davis, and the 76ers get Andre Drummond and a second-round pick, which I think is kind of all-around fair. But I think that's a pretty good framework to a deal, honestly, Brady, and something that I could see happening. Pimp Naked says, you're an idiot if you think Cam Johnson is just a bench scorer. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. This will be one. Someone clip it right now. Someone record this. Cam Thomas will be a bench scorer. And I say that affectionately. That's a very valuable role. Think Jamal Crawford. Think Lou Williams. I promise you. I know Pimp Naked that you probably looked and saw, he scored 47 against the Clippers. Did you watch the last 2 minutes of that game? Did you watch it? He threw the ball out of bounds and he had 2 jumps. And they ended up losing by like 6. Last 2 minutes, he threw the game. DM says Cam is having a good couple of games for trade showcase right now. Yeah, and even if the Nets keep him, I think he fills a role for them. But, people are talking about Cam Thomas is going to be a superstar. Let's read what I had to say about Cam Thomas before the draft. Remember, before most of you guys even knew who he was. And I'm talking about you, Pimp Naked. Cam Thomas from LSU. I had him 23rd on my board. 3-level scorer with true shot creation ability, comfortable rising up, going left and right, step back, down pat with range, will be a good floor spacer if asked, to fill that role off the ball. He's best suited to be an on-ball guard off the bench early in his career. Quick handle, comfortable finishing through contact, and is instant offense for a team. Where'd I lie? Where's the lie? DM says, as a Magic fan, I wish Elfrid Payton's hairstyle change had the same effect as Claxton's. That's a throwback, DM. I like that one. That's a funny one for sure. John says Christian Wood for Batum and Terrence Mann. I don't think that the Clippers do that. Ryan says you're welcome. I think he was talking with Ahmad about how long the trade deadline out. Yeah, like 27 hours right now. Trainer says Ben Simmons is locker room cancer, doesn't work hard, doesn't try and get better, and has 2 more years after this at like $40 million per. Yeah, I agree. Ben Simmons is a big negative contract right now, but when he's healthy, he's been relatively a good regular season player. So Daily Content says, I'm surprised Portland hasn't been connected to Ben. To be honest, that would be an okay option for them. Daniel says, no way Spurs want Ben Simmons. Sorry. Yeah, the Spurs are more focused on just being continually bad. So, like, I get it. Ben Simmons would be the best player on the Spurs right now. He's better than Keldon Johnson. He is better than Devin Vassell. I know right now everyone's loving to clown him. I know he has not had the best last 24 months in terms of sitting out a season and then having back surgery and then not playing super well this year. Let's just not forget what Ben Simmons has done in his career. Ben Simmons right now has more all-star appearances than the entire Spurs roster put together. So, I get it. But for a guy who, for his career, averages 15, 8, and 7.5 on 56% shooting with all defense level effort and defense. He's been an all defense member before. The guy's injured. Give him a little bit of time, please. Ryan says, how could Nets trade Cam Thomas immediately after dropping 40 and 3 straight and being competitive? That's risky. What if he's a top 60 level player by next year? You act like he's a throw-in. Ask yourself this question. Do you really believe Cam Thomas can be a top 60 player next year? Do you really believe that? Wow Factory says, but Ben Simmons isn't good, bro. I've been watching the games. He's become another Westbrook, so that's why I said this is not even worth free because it's causing more problems. Like, here's the thing. Ben Simmons had back surgery. He is playing following back surgery. I understand he hasn't looked good this year. I promise you, a year and a half from now, he will not look like the same player. I promise you. He will be playing much better than he's currently playing. Injuries nag players. Look at James Harden with his pulled hand because of his pulled hamstring. I told everybody not to sell their stock on him. I got clowned on YouTube. Let's go look at that one. Let's get that on the channel. Or up here now because I need to pull that up because I got trolled for it. So just because people love to think certain things and they just follow whatever they most recently saw because they don't have a way to really consider what's actually happening. So let's look up James Harden. Here is the video. Let's get this on the screen because I just need people to realize how injuries work. I didn't think this would be something I had to explain, but here we are. I made a video. I said, is Harden done? Obviously, there's the phases of his career where he was not playing well last year with Philly. Utility Sports covers James Harden, what the future holds for the multi-time All-Star. I said, I realized that in this video, I will be in the tiny minority, of people that believe what I believe. Come back to this video and flame me if I'm wrong, but hear me out first. And let's go to the comments. The comments are always fun to look at. Let's see what's going on in the comment section on this one. And we'll take off the I haven't responded. In my circle, I call Harden Eastbrook. You should see all the messages telling me how much different he is than Westbrook. I told them he is the polar opposite of bad, but on the same bad spectrum. One goes too fast and have turnovers. The other goes too slow and has turnovers. One can't shoot and spams bad shots. The other shoots better and still spams bad shots. They are the same non-winning kind of player. just with a different approach. Last time I looked, I think James Harden should be an all-star this year. I think he's top 3 in the league in assists. But yeah, career winning percentage of 65%. Sure. James Harden will never be the same. Last time I looked, he's having another great season again. It's not throwing under the bus. It's called the truth. Well, the truth was wrong. To do what? Play off of Embiid? With the foul rule change, people are afraid to play defense on him. He was never that fast to begin with. Now that people are not worried about the cheap fouls, they can play to the step back and his 30 dribbles in one spot. Problem is Harden refuses to move without the ball. Yeah, so that's been so problematic that the 76ers are great this season. This guy actually agreed. Shout out to Black Chess Authority. This guy's a G. Sixers send a bunch of picks on Harden for Beal. Beal's on the worst contract in the NBA. He's freaking lazy, says this guy. He'll just gain it all back. Well, he hasn't gained it all back. Oh, man. All these comments are hilarious. I hope you guys kind of see what I'm saying, because some of this stuff is just, I don't know, it's ridiculous. Give Ben Simmons some time. Give Ben Simmons some time for sure. I don't know. I laugh every time. They don't wear Gucci on their sidelines. Sohan's a similar player, but actually tries to improve. I mean, yes, but I don't know. Okay. Brian says Cam Thomas is way more talented than Lynn. People need to stop with that. I agree Cam Thomas is talented, but we'll see. We'll see if Cam Thomas comes off the bench for a majority of his career or not. We'll see. We'll see. Brian says, what do you think about Clint Capella for the Mavs? I don't love that. I do not want him. Why? How would this not be live? How would I be responding to your comments if this isn't live? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know how the live stream isn't live. I'd have to be some type of wizard to pull that off. DM says Magic have been shopping Mo Bamba and T Ross for like at least 2 years. It feels like, yeah, every single year. Colin says, really, that's interesting. Cohen here says people who think Nets would trade Claxton are smoking weird stuff. That's how I feel. I don't think that he's going anywhere. I see LJ here is realizing it's just delayed. Yeah, there's just natural delay when you're streaming. That's just kind of how it works. Sylvester says, how can you say Cam's not a star? Right situation. He can be a star. He is young. Have you ever played? Yeah, I have played basketball. I understand. Making shots is really, really difficult. But how about what separates Sylvester? I'd love to hear what separates him from Jordan Clarkson. How is he more talented than Jordan Clarkson? I'd love to hear. Sylvester, I want an explanation. Why is he a way better player than Jordan Clarkson? Because I would say Jordan Clarkson's not a star. Do you think Jordan Clarkson's a star? He's averaging 21 a game this year. Jordan Clarkson is. Is he better than Jordan Clarkson? Uli says Hardaway straight up for Will Barton to save future money. I don't think that the Wizards will do that. Champ still wants to know who else has been traded, guys. Nobody quite yet. Brady says, yo, fire, welcome, Brady, to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Appreciate your tweet that you sent as well. NLW Production says, any thoughts on trades for the Celtics? I think they're looking for a backup big. Could see someone like potentially Kelly Olynyk. Could see someone like Jakob Poeltl. Depends on what kind of big they're looking for. Brendan says, you missed practice, man. Not a good look for a new team. I know. I got lost on a flight. I had a layover in Utah on my way out to Sacramento. And unfortunately my flight got delayed. So I couldn't make practice today. That's on me after getting traded. It's on me. Jordan says top 3 to 5 most dysfunctional teams heading into this deadline. The Nets they got out of it by trading away Martin Luther Irving. I don't know if you've seen that on Twitter or on TikTok or not. That guy's hilarious. But the Nets now the Mavs are. The Mavs are an issue. The Blazers and Lakers are messes, in my opinion. Washington's just a problem. And those would be some of my answers, I would say. Pimp says only a clown thinks Cam Thomas doesn't have ability. He was a bucket in college. Y'all geeks don't know about. I literally read you my scouting report on him, talking about how he's a bucket and a 3-level score. Again, you can say what you want to say. Okay, you can say what you want to say. I know what I'm talking about, and I promise you, Cam Thomas will never be an all-star. I promise you, Cam Thomas will never average 25 plus points a game in a season. He's just not going to. He's not a star. He's not a star. Okay, he's going to be a very good bench scorer. Mike says Jason Kidd's a great coach, especially with point guards. Look at Brunson. What are the Mavs going to do for the defensive deficiencies? They need to add a shot blocker. That's the top priority, honestly. Ryan says almost caught Sheldon slipping with that. Yeah, I got close a couple of times. Unlimited Range says, dude, Shaden Sharp dropped out of the dunk contest. I'm actually happy he did. He is being replaced by Jericho Sims in the dunk contest. And for a guy like this who thinks I don't understand anything about basketball, I actually played Jericho Sims in high school and went to overtime against him. We almost beat him. He ended up dunking 4 times in overtime, so I know he can get up. But we went to overtime with them. So you can say what you want about if I can't play ball or not, but I'd be surprised if there's a lot of people in the comment section that could guard me. Ghostly here says, did any trades happen today yet? No trades yet today as of yet, but I think that we are getting closer. Just remember, when it's quiet, that means that stuff is brewing. State of the Pelicans says New Orleans Pelicans are here. Yeah, the Pelicans are going to be looking for some moves for sure. Here Ninja says Rashawn Holmes is a 15% trade kicker, which makes him a little more difficult to trade at $11.5 million on his deal with 3 years remaining. Anybody buying? Is that one of the trade kickers where the Kings would have to pay? Because sometimes it's structured that way. So the Kings might be the ones responsible for paying that, which is maybe why they wouldn't trade. John says Doncic is not leaving. European players are historically loyal to the teams. Yeah, I just feel like Doncic is a little bit different. Again, did I ever play basketball? Yes, I literally. Okay, you guys got it. Buckwild said, "Man, please always talk about Luka." I never said that about Dirk. I never said Dirk Nowitzki was going to leave at any point in my life. Did I ever say that? It is what it is. If you think Luka is the same person as Dirk Nowitzki, you're just wrong. Suman said LeBron is the GOAT. I think so. Reddish needs to be on a terrible team and can probably score 15 a game. Yeah, if he's on a team that doesn't care about winning, he'd be awesome there, right? Trenner says you can project those picks to be whatever you want, but they're still in 2029 and 2027. It's no guarantee. Okay, so you'd rather get a 2023 first? Like let's think about the Pacers offer. You get the Cavs and Celtics first this year. You have 2 picks in the 20s. What are you going to do with them? Got it. Ed Mark, what's my action on this next at the trade deadline? They're going to look for a big man. I think Jakob Poeltl's an option. Luke Davis says, settling in for the rest of my workday. Let's get it. Glad to have you in here again, Luke. Excited to have you watching the stream. Michael here says, do you think Knicks make any type of moves before the deadline? They'll for sure trade Cam Reddish, and I think Josh Hart's a potential add for them for sure. Ryan says, I like that 3-team trade, Sixers, Kings, and Bulls for all team. Yeah, I think that's good. Colin says Cam Thomas is the only guy in Brooklyn that can score right now. Once KD's back, he can't shoot 30 times a game. Thank you, Colin. Somebody understands that. Yeah, he scored 40-something points on 29 shots. Yeah, it's good. Buck Wild thinks I'm an idiot. That's all right, Buck. You just keep drinking the Kool-Aid that Mark Cuban's telling you. You keep drinking it. Just remember, we traded for Kyrie Irving for him to be a Laker in 2 months. Mike Jones says Cam Thomas is a buddy 2.0, a.k.a. Quagmire can't play defense. And that's part of why he's not a starter. And that's why he's not going to close games. Again, like, the whole comment section's flaming me, but I can tell you the comment section didn't watch the last 2 minutes of the Nets versus Clippers game. The people that think I'm stupid didn't watch Cam Thomas till the end of the game. Carl says, okay, guys, OG's averaging 17 points a game for the season and is third in steals and leads for most of the season. The reason his average has been down lately is because he just came off some injuries. Yeah, the one thing about OG Anunoby is it seems like he's always dealing with some injuries. Let's look at OG Anunoby's games played for his career. Last year, OG Anunoby played 48 games. The year before that, he played 43. The year before that, he played 69. The year before that, he played 67. This year, he's played 45. I don't know. I think OG Anunoby's a guy who's going to hover around 16 to 19 points a game for his career. He's going to shoot about 45 to 48% from the field. He's going to shoot about 35 to 38% from three. I mean, if you get 3 first-round picks for him, I feel like you're doing really well. I really do. Winter Soldier says, do you think Scotty Barnes can be a superstar one day? And what do you think his ceiling is? I don't know about superstar. I think all-star is kind of what his ceiling will be. I think he'll be a multi-time all-star. Francisco says Simmons has 0 value right now. He can't play. Simmons' pass was great. And now have you seen him play? No effort. Yes, I get it. If you're the Spurs, you're not worried about now. If you're the Rockets, you're not worried about now. You're trying to add a player who's going to hopefully recover and be good in 2 years. And if he doesn't, then his contract's expiring anyway. If you can get him for nothing, then it's a steal. But I don't. What is the deal with selling Ben Simmons to the Spurs? We don't want him. Okay, like why? Why would you not want him? I just there's no rationale other than saying, oh, we just don't want him. Like, okay, fine, don't get him and finish second to last in the NBA for the next 3 years. DM says Cam Thomas reminds me of Jordan Poole. similar archetype. Brennan says Cam becomes a top 60 player when Linsanity returns. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A11 Gravy says, salute Utility Sports, have my notifications on. Still didn't get to see video from the start. No worries, A11 Gravy. That's a good reminder. Everyone hit that subscribe button right now. Leave a like on the stream if you are enjoying. I'm sure I've got more dislikes than ever today because I'm, I don't know, speaking a little bit of facts and people don't like hearing it. But a 3-game stretch has turned Cam Thomas into a superstar. If you weren't sure, I think the Nets should give him a Supermax extension based on how everyone's talking about him. Devon Wallace says a Dinwiddie, Finney Smith, KD, Pascal, Clax lineup is tough. That would be really tough. It'd be really a score on the team. It'd be hard to keep up with how much they're going to score. Francisco says Simmons had back surgery, but he isn't even trying. I get it. But have you had back surgery before and then tried to play an NBA game? Like, you think his back isn't like probably tensing up and tight and it's hard to run at times after back surgery? I pulled my back before. I pulled muscles in my back and it's hard to breathe. Okay. Like anything with your back is really, really serious and takes a long time to recover. Jonah says Frank, Reggie, and a second for Fournier and our first back. I don't know. I don't really see that happening. Dreadlock says there are many overpaid players in the NBA, Simmons, Westbrook, but at some point, most of them deserve their contract, but simply not for long. I mean, yeah, like players get the contract some way, right? They're not, sometimes people mess up. Buddy Hield to the Raptors and they keep OG. I don't see that happening. Tony says, why are you so hard on Cam Thomas? Bro's only 21. He's going to make mistakes, especially down the stretch. Because it's just, I can't believe it. I love Cam Thomas. I'm a big Cam Thomas guy. I have been for a long time. I like Cam Thomas before anybody in this comment section. I guarantee it. I like Cam Thomas at Oak Hill. Now, the thing about Cam Thomas is I'm just being realistic. Comparing him to the best 6 men of all time in terms of Jamal Crawford, Lou Williams, I don't understand how people are thinking I'm slighting him. Okay? He's not a star. He's not ever going to be a star. I'm not even sure if he's ever going to be a consistent starter in the NBA. So we'll see. Oracle says, I don't think All-Star means as much anymore when D-Book hasn't been one enough, in my opinion. I get it, but we're talking about, has OG Anunoby ever deserved to be an All-Star? Even. I won't even say he has the All-Star accolade or not. Has he deserved to be an All-Star? The answer to that is no, he has not. Brian says, the point is, why do you think a team that would be shopping the youngest player ever to score 40-plus points in 3 straight immediately after doing it, do you not see risk there? No, I haven't even said that they're shopping him. I mocked the Nets trade and Cam Thomas was not in it. But I mean, if it comes down to getting a player you really think can help you win a title, you trade Cam Thomas. It's just the way it is, especially if the other team's valuing him super high. Cam says, do you think Bones Highland is getting traded, and where to, if so? I think he is getting traded. I could see Minnesota. I could see Utah. I could see Houston. There's a lot of different options. All right, let's go over to Colin here. Says Harden has been great this year, totally reinvented himself. That's exactly what I said in that video. Cam says Harden can't blow by defenders as consistently as he used to be able to, but his threes, assist turnover ratio, mid-range are making up for it, even defending sometimes. Exactly. And, I tried telling people that this would happen. Naturally he's going to age, and part of his game, which was blow-bys, is going to age out, but, that's that. Kicked here says you don't have to explain anything, man. Some people always disagree because they thought they were forced to believe everything they see in net nowadays. But appreciate the explanation. Yeah, here's the thing. This is the hardest thing about being a small YouTuber, right? I don't even feel like it's 16,000 is I feel like that's a really good amount. And if I was told before I started this that I'd have that many, I'd be like, wow, that's a lot, right? But relatively, I'm small, compared to other whatever corporations, that kind of thing. The one thing I'm going to say though is ESPN says one thing so that I can't be right, but then ESPN is constantly wrong all the time about all of their takes. You do realize that one of the main guys at ESPN is Bar. Bobby Marks was the assistant GM when the Nets traded all of their picks for Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett. But I'm telling you guys, that's a terrible mistake. Everyone here knows that was a terrible mistake. And yet you guys are going to say that guy's way more credible than me because he worked in a front office. Yeah, and when he was in the front office, he made the worst trade of all time. Renton says, you said Ben will be good in a year and a half from now. It's a huge contract to take on. Yeah, the Spurs have cap space. The Spurs right now, again, I don't, why are fans so worried about the owner's money? I don't understand that. Who are the Spurs going to sign in free agency? Are they signing Kyrie? Are they signing James Harden? Oh no, the Nets didn't get to sign, the Spurs didn't get to sign another Zach Collins who doesn't move the needle at all. Oh no. ITK says difference between Ben Simmons and Richard Simmons is Richard has a shot. Okay. Wow. He just wants to know about Clippers trades. I think VanVleet is the most likely option for them. I ultimately think that he will be a Clipper once the trade deadline is through. Delore says, who hates on Joel? Bro is a terrific center. Yeah, Joel's awesome. Joel's a great center. Mode92 says they hate on the Wizards. Chill, bro. I know. So I'm being a little feisty right now. Maybe I should dial it back a little bit. Big J says, hey, what would it take for the Wiz to get Bay or Covington? Thanks. So Jay, to get Bay or Covington, it would probably take, for Covington, a second rounder gets him, I think. But for Bay, you probably have to give up a protected first, I would have to guess. Brian says, OG is not all-star caliber. That great offensive stretch has fallen away and he gets hurt every year. He's valuable, but not nearly as much as some people think. Exactly. So, yeah, if you're Toronto and you get 3 first-round picks for a guy who's not an all-star level player, that sounds really good to me. Sign me up. Michael says a lot of fans have recency bias. Nets fans have those homer glasses on. Move aside LeBron. Cam Thomas has arrived. Yeah, literally. Cam Thomas. He's going to finish with 40,000 points. He'll finish with 40,000. Crazy. George says if Mavs don't make another move, Kyrie trade will be the worst for the team. Yeah, it'll be a brutal trade if they don't add other stuff. Colin says Cam is not a star. He could be a star. Also, a ton of guys each year could be stars and never live up to it. See, that's what, I get the point there, right? He's playing like a star, honestly, in some ways, the last 3 games he has been, but it is what it is. Here, this comment wants to know about TJ Warren to the Cavaliers. That's not going to happen. I think the Nets are going to keep Warren. Brian says Jordan Clarkson is a top 60 player, though, and that's what I said about Cam by the end of the next year. It's possible, and yeah, he might be suited as a 6-man. Do you really think Jordan Clarkson's a top 60 player? I don't know, man. I like in the playoffs. Like think about this is what being a top 60 player means. If we were to redraft the entire NBA, he would be, if everybody drafted correctly, if he's top 60, that means he's some team's second best player. Do you really believe that's top 60? I know he's averaging 21-5 this year. I know. But is he really top 60? Like, I don't want to have to go through 60 players that are better than him. But think about the playoffs. Who is Jordan Clarkson defending? Like, even if we think about point guards, like, let's count out point guards that are better than him. Drew, Harden, Garland. I mean, Dinwiddie, there's a good argument that they're at least equivalent. Brunson's for sure better than him. Trae Young's for sure better than him. That's 6 point guards already. I mean, if we look at the Bulls, they're point guard, whatever right now. Lonzo, when he's healthy, I think is a very good player, but we won't get to that, whatever. Halliburton's for sure better. That's 7. VanVleet, there's a good argument to be had that he's better. I would say that he is. We get to the Hornets, like, is LaMelo better than Clarkson? I would argue that's true. Now this year, LaMelo's been in and out, so it's whatever, right? But Pistons, Cade Cunningham will be better when he's healthy, but we'll just keep it to 7 right now. Then let's go to the Nuggets. Jamal Murray's better. That's 8. Grizzlies, we got 9. John Morant, that's 9 point guards better than him. Kings, De'Aaron Fox is better. That's 10. Suns, Chris Paul's not better anymore. Mavericks, Luka Doncic is better. That's 11. If we counted Kyrie Irving as a point guard, that would be 12. Counted Warriors, Steph Curry, that's 13 point guards. D'Angelo Russell's played just about as well as him this year. Now, I'm not going to say he's better, but he's same realm. Shea's better, so 12. Dame's better, 13 point guards. I just counted 13 point guards better than Jordan Clarkson. You still think he's top 60? I don't know. I don't think so. Miko says a couple high scoring games doesn't make player an all-star. Exactly. That's the truth. Scotto says Jalen Brunson has been a great signing, and I was hesitant about it. Stupid me. It's just a lot of it's about opportunity, right? I mean, Jalen Brunson just played off the ball a lot with Dallas. He goes to a spot that just lands in a good situation and ends up working out really well. Deadly Content says, do you think Chauncey makes his whole contract? The answer to that is Daniel, especially since the GM right now is not even the one who hired him. He was the assistant GM when Chauncey got hired. So my answer to that is no. Daniel wants to know about the Atlanta situation. I think they're going to try and trade Collins, but at the same time, they can never actually get anything done because they want too much for him. Orange Kiss says Boston situation, please. ITK says Sheldon is the Mel Kiper of the NBA. Brendan Sutherland says I could easily guard you, just not well. DM says if I wasn't 5'7", I might be able to. Ryan says they judging a book by its cover. White boy with long hair can't possibly know how to play basketball, right? I know it's funny. Kicks wants to know if I'm the American Luka. No, not like. Listen, I'm not a bucket, but I'm not a bucket like that. But I'm decent. Trinidad says they don't know about Jericho at Cristo Rey. He was a problem at Cristo Rey. And the rest of his team wasn't that good. Part of why we went to overtime. But if I was on his team, I would have been his best teammate. I can say that confidently. John says, bro, you're a stud man. Keep grinding, brother. I'm 6'7", 235, so I can rim protect against you. Other than that, I'm old. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not quite 6'7". I'm about 6'2", and I'm about 200 pounds, a little bit more, maybe 205. I'm into a little bit too much Mountain Dew on stream. Probably the last couple days, that might have been pushing me up the weight a little bit. But I think 6'7" would present some problems for me. Luckily, I did not get blocked by Jericho Sims. I think I had about 14, 15 points that game. I don't quite remember. But Jane says you kind of look like the guy that shot Drake on Degrassi. I don't even know who that is, but that's a funny comment nonetheless. John says, I'm sure the Wizards move Barton. Definitely a possibility. Renee says, who potentially do the Clippers realistically trade for? Renee, the answer to that for me would definitely be Fred VanVleet. I think that's the most likely. Broken Dallas stopped the noisy analyst, said Kyrie's going to sign with the Lakers. I'm sick of it. I know, it's likely that it actually happens. Jim wants to know if there's been trades today. Nothing yet, which is why today's been kind of a fun. I don't feel like we're things too serious, which is fun. Brian's roasting camera the last 2 minutes when he's just getting his first big opportunity and doing historic things is hating. I don't think he's a starter, but a top end 6 man is valuable. I haven't said he's not valuable. I compared him to the best bench scorers of all time. Like, that's awesome. Chris says, bro, you're a little over opinionated and not realistic enough. Okay. Yeah, just keep believing what Twitter tells you, Chris. Believe what Twitter tells you. Watch the games maybe a little bit. Roland says, I wouldn't exactly write off the Spurs just yet. I think we're going to have a good draft this next couple of years. Last time we were in the pits like this, we came up pretty well. I mean, it depends on ping pong balls. If you guys get Scoot or Wembanyama, sure. If you get Brandon Miller, I still think you guys got a ways to go. So we'll see. Maul says fans are sleeping on Ben. It's funny because a year ago Simmons was so in demand, buy low and bring him to the Wolves. Yeah, it's funny because last year I gave the Nets, or I give the Nets like a C grade for trading Harden for Simmons and picks, and people told me I was way wrong because I gave the Sixers an A for that, saying that the Sixers fleeced them getting off of Simmons the way that they did, just with the whole situation. Like, you know, it's just funny. Ron says, no, the casual crowd's noticing. Well, yeah, I know. Like, Cam's been doing this for a while. He's had multiple 20-point games. Even last year he did, but people don't really realize. Aquino with the 2 says, Ben Simmons is the most Wizards-type player ever. Honest to God, he is. Brennan says, yeah, broke my cliff jumping years ago. Back injuries are no joke unless you're Ben Simmons, then it becomes a joke. Like, actually, like, that's honestly the truth. Like, and Brennan, I'm glad that you shared that perspective because it's just like, that's how it is, right? I mean, people don't understand the severity of injuries. Like, these are their actual bodies breaking down. I don't know how people just like, oh, he'll be fine. Comes back right away. He needs to be 100% of himself right away. I don't understand it. And to be honest, the fact that he's averaging like 7, 6, and 6 off of back surgery is pretty impressive. And still shooting 56% from the field. Now, I know that he's not looking to score a ton. I understand there's issues, but like overall, I hope my point comes across clear. Potsy here says, where does Bones Highland go? I think that the Jazz are my preferred pick for where I think he lands. But that's my thought. My name, since we're talking about Cam Thomas, what would the Kings have to give up to get him? Ultimately, I don't really think he gets traded. So I don't think he's going to be on the move. But Keenan wants to know right here, just like that. And then I can see your messages just like this, Kino. Thank you for the 2 again, though. I really appreciate it. And like Braden's saying, Clarkson's definitely not a top 60 player. No hate. He's solid. I think he's solid too. I trust me. Clarkson's a very valuable player. I actually have a trade mocked as well for a Clarkson deal that I think would make the team getting Clarkson, Milwaukee Bucks in this case, much better. I think Clarkson's awesome, but I just don't think he's a top 60 guy. Kyle says, I agree with you about Cam Thomas. As soon as KD's back and the new players get here, Cam Thomas won't be able to shoot 30 times. Completely agree. Shondo says, so is Tyler Hero top 60 because they're kind of similar. I believe both are. Again, being top 60 means if the talent is evenly distributed, you're a top 2 player on your team. I don't see that being the truth about Tyler Hero even. Cam Savage says people see these out. Well, maybe about Hero. Maybe I'm being a little harsh on Hero. Let me walk that back a second. He might be top 60. He's kind of on that. Cam says people see these outlier performances or careers from players and think they're the next big thing. I know, like, I don't know. Michael says, do you think Josh Green can be as good as OG one day? That's kind of the hope of what he grows into. I don't know if he ever will. Business of basketball, talking about the Cole Anthony tweet. Wonder if Cole Anthony gets included in a Fred VanVleet. Possible. No, it'll be something to watch for sure. Kyle says Cam Thomas struggled all year getting minutes because his lazy defense and reckless shooting. He's on a hot streak, but this is a product of no KD, Spencer, or Finney Smith in the lineup. It is. That's exactly the truth. Ninja wants to know if I think Keegan Murray can win Rookie of the Year. I don't think so. I just think the voters are already basically a pen and Paulo on their ballot. Now, not saying that's fair, but I just think that's the way that it is. I understand that there's maybe some argument to giving Keegan Murray Rookie of the Year. Cumin here, the Cumin Missile Crisis, wants to know my thoughts on Amani Bates. I love Amani Bates. I think he's going to be a steal of the draft because he is an elite shot maker. Kind of similar to Cam Thomas, but he's bigger. I think he's quicker. And I obviously has a negative wingspan, and there's still, fallbacks to him. But if you look at him as a movement shooter, a guy who maybe comes off the bench and gives you buckets, there's a lot of value to that. Barron says it's getting spicy in here a little bit. Kick says, Steven Silas, can you tell him to step down? I feel bad for him. Yeah, he should not be the head coach. Ladarius wants to know my thoughts on Nick Smith Jr. at Arkansas. I love his game. He's got a really nice floater. He reads the floor well as a guard. Good distributor, but I am a little worried about the knee, to be honest. He's just been missing time with some lower extremity issues, so we'll see. Summer wants to know if I think Jalen Suggs is any good. There are rumors he'll get traded. Suggs is good. I think Suggs is a good player for sure. I think right now he's just Suggs is meant to be like a fourth or fifth starter on a good team that can help you win by doing a lot of the stuff that requires hard play to win, getting in the passing lanes, that kind of stuff. He's a good player. We'll see what he ends up actually doing for either the Magic or if he does get traded. Derek says Jordan Clarkson's an awesome player, but with an abundance of talents in the league, it's hard to place him in the top 60. That's exactly again, I'm not hating on Jordan Clarkson, but for my point here, again about Cam Thomas, if Cam Thomas is worse than Clarkson and Clarkson's not top 60, are we really going to see Thomas be a top 60 player with how talented the league is getting? No. The answer to that for me is no. Brady says, what do you think about Zach Edey? Barely have seen him in any mocks. Is it mainly the slowness? Yeah, he's not mobile enough. He's just going to get picked on in the pick and roll. 15 years ago, Zach Edey would have been a good NBA player. Right now, it's hard to see him being very good. I think he can have a role on a team. I think being a 12th, 11th through 13th guy makes sense for him, because what I think teams should do is at the end of their bench, instead of filling guys with it's at least more size, but he's not very skilled. You should do the skilled guys there that don't have the physicals to really play a ton. But if a star goes out and you need to find ways to score, that's where the guys make sense to put into lineups, in my opinion. Kimbo Slice, welcome to the stream. I know you watched a bunch last year as well. Glad to have you back in here. He says Spurs need to move Jakob, McDermott, and Josh Richardson for picks. I think Dallas is a potential landing spot for that. Sylvester here says Jordan Clarkson is a better player at this time, but Cam is young, so he has more time at this point. He is young again, in the right situation and right coach. You can say that, no disrespect. Yeah, and right. I think he's playing awesome. Again, I was one of the leaders of the Cam Thomas fangirl section, honestly, pre-draft. I loved Cam Thomas. I thought hey, look, when the Nets took him, I think I maybe even have a video of it up on the channel. I probably gave them an A for drafting him. I loved him. Actually, let me go check. Let me go see if I have I recorded a Cam Thomas. No, I did not, actually, unfortunately. But you can go back to all my draft stuff on the channel before for that year, and you'll see that I really liked him. It's just, I'm being honest with you guys. He's not a superstar. He's not gonna be an all-star. He's a good player who can score. Ryan says, do you think Pirtle has more value last season or this season at the deadline? Pretty much the same. I think roughly the same. I think the fact that he's expiring makes it a little bit more clear about him getting traded, though. Tim here says, will the Mavericks come out ahead if they trade Christian Wood, height, shooter, rebounder? I don't think that they'll come out ahead. Show says, just jumped in. Any Wizards news? Well, welcome to the stream, Show. Glad to have you here. I think now's a good time to remind you guys to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel for more. And when it comes to the Wizards, as of right now, not a lot of news. But the Wizards, they're kind of on maybe the things I should do, they never do. And I think it'll be a little bit of a tough challenge to see. But we'll explore what's going on. Brady says we're going to get a 2023 meme draft. This draft's really good. So there's going to be a lot of really nice pieces in here that can really impact winning. This draft is incredibly stacked. Satan says, do you think Curry will be better than LeBron if he wins 2 more rings and finals MVPs? It's kind of hard to argue that he isn't if he gets 2 more, just because the dominance is unreal then at that point, right? Derek says, who do you think would be a good candidate for the Rockets head coaching job if Silas is out? Mark Jackson is who I would like. You want things to get real spicy in here? Who's the GOAT, Michael Jordan or LeBron James? One thing I'm going to say is if LeBron James played in an era where zone defense and help defense wasn't really legal, oh my God, he would average 35 at least points per game. I promise you. He would be absolutely unreal if he played in Michael Jordan's era. Chai Deep says, do you think Raptors make a trade today? Either today or tomorrow. Austin, myself, I go to Mankato. Not anymore. No, I'm a college grad, so I do not at this point anymore. Bob Sully wants to know about the Orlando Magic. I think that they're interested in VanVleet and supposedly, oh wow. For those of you who don't know, I'm dealing with a little bit of a sore throat in terms of how much I've talked the last few days and stuff, but sorry for that voice cry. It was pretty bad. Might get clipped and put on Twitter or something, which would be funny, but there's a report that Cole Anthony could potentially be on the move because one of his close friends reportedly tweeted about the business of basketball. So it's possible that Cole Anthony could maybe be going to San Antonio, or not to San Antonio. Sorry, I started reading another comment to Toronto potentially in a deal. Brisket says rumors are Gary Trent Jr. and picks for Pirtle. As a Raptors fan, I hate this. One of our weak spots is shooting. Gary Trent Jr. has been great for us. Your opinion? Yeah, I don't think that. I know that they need size, they need rim protection, but I don't know if Pirtle alone makes sense. Now, if it's Pirtle and McDermott, then that way maybe you have a shooter there still, but I don't love it. Simon says, enjoying this while I wait to go to sleep, saying hi from Perth in Western Australia. It's 1:40 in the morning here at the moment. That's actually crazy. Simon, are you a fan of the Perth Wildcats then? I'm interested to hear if you cheer for some of those NBL teams, how closely you follow that league, and how relevant is it in Australia? My uncle is actually Australian. He married into my family. He married my aunt, obviously. So I talked to him quite a bit about Australia. I've never been myself, though. So Pete's here says, when's the trade deadline? The trade deadline is tomorrow, Thursday, February 9th at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Hunter wants to know, can you get Kessler and Vanderbilt with an unprotected first? No, Walker Kessler is borderline untradeable at this point. They're not going to trade Walker Kessler at all this trade deadline. I would be shook. Bob Sully says, give 3 people you think the Magic go for. Fred VanVleet's really the guy. It's harder to see other players that they'd have interest in. I think that maybe they'd consider like a Trey Mann if he became available from Oklahoma City. And then from Portland, maybe like a Josh Hart, although I don't really love it. I think they need shooting. So maybe a different option could be, I don't know, maybe a Will Barton if they want to get off some long-term money, get an expired contract in instead. Unspoken says I'm back, but when these trades going to heat up? I'm hoping really soon here because I've been live for now 3 hours on the channel, and we're at a point where, no trades have happened yet. I'm hoping one happens here. I'm guessing it will. Again, I was 80 to 90% certain that we'd see a trade today. If we don't, then I'm thinking tomorrow's going to be very hectic, but who really knows, right? We could be minutes away from a deal that we just don't know about yet. Elijah says Kareem held the record and nobody was really saying he was the GOAT. Yeah, but he's also, Kareem wasn't 4th in assists as well. Put that in perspective quick. Basically, based on total statistics, LeBron is the top 4 passer and number 1 scorer based on total production. Which if you're really not basing everything off of production, it's kind of hard to talk about all-time lists. I don't really like talking about all-time lists anyway that much though. Aiken here says Clarkson is a better playmaker than Cam. Yes, he is. Renee wants to know about the LA Clippers again. I think VanVleet. I think the Magic and Clippers are really the two big bidders for Fred VanVleet. I think the Lakers maybe jump in there, though. Mavs Man says, compares Cam to greatest bench scorers in NBA history. Comment section, why do you hate Cam? That's literally how the internet is. That's how the internet is all the time. I say a bunch of positive things, but I say, look, he's not as good as this, but he's great. And I get hated on. It's hilarious. This is the way things are. Summer says VanVleet seems like he'd be a good fit on the Magic. Yeah, I think so too. Actually, I think he would fit kind of what they need. Carl says, do you think Siakam is a top 10 player or a top 15 player? I think he kind of ranges from top 15 to top 20. When you're that good of a player, I think everything's kind of fluid. Like some nights you play like a top 7 guy. Some nights you play like a top 20 guy. Like, it's just like, I don't think people understand this is how close everybody is at the top. Like they're all like, oh my gosh, they're all super talented in different ways. And there's like, it's really matchup dependent sometimes. And like, I don't know. It's just like, and I don't know. That's just, it's just what it is. Elijah says, voice cracking. You sure you graduated college? That's a good one. Yeah, I'm going back through my pubescent years a little bit. It seems like. Ryan says Elijah is because MJ exists. Although MJ was just too dominant to have Kareem over him. But LeBron and MJ are close, so the achievement definitely pushing the needle further to LeBron James' side. Especially again with the assist number. Like he's top 4 in both, and he's number 1 in scoring. It's insane. Aquino says, dang, look at my fellow Wizards fans here. Love to see it. Yeah, we got a lot of Wizards fans in here, which is a good time here now, I think, to ask you guys to not only leave a like on the stream, of course, but also to celebrate the NBA trade deadline. Please comment your favorite team. Let me know who you're a fan of in the comment section. Let's get some of these comments up. Was Jamal Crawford not a top 60? No, he was not. If Jamal Crawford was a top 60 player, he would not have come off the bench. Is he a top 60 scorer? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, Brian, you are thinking about everything in terms of scoring equals top 60. Like, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about overall winning NBA games. No, Jamal Crawford was not a top 60 player. Like, he just wasn't. The guys who were top 60 players that came off the bench at moments were Manu and Jason Terry. And the reason that you can tell that when they were doing that was because they used to be starters and then they moved to the bench to fit their team a little bit better. Like Jamal Crawford, if he was a top 60 player, some team would have wanted to start him a lot. Mavs Man wants to know how the game went yesterday. We won by 7, but as you can tell, my voice took a little bit of a hit from screaming at my players to do the stuff that they're supposed to do. So Aquino said, don't worry, guys. We have the 6th best odds right now until we go on another win streak against the lottery teams. That's how it works for the Wizards. They beat some of the bad teams and hurt their own draft lottery odds. G-Master says a GOAT debate because LeBron James all-time scoring leader. There's no discussion. Jordan is untouchable. It's over the end. Here, let's Michael Jordan ISO illegal defense. This is here it is. This is what I need to show you guys, because you guys, again, like sometimes we just don't know the rules, and I understand it. Like we don't really understand the game of basketball to the level that we need to talk about this. This was basketball in MJ's era. Look at this. Because of illegal defense, the rule was that you either had to be doubling the basketball or you had to be within, basically an arm's reach or a little bit extended of an arm's reach of your guy. So because of this, the Bulls here had guys like Dennis Rodman sitting over here and Horace Grant and whoever else they had on the court, right? Non-shooters, but they had to be guarded by their guy. So MJ literally played one-on-one isolation at times. You want to know why he's such a good post scorer? It's because they couldn't double him. Like, think about LeBron in today's era. Usually, always LeBron will catch here, and there's always a help guy coming right here, meeting him right at the rim, making it way harder to score. Way harder. And yet somehow, some way, LeBron is just as efficient. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's faster than Michael Jordan. All three of those things. He's a better passer than Michael Jordan. He's a better three-point shooter than Michael Jordan. He shoots better inside the arc than Michael Jordan. I don't understand the debate about it, really. If you talk about actual skills, LeBron is a similar scorer. He is a better passer, and he's been a more efficient scorer for longer. And by the way, can you guys just imagine if LeBron quit playing basketball in 2013? The narrative around him would be insane about how he doesn't want it and he's not that killer dog. He doesn't have that killer instinct to just keep playing and try and keep winning. That's literally what MJ did. MJ quit at the peak of his powers, right? Oh man. Like Scott was saying, comparing Cam to Lou and Crawford is a huge compliment. It is. I hear you, Fearless. Unspoken says Curry overrated. Come on now. Curry top 5 all time. I think you dropped this. That's funny. Yeah, Curry's one of the best players ever. Curry's incredible. DM says Kessler not getting moved. No way. That's what I agree with. Jack and says just got here. You've probably been asked this a bunch, but your opinions on the Kyrie trade? No worries. I'm glad that you're asking, Jack, and glad to have you in here. Hopefully you're enjoying. When it comes to Kyrie, I think the Mavs did not do well in that trade. If they win a title or they get to the finals, it's an okay move. But if they don't, it's going to be probably one of the biggest regrets Mark Cuban has in it as his time as owner of the Dallas Mavericks, especially if Kyrie leaves in free agency. Derek says, other than Wemby and Scoot, which prospect in the upcoming draft do you feel has superstar potential? I don't really know if there's another one. Maybe Amen Thompson or Ausar Thompson, maybe, but I really don't feel that way. There's plenty with all-star potential, but I just don't see a lot of others with superstar potential, Derek. But it's still strong. Even if you have a draft with one superstar, it's a strong draft. This class has 2. So Simon says, yeah, I try to keep up with the NBL, but so hard with my jobs. But I do follow the Wildcats. Been to a few games. That's fun. I'm hoping that if I ever do go to Australia, that I end up catching an NBL game in person, because I do really like that league. It's a lot of fun to watch. For me, I watch a lot on YouTube because the NBL streams some of their games on YouTube, which is really fun. Tim here says, should the Nets avoid trading for Lakers forward LeBron James? LeBron's not trade eligible. He signed an extension. He cannot be traded this year. Thing says, do you think Oklahoma City will make any moves? If so, what would it look like? I think that they'll dump somebody. Interestingly enough, they are actually over the tax. I'm going to put the teams over the tax right now on the bottom. They're over the tax by just a little bit. So if they move some guys, that will open up the way to get under the tax. Elijah says you like the idea of OG Anunoby on the Mavs. I do. I just don't think it's very possible. I don't think the Mavs have enough to go get OG Anunoby. Brian says peak Jamal Crawford was about the 60th best player. Lou will too, and I think Cam is much more physical than both. He could be better. He's not as good of a passer as either of those guys though either. So I don't know. I feel like we're spending too much time on Cam Thomas, to be honest. Johnny here says, I had a dream that Aaron Gordon with some players and picks were traded for SGA. Trades that make no sense are creeping into my dreams. Johnny, that's fun. I haven't dreamt about trades yet, but I'm sure maybe tonight I will. OM Reggie wants to know, bro, where are the trades? I don't know. I should call some of the GMs and say, bro, get on it here. Let's get some deals done so I've got something to talk about other than Cam Thomas and illegal defense in my trade deadline stream. But I do appreciate you guys sticking around. I hope you're still having a fun time. I know the trades have been quiet, but I've had a lot of fun still streaming, so I hope you guys have had a lot of fun still watching. Nick said, oh my gosh. Oh, man. Thank you guys for bearing with me today. Holy cow. Nick says, what do you think Phoenix does? I think Phoenix is going to look around a lot of different options. VanVleet, Anunoby, small upgrades. I think there's a lot of options. They still have to figure out the Jay Crowder thing. Dario Saric is a big question mark right now. Where is he going to be playing in 2 days? Who really knows, right? Ryan says he doesn't hate Cam, but he definitely hates us Raptors fans for the Simmons curse. LOL, joking, obviously. Ryan, You're right. Ryan, specifically you. I want Simmons to be a Raptor so bad, just for you to have to deal with it. Raptors fans, I'm not being serious. I don't really care what happens with Simmons, to be honest. Elijah says, do you think Steven Jackson better than Manu? You need to know your opinion because he talks a lot. No, Manu was the player where San Antonio really gave him like the infrastructure to have all the team success in the world. But if Manu Ginobili would have ended up on his own team, he would have been so dominant. I mean, like Manu Ginobili in a way was like kind of James Harden before James Harden. And if he was ever allowed to play in a way that Harden was, he would have had very, very good success. Phenomenal passer, incredibly crafty when it came to, getting to the rim. He basically brought the Euro step to the NBA in a lot of ways. But even outside of that, I mean, skilled shot maker, very, very good. Now, I don't think he would have been as good as Harden is at it, but I'm saying like the skill set was there to be really, really dominant. Brent says Lakers going for Conley. Jackson's definitely not better. Stack is a good player. I enjoyed watching him for the killer threes in the Big Three League, but no, he's not better. Brent says Lakers going for Conley and Beasley plus save money now and can leverage new assets or keep them. Yeah, I think that's a realistic outcome probably. Ninja says if LeBron can't beat Wilt's 100, he's not the GOAT. To be honest, Wilt is like kind of like a creative player on 2K. Some of the stuff that he's done is insane. Interesting. We got a report here on Russell Westbrook. According to Adrian Wojnarowski, Lakers guard Russell Westbrook and coach Darvin Ham had a brief, heated verbal exchange in the halftime locker room on Tuesday versus Oklahoma City. Ham expressed frustration with how Westbrook lingered on the playing floor after getting subbed out of game late in the second quarter. That's a whole lot of nothing. I'm going to tell you right now, that's a whole lot of nothing. Charlie wants to know good fits for Terrence Ross if he gets bought out. The Lakers would love to have him. I think the Knicks would have a role for him possibly. In addition to that, I think the the Bucks, could use a little bit more bench punch. So Ross could make some sense there. Cleveland gives them another wing option, even if they don't play him a ton. Miami could use him for sure. Woj also now says voices were raised in the locker room, but discussion turned back to trying to win the game. Yeah, I just think that's nothing. I think that's just coaching. I yell at some of my high school players about doing stuff wrong. That's coaching. Other options for Ross would maybe be like Denver if they're looking for another option to kind of hedge against injury. The Kings could be an okay fit for him. Mavericks could use anybody that knows how to play basketball. Ryan here says, like the stream, Mason. Mason's a good friend of mine in real life. He says Jets. He's a Jets fan with me. Jets, Jets says Jets. Let's get it, Mason. We're still waiting on Mr. 12 in Green Bay, but don't tell Austin. KS says, can the Mavs move Tim Hardaway and Bertans contracts and still get marginally better? That's going to be the challenge for them. That's why they haven't made a move yet, I'm guessing, because they're trying to figure out if that's even possible. My answer to that is probably a tough no, but we'll see, right? We do have a trade here as well. Just again, I just want to point out the illegal defense one more time. Look at the amount of space he had to work, right? Look at this. Do you think LeBron could score one-on-one against any guy in the NBA like this pretty consistently? My answer to that is probably an astounding yes, if I had to guess. Let's go ahead and go over to Twitter now, because I know Brendan sent another trade, and he told me he was fixing my Mavericks, so hopefully he fixed them well in a way that makes us a heck of a lot better. We have 3 notifications actually right now. If you guys do hit that follow button for us on Twitter, I will shout you out. So let's go ahead and look at these right here. Age of Crabnose, Hurley Gurdy Man, and Kane Smith all followed us today. So go ahead, go follow us on Twitter. We are growing. Now let's look at this one from Brendan here. He says, Utility Sports, fixed your Mavs. Reggie Bullock, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Ja'Cory McLaughlin on a 2-way for Ben Simmons and Cam Thomas. So the Mavs go deeper into the luxury tax here. They get incentivized to take Simmons with Cam Thomas. I don't mind this for Dallas, to be honest. Our team is so unathletic. Like, we just don't have anybody who can actually like run and jump. And when Simmons is healthy, that's what he can do really well. So Brian's telling me I'm too young to. No, okay. I'm definitely not too young to remember that for sure. But okay, that's if he was so good, I think some could have started. I get it. 2007 Knicks, I get it. Played really well for the Knicks, and they did nothing. I get it. Oh man. 2007 Knicks, though. Put the ball in his hands, man. Put the ball in his hands. RJ Russell added me to their list. I don't even know what that means. NBA news. I like it. I see. So there's a whole bunch of different things. I like it. 312 members in there. Well, that's awesome. He added me in there. That's awesome. TY Michael Brooks, thank you for the follow as well on Twitter. Ryan Hillier says, on the team you coach, who is your best player? Meaning, which does he play? What is NBA comp to him? Oh boy. I don't know. I don't know if I have like a clear best player. I've got a few good players. To be honest, my whole team is pretty good, I think. I feel like they all do different things for me. I don't have a ton of shooting this year, which is a problem, which is why, to be honest, we have 4 losses, and I feel like if I had one more shooter, I feel like we wouldn't lose any games, but it is what it is. Ya tu sabes, put respect on your name. You know your basketball. How did the scouting academy work? And do you work with the Wolves? I'm gonna avoid to answer the thing about the Wolves there, but you can read between the lines a little bit with that. I'm not necessarily like employed by the Wolves, a bit different. But appreciate your Espanol there as well, Mike Jones. Yo hablo español un poco también. But thanks for the nice comment. The Scouting Academy was really fun. I got to meet a lot of people in the NBA, around the NBA. Got to talk a lot of basketball over the course of a few days. So it was a lot of fun. I got to attend the Summer League as well. It's my first time in Vegas for the Summer League. First time in Vegas, period. So it was a good time. But I had a lot of fun with that. So thank you again for the 5 as well. Really appreciate it. Charlie says, better player in 5 years, Desmond Bane or Josh Green? Desmond Bane is better. I love Josh Green, but Bane is who I wanted the Mavericks to take there. Josh Green was like my second option that I wanted. Bane was fantastic. Jared says, spacing before actual shooters. Spacing is important in today's NBA, just with how big the court is. You can get away with not having a ton of shooting, in my opinion, but you need some for sure. So let's go ahead and look back at the Twitter as well here. We got more follows coming in. Dinwiddie, Mavs Man Blog hits the follow there. Lorenzo as well. So let's keep those follows coming in. You guys have been the best when it comes to interacting with me on in the comment section here, but also on Twitter. So keep rolling. Fifth Band says, yeah, but back then a center can stand in the paint, you bozo. Yeah, I'm a bozo. I'm hearing it. Let's look at defensive 3-second rule created. During the 2001-2002 season, the only time that you could do that, though, because illegal defense actually started in 2003. Actually, here. I've got a really good idea. Let's show you guys something. This is going to be hilarious. You guys are going to have a hard time explaining this. Since we think that the illegal defense rule wasn't really important in how the NBA worked. This is Paul Pierce's stats. Okay, let's look at his numbers. So he's coming up early, really good player right away. He's averaging 25 in 2000. Oh, look, defense reset is interesting. There's no drop off at all. Oh, and then illegal defense gets introduced, and he drops 3 points per game. 3 points per game. Oh, man. And his shooting splits didn't even really drop. It's just harder to score. It's harder to get shots off because there's more help defense. The ball has to swing more. And similarly, let's look at his assist numbers. Oh, look at that. His assists grow because he's forced to pass the ball more. That's weird. Illegal defense. Look at the drop off. This is illegal defense is legal. Illegal defense is removed, right? The rule is here. The rule is no longer here. Similar minutes, 3 points per game less. You guys believe me? Like, oh man, it's just how it is. It's how it is. Monty says it's not harder to score now. That's cap. Yeah, hand checking. If you've ever played against anybody too, hand checking is actually not harder. It's because they are erasing their space to guard you, and it's harder to cut off guys when you're hand checking somebody because you're way up on them for no reason. It's not how basketball is meant to be played even. Brent says always fill our players, but to better understand, use ESPN Trade Machine. One can put teams and players in it and see how each benefits and if the salaries even work. Fanspo is even better. Fanspo is a better site. Brian said you didn't even know what was going on in the court when Jamal was at his peak. You're a little kid. Plenty of guys you would rate over him didn't win at all. Jamal, I think I struck a chord with Brian here. I don't know. I didn't know Jamal Crawford was your favorite player or something, but no, I was watching the NBA Finals. These years. If you didn't know, 2007 was the year my Mavs won 67 games and got upset by the We Believe Warriors. Trust me, I was watching the game and I knew what was happening. Okay, you can just say that I was little, whatever. Okay. I watched the games. I knew what was going on. Trust me, I was aware of Jamal Crawford when I was before the year 2007. Sylvester says, well, you can take Minnesota out of bones because they don't want to do any deals with them. I don't know. They're the president of the Minnesota Timberwolves is the guy who drafted Bones Highland. So, but yeah, legal defense is hilarious. People don't really understand that. 4-10 in the chip. Don't say that. How come MJ didn't get the championship 10 times? For some reason, we penalized LeBron. If LeBron was 4-0 in the finals, we would talk about his career way better than making the finals 10 times. I don't understand. Like, people forget that Michael Jordan couldn't beat Larry Bird in a series, and that he didn't beat the bad boy Pistons in a series for a while until they got old. Like, I don't know, the 2 years that he would have actually really been challenged by the Houston Rockets, they didn't, play in the finals because he didn't play. And by the way, without Michael Jordan, the Bulls were still a phenomenal team. Like, look up how good they were with Scottie Pippen as the number one guy. MJ never went ring chasing. It's hard to call it ring chasing when you're still the best player on every team you've played on. I don't know. Brendan says, if Pistons get the number 2 pick, what should they do? I don't think you can pass on Scoop, but Ivy seems like he'll be special too, and he has the Detroit ties that I think boosts his jersey sales. If you get the number 2 pick, you trade Ivy. And I'm probably the biggest Ivy fan I know. I love Jaden Ivey, but Scoot is better, so you trade Ivy. Zach says LeBron has the advantage that defenses can't touch offensive players without sending them to the line. Then why did Michael Jordan shoot more free throws? Did you know Michael Jordan shoots more free throws per game in his career than James Harden? Like, I think my favorite thing is all the clips online where they're like, oh, it's a different era. Look at Michael Jordan get absolutely rocked on this play. Yes, he gets hit really hard, but guess what? After the clip was over, he shot free throws. It makes me laugh so hard. Kirk says, counterpoint, Jordan's assists would have skyrocketed in this era, and LeBron can thank my Spurs for load management. Jordan should have had 5 more prime seasons and a few more high-level seasons. No, because Jordan would have quit the game of basketball to go play minor league baseball. Jordan didn't care about the game the way that everyone acts like he does. To be honest, if LeBron quit basketball, people would say that he was soft and he wasn't really the GOAT because he didn't care about the game. That's literally what MJ did. But I agree with you about Jordan's assists. I think they would have gone up in this era. I agree. I completely agree. Both things are true. I think Jordan probably would have averaged closer to 6 assists a game than what he did average. So that's, there's a give and take there. Flex says, I'm not taking anything away from MJ, but man, let's not pretend that the 90s was stacked. Ostertag was a starting center for a back-to-back finals team. I know. It's just, I don't know. Like, I think Michael Jordan's the second best player of all time, but I'm going to get flamed for that because everyone else just drinks the Kool-Aid on what they've been told. Zach says, not bashing LeBron, but more defending MJ. It's 2 different eras with 2 different styles of play. Yeah, it is. But you just have to consider that, like, we literally have proof using those Paul Pierce numbers that it was harder to score in this era once illegal defense was out. It just was. Again, it literally took, as you can see on the screen here, it took 2 years for Paul Pierce to figure out how to put up the numbers he was before. And it took a massive jump as a three-point shooter to get there. So that's my thought. Brent said, big moves being made, deadline coming fast, but many teams are buyers in Jack. Maybe the Raptors blow it up, but don't see it happening. I think the Raptors are going to blow it up, if I had to guess. Deadline is not today. Bobby, the deadline is actually tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Darius here says thoughts on Anthony Black, lotto pick. Oh, definite lotto pick. Should be a top 10 pick. And to be honest, if I was drafting and I had a top 6 pick, he'd be a top 6 pick. I love Anthony Black. He's the next Josh Giddey in a lot of ways. He's a really good playmaker. He passes with anticipation. He's got size to him. He's athletic. He can be a finisher and a facilitator. Two things that are really important. His shots looked really nice this year, which was one of the big concerns I had about him coming in. I really like Anthony Black. I really, really do. Monty says Cam Thomas dropping 40 every night. Man, the league is easier to score now because of spacing and the three-point shooting emphasis. Yeah, I agree. Don't forget too that they moved the three-point line in for Michael Jordan. That's something that happened. It's just, I don't know. 23 feet, 9 inches to 22 feet. And MJ had career years in those seasons from shooting the 3-ball. Brent Burnett, get rid of the ball hogs so Cam can play and score 40. Yeah, that's what they're, get rid of Durant. We don't want to win. We want to watch Cam score. I think he meant 4 for 10, obviously. But, you know, Kirk says Jordan got beat down in that era of rules and LeBron has it much easier, not just with load management, but just game-to-game punishment. Still top 2 GOATs, though I take MJ 1. Okay. In terms of load management, there's one thing I need to point out. Here's LeBron's games played to start his career. 79, 80, 79, 78, 75, 81, 76, 79. Then the lockout year with the Heat, 62, 76, 77, 69, 76, 74, 82. Then 2018, he finally had a little bit of injury stuff with his groin and played only 55 games. Now, with the Lakers, yes, he's played less games. He's also in years 16 through 20 of his career. So you can tell me what you want about load management. The guy literally played over 70 games basically every single season. Brady says, I'm a North Carolina fan for college basketball and saw Brady Manick not doing too bad for Perth. Yeah, he's been them. So, that's pretty well for the Wildcats. Warriors just need to move Wiseman and save $130 million. Really just move him and a pick to save money. Interesting. I don't know if they'll do that. Mavs man says if the Mavs trade for Jakob, who's a realistic wing, the Mavs can target. Probably McDermott or Richardson in the same deal. Thing says if Shea ever wants to leave my OKC, then my heart will shatter into a million pieces. I wouldn't worry about that. I think he likes it there. AL wants to know if I like Ben Simmons' fit anywhere. Yeah, I like his fit a lot of places, to be honest. Teams that are bad right now should look at him. Ryan here says, thanks, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys, too. Jonah says, that's my basketball coach. Jonah does not play for me, but... Oh, wait, maybe that's a different Jonah. Wait a minute. Perhaps. I don't actually know. I'm unaware. Mavs man says, bro, out here sacrificing his voice for the stream. I really am. I hope you guys understand the dedication. Just to get the point across. Cam Thomas. Again. That's what you told me to say. Brendan Sutherland says, send in some mock trades. Yeah. Please send in some of those mock trades. On Twitter, remember, the Twitter is @_utility sports. Go follow us on there. I will shout you out. Jay Nasty says Pacers and Lakers are going to do business. Interesting. We'll see. M wants to know if I can give a prediction for the Pacers due at the deadline. There's two options. One, they trade for OG Anunoby. They give up 3 first-round picks to do so. 2 of them being from the Cavs and Celtics. And then the other route is that they trade for like a Cam Reddish type of a guy who's a former first-round pick that just hasn't really caught on yet. So hopefully that answers your question, Em. I am Lux says, you think KD gets traded before the deadline? No, absolutely not. He will not be traded. Jay Nasty says no, but Cam is the first. He's the youngest player in NBA history to get 2 40-point games in a row, and he went and got the third one yesterday. I get it. I get it. You know, I don't know. I'm good about talking with Cam. I'm not going to talk about Cam anymore. I like Cam. Chaos says some of these guys are talking like Cam is going to break the scoring record next. The all-time scoring record. He's going to score more points than LeBron. Book it. Kirk says load management isn't just about playing in games, but it's about when to rest in game. Come on. I mean, again, you want to hear LeBron's minutes per game? Like, again, to start his career, 39 and a half. 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 41, 41, 37.7, 39, 39, 37 and a half, 38, 38, 36. This is, again, his second time in 36, 36, 38, 37. In LA, first year, 35, 35, 33. Last year, he played 37 minutes a game. This year, he's playing 36 minutes a game. I get it. 38-year-old LeBron sits in the corner and doesn't really move a ton on defense now. I get it. I understand, but come on, the guy's played like what is he, top 2 in minutes played in his career or something? Like, M says thank you for answering my question. Of course, I appreciate it. Jordan, I'm not even saying his name anymore. Okay, I completely agree. Kirk says all I want for the trade deadline is 2 to 3 unprotected or lightly protected first round picks. I think. Are you asking about? Kirk, are you talking about OG? If you're talking about OG, I think that's like pretty good, right? Russell, welcome to the stream, Russell. School of Understanding says is Hardaway Wood and a first for 8 in a realistic package. Could it happen? No, it's not going to happen. GM Sean Marks made the worst 2 trades in NBA history, both involving Harden. We'll see. R4B says, I traded a like for awesome NBA content. I see 100 other people didn't. By the way, warm milk and honey helps, coach. You know, I'm trying. I've been using some cough drops up. I've been trying to make it work. I feel like I'm in a spot where it's, 5 and 8. That's really all that matters, right? We're trying to make it work. Having a lot of fun with this live stream today. I hope you guys have been enjoying as well. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel for more. Again, we haven't had a lot of news, which I don't quite understand why. We're 9 likes away, by the way, from 300. And it is funny. I knew this would happen. This is the most disliked stream. A total of 8 dislikes, unfortunately. So sounds like I'm doing a terrible job here, guys. I'm really worried. DM says Celtics, Nuggets, Suns, and Wizards all interested in Jae'Sean Tate reportedly, according to Kelly Iko, The Athletic. I mean, yeah, Jae'Sean Tate does not have the needle for me at all. He's like probably like a 10th guy on the team, in my opinion. Monty says, I think my Bulls should trade DeRozan. It'd be interesting if you could get those 2 Lakers first. I'd really consider it. Brent says Ainge is the biggest and best crook ever as a trader. Unbelievable what Jazz scored, but still think the Cavs scored with Spida. Cavs can be really good. Yeah, I think that was a very balanced trade. I still think the Timberwolves trade was fine too. You think about the injuries that team's had. They've had a ton of injuries. So DM says nothing's compared to doing the do, and that's what I'm doing here. Doing the do has been my lifesaver today. Mountain Dew, not sponsored, by the way. Jordan says, remember when Taylor Horton Tucker was in every trade package? Yeah, that was like the bane of my existence. That was just obnoxious. You always had to think about Kendrick Nunn and Taylor Horton Tucker and 2 firsts, right? And now it's Patrick Beverley and 2 firsts, or Russ and 2 firsts. The Lakers get so overcovered in trades. It's like if you open up Instagram, you're going to see a post from Bleacher Report about, oh my gosh, this guy scored 24 tonight. Is he a Laker? Just can't. M says I give up Boo first and clean first with either a future or lotto protected pick and a player like Smith or Duarte for OG Anunoby. Yeah, I think that's about right. Kirk says for the Spurs, my bad on the 2 to 3 first round picks for Jakob, McDermott, and Richardson. Total, be it at one trade with all of them or multiple moves. I think it's going to be hard to get 2 or 3. Definitely not 3. You're not going to get 3. I think 2 is kind of tough. Realistically, I think your real expectation should be a first and full set, to be honest. So that's what I would kind of put the numbers at right now for likelihood. Eric Schaefer wants to know about the Hornet. Now is a good time to get into the business here of talking about some Charlotte Hornets trades. I need to count which trade is what here. So give me 1 second here as I get this on stream. Hornets. Okay, 4th to last. So this one right here should be the... Nope. It's not for some reason. Oh, yes, it is actually. Look at that. We got it working. Let me get this on the screen now. Let's talk about trades for the Hornets. This also includes the Miami Heat and what is, I think, somewhat of an interesting option for them. Let's go ahead, hop in here now. And this is the deal. What I'm looking at is Mason Plumlee to the Miami Heat, accompanied by Kelly Oubre and Terry Rozier. So actual 3 good role players, right? These are 3 guys who can actually help the Miami Heat this year. This really, really fills out their rotation to a point where they're rather deep. They get a backup big behind Bam Adebayo and Mason Plumlee, who's on an expiring contract. They get Kelly Oubre on an expiring contract, who can be kind of that pseudo 3-4 for them off the bench. And then Terry Rozier probably becomes the starting point guard in this setup, which I kind of like for Charlotte or for Miami, to be honest, because Rozier, I feel like Rozier really fits Heat culture, to be honest. And an important part of this, the Heat, who are very close to the tax bill, also open up $2 million here of space as well, making this move, which is really, really positive for them. That's one of the most important things. And to be honest, if you want to know one of the big difference from somebody who does know the trade market and understand how these trade discussions work compared to people who do not, you always have to look at the tax impact. Tax impact is one of the most important things. And teams over the tax typically want to save a little bit of money this week. Teams right around the tax do not want to go into the tax. Teams slightly over the tax need to get out of the tax. The Miami Heat already traded away Dwayne Dedmon in an effort to do that. Moving off of some money here really helps them as well, getting out of that luxury tax component. And for Charlotte, they get Kyle Lowry, his negative contract. They get Duncan Robinson's negative contract, and they give up 2 first-round picks to take them in. From this perspective, I know Hornets fans are going to say, whoa, why are we doing this, right? We like Oubre, we like Rozier, we like Plumlee. You get 2 fully unprotected first-round picks, one of them this year, one of them in 2029. It's possible we could see some second-rounders attached as well. But to be honest, I think the way I look at it, for Charlotte, Duncan Robinson would be an actual decent player next to LaMelo Ball as a floor spacer. The Hornets right now this year have just not been shooting super great, and I think Duncan Robinson would help them, although I know he's had some of his own struggles. I do think next to LaMelo Ball, it'd actually be a really interesting pairing, especially with Mark Williams, the way he's been playing as a rim protector the last couple weeks here now. And you get 2 firsts to do it. Rozier, I think best case you trade him for a first. Oubre and Plumlee kind of combine them for a first. So maybe I'm a little low on the value here for Charlotte. If I had to guess, that's maybe what I'm thinking. But that's kind of what I'm thinking for that a little bit for the Hornets. Hopefully that helps a little bit there, Eric. Maybe I'm a little low on value, though. John says your Mavs are interested in Thibault, according to reports. What are you guys giving my Sixers? So to offer here from Dallas, I don't know. We probably would try and give you like a collection of second-round picks and maybe like Frank Ntilikina, honestly. Caden says Leo top shot for real. Caden, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. Soggy says not drinking the Kool-Aid. I've watched both in their prime and watched 3 hours of basketball. Michael's the GOAT and he isn't even my favorite player. You know, it's fair. It's fair if that's your opinion. Like again, I think LeBron's the best player ever. Now, like GOAT is kind of a different discussion, right? Because of accolades, whatever accomplishments. But best would be LeBron for me. But I think MJ is probably second. So I don't know. It's really easy for people to get like charged and heated because it's like, oh, I think this and you think that. Like, to be honest, I don't really care. It doesn't really matter to me either way. Jamie says, I remember watching your content post-draft in 2021. I remember you really liked Book Night to the Hornets. Do you think he still has potential to be a good scorer he promised to be? And Yeah, Book Night's one of those where I'm kind of worried that I might just have to bite the L on that. He got into some legal trouble too, and Steve Clifford was not the right coach to hire either. Like, that's just a disaster. Steve Clifford's bad. So I don't know. I think I'm just going to be wrong about Book Night, Jamie, unfortunately. I liked him a lot for them. I thought it was a really nice pick next to LaMelo, and they just haven't really given him the opportunities to go out there and play a ton either. So I don't really know. Brent says, in my opinion, Pelicans should be doing deals. They could be lethal now and going forward. Thunder, when healthy, will be awesome next year. Landscape changing out west. I completely agree. I think the Thunder are going to be a real problem. Thanks. Says, playing the first round pick. How much should an average first round pick be worth in terms of second round picks? I think every first is worth about 3 seconds in terms of the way that I would think about it. Maybe 4. But you have to also consider which first is which, right? So, like, if you're talking about a team this year like the Celtics first, I would look at that as probably 2 second rounders. But if it's, say the Pacers first rounder, I'd say that's maybe 3 or 4 second rounders. So you just have to kind of consider what pick you're getting, that kind of stuff. But it ends up playing around that level in my eyes. Robert wants to know, is Miami a championship team with OG Anunoby joining Bam and Butler? Probably a team that you could at least argue for, right? Brent says repeater tax is nasty. It is. It is nasty as heck. Ryan says, you guys may as well just accept that Braun is the GOAT. It seriously hurts your credibility when you try to deny it. I mean, I think it's a discussion, but is Melo Ball untouchable? Yeah, he should be. The Hornets will not trade him yet. Richard says, Ryan, did you ever see Wilt or Kareem play? Yeah, I'm interested. Did you? No, Richard, but I've seen KD and he's not second. Chase said, think your Mavs could score Buddy and Turner? No, I don't think so. I think the Mavs do not have any chance at Buddy, Hield, and Miles Turner, unfortunately. John here with the 5. Thank you, John. He says, how long are you streaming tomorrow for? This tip is for some extra dew. You're the best, John. John, that's going to get me 3 Mountain Dews from the local gas station. So shout out to you. So tomorrow I'm going to be well nourished. I'll probably be live for 6 hours tomorrow, I'm guessing. I'll be early in the morning, probably even earlier than I was today. I started streaming at 8:45 Central Time today. I will probably be streaming at the latest, probably 8 a.m. tomorrow Central Times. Probably stream through 3:30 or so. So roughly, whatever amount of time, 7.5 hours, I guess. That's a little bit more than 6. Whoops. Owendra wants to know, what do you enjoy Pirtle in Dallas? I think he'd be a great fit. Could you sketch up a potential trade? Yeah, I do have a potential trade actually already made. Let's see if I can figure out which one it is. I think it's vertical one. I think it's this one right here. Let's get this on the screen here for Ondra. So this is what I think it could potentially look like. Josh Richardson, Jakob Poeltl, and Keita Bates-Diop to give the Mavs a little bit of extra length. They do have an open roster spot as well since they traded Dinwiddie and Finney-Smith. So 2 for 1 for Kyrie Irving. And the Spurs would get Tim Hardaway Jr., his contract, Frank Ntilikina, and a 2027 first, completely unprotected. You could maybe argue that there should be some, second round pick compensation in here too. I think that there's legitimacy to that as well. But for the most part, it's all about that first round pick for San Antonio as well, giving up Richardson and Poeltl and then Bates-Diop as well. Em wants to know, do you think this for Thibault could be a trade? I'm not exactly sure what this is though. Are you sending me something on Twitter? So far on Twitter, we haven't had a notification for a little while on Twitter. Oh, actually, yes, we have. Matthew just sent me. Okay, we actually have a lot of trades on Twitter. Okay, let's go ahead over there and let's get the stream shared over there on that, because I do think it's worth looking at your guys' trades on Twitter. You guys send a lot of good stuff, so let's go ahead and jump in. And this one's funny right here from Robert. He says, at Utility Sports NBA trade deadline, brought to you by NyQuil. That's funny. I'm not actually sick even. It's just from talking. I mean, I've streamed for now about 18 hours in the last 4 days, and I also coached a game last night where I had to yell a lot. So my voice is just kind of shot from that. I'm not actually sick, but it was funny nonetheless. I appreciate that. That comment is hilarious. Age of Crabnose sent this here saying Pistons would get Evan Fournier's contract, Cam Reddish, Obi Toppin, and their own first-round pick back this year. I think there's like lottery protected or something in that deal. And then the Knicks would receive Corey Joseph and Bojan Bogdanovic. So clearly the key player there is Bojan. You take in Fournier's contract, which is kind of worth that first-round pick back in return, like he's saying. And then Reddish and Toppin. I mean, it's not a bad offer, to be honest. It's kind of around the value, but ultimately, I think that the Pistons hold to Bojan. Ultimately, TMBS Lost Patron is now following. Thank you for that. And here we have Stuart Lord saying, not the sexiest trade, but it's interesting. Mavericks would receive Justice Winslow and Josh Hart for Tim Hardaway Jr. and a second-round pick. You know, given the fact that the Blazers likely don't keep either of those guys going into free agency this next offseason, since Hart is going to opt out of his contract, it's not the worst thing in the world. Now, I don't know if THJ is really the fit for the Blazers, but they do get a second round here in this deal, and the Mavs get two guys who can play defense a little bit. Hart's a really good rebounder, which I think the Mavericks need now with Kyrie Irving. So all in all, I think this is a pretty good option for Dallas if they were able to execute this. Now, I'm not sure if Portland, though, does it. Stuart, thank you for sending that, though. I do think that was a good trade idea for sure. And then Matthew here says Kevin Durant, DeAndre Ayton. I think Kevin Durant's not going anywhere. And this is crazy that Fanspo thinks that the Suns don't get any better. Plus 0 wins. That's just not true. Troy Dilworth sends another one. Basically a nothing trade, but maybe able to convince Beverly to re-sign to be the backup point guard, toughen the team up, set examples, and hold KBJ and Green accountable since Silas won't. The deal here, Beverly, Lonnie Walker in a second for Eric Gordon. I just see it. I see it unlikely that the Lakers are going to be willing to give up Lonnie Walker. Lonnie Walker's had a pretty okay season for them. And he's younger, a little bit more athletic than Eric Gordon. He's a little bit more active defensively than Eric Gordon, who really doesn't move around a ton defensively. He's actually he's bottom 10 in terms of defensive miles moved this year, and an amount of distance moved per minute defensively. So EG, I think, is available, but I don't know if a deal to the Lakers is really what makes the most sense. Brent says, cheerio, glad to have everybody in here. Still crazy that just about 400 of you are still watching this long into the live stream. We've been live for almost 4 hours. Ben says, any thoughts about trades from the Magic until this time? And answer for me is, I think the big one is Fred VanVleet. I think that's the most likely option. So it'd be the second time in about 3 years that the Magic have seen their Raptors, have seen their point guard head down to Florida. Michael says, any chances Lakers still land Miles Turner and Buddy Hield trade that's been getting tossed around? No, I do not think so. Hello Hansen is now following as well on Twitter. So thank you to you as well for hitting that follow button. Really appreciate all of you. And Iskok sends in a trade as well here. Mentions us at _utility sports. Make sure if you want to send a trade in to send it here. And he sends Fred VanVleet and Precious Achiuwa for Terrence Ross, Mo Bamba, and RJ Hampton. I think the one thing about this deal here, Toronto's not getting nearly enough. They need to at least get one, maybe 2 first-round picks in a deal like this, just given the fact that you're getting VanVleet and Achiuwa, both players that I think are fairly valuable. I know Achiuwa's been a little up and down this year, but I know that the Raptors internally really do like him a lot. So in order to get something like this done, I think you have to give up a little bit more in terms of draft compensation. But for the most part, this isn't a bad framework to a deal as long as the Raptors are giving up a little bit more in terms of draft compensation. Brandon says, who do you think will be the next really good coach in the NBA, preferably a newcomer, not an established, because in a new position? That's a really good question, to be honest. this kind of is not the answer you're looking for, obviously, with the extra stuff you said. But I think Quinn Snyder, when he gets another job, is going to do an awesome job there. He's somebody who really understands basketball. He knows how to coach. He's found a lot of success coaching in the NBA for a while. Even you think back to when the Jazz lost Hayward and everyone thought they were headed for a rebuild. They ended up being a playoff team and beating the Thunder with Donovan Mitchell. So Quinn Snyder knows what he's doing. He's very good at it, at being a coach. So I think he would be my my answer. JPEG, Juhao, thank you for the follow. Jeff Bayer as well. Sonny, Hornets champs, thank you so much as well for the follow. All of you awesome people for following. You guys are the best in the business when it comes to some of the trade ideas you're popping towards me. Danny from LA says, I'm loving at Utility Sports. This guy gives the most comprehensive NBA trade deadline analysis. Really appreciate that, Danny. You're the best. And Aquino here says, Magic get stable guard. Wizards get young athletic point guard with defensive and playmaking chops. Let me guess. Is it RJ Hampton? Let's see. Is it RJ Hampton? I'm guessing it's RJ Hampton. Oh no. Okay, it's Markelle. Okay. I thought maybe you were gonna be trying to hype up RJ Hampton here a little bit. No, Aquino, I'm liking where this is going. Just getting center play, needed shooting in Kispert, and expiring in Barton, and a future first. Small change. I put a top 5 protection on the Wizards pick. Okay. 2026 first to Toronto with Will Barton, Bamba, Kispert. Magic get VanVleet. Wizards get Markelle. Now we're talking. This is something I like to see. This is a good trade proposal. I like Kispert going to Toronto. I like Markelle going to Washington. This is an awesome offer, to be honest. I think Toronto maybe gets a little bit more. I think maybe a couple second rounders. I'm gonna get this. I think one that I want everyone to see. A little bit extra for the Raptors. And I love it. It's actually a move that the Wizards would maybe get better at, which is why I know Tommy Shepard's not going to make this move, because Tommy Shepard doesn't know what he's doing. But no, I really like this. I think that's a really good one. Matthew Swarmer, thank you for following us on Twitter as well. Thank you, Matthew, for that. Really appreciate it. Let's keep going now through the comments. You guys have been, sending in some awesome stuff. Really appreciate it. Caden says, get yourself a Mountain Dew Volt as well. Thank you, Caden. I'll have to grab that Volt by tomorrow. Hopefully I don't forget today, but I really appreciate the two. You guys are the best for sure. Chuck says, do you see the Kings doing anything? We have a follow here as well on Twitter. Chuck, for that, I think that the player to watch for them is Matisse Thybulle. Eric Schaefer, thank you for the follow on Twitter. Really appreciate you. Hopefully we'll keep covering your Hornets. I know you're a big time Hornets fan. So if I'm remembering right, I'm pretty sure you're the one who asked about the Hornets. I try really hard, even with all 400 of you in here. I do a pretty good job remembering who you're a fan of. So hopefully I had that right, Eric. But for the Kings, I think Matisse Thybulle is the player to watch for them. I think that they're going to try and get him. Abu was unstoppable. Yeah, Abu's a problem. Brandon, I agree. Abu's a problem. Ben says the Mavs also got Markieff Morris in the trade. They don't have a free roster spot. Oh, that's right. Thank you for that. I keep overlooking Markieff Morris because he's such a nothing. M says, sorry, I keep mistyping. It was supposed to be Tice for Thybulle. I don't know if the Sixers are going to have any interest in Tice, just because he's on a kind of bad contract, honestly, with how much money he's making. Here we have another tweet as well. We actually have a couple here. Matthew sent another one in. Matthew here sends in a deal. Brandon Ingram to the Raptors for Thad Young, Fred VanVleet, and a second rounder. I think that Brandon Ingram's not going to get traded. I think the Pelicans like what they have with him. Dillinger here tweets at me and says, with news that Jazz want a first rounder for Vanderbilt, felt they needed at least 2 seconds from Philly. So here's the deal. Vanderbilt and Jared Butler go out of Utah, to Philadelphia, and Utah receives Furkan Korkmaz, who requested a trade. Paul Reed maybe a little bit of a young, intriguing big. Not sure if I love him, and 2 second-round picks. Make it 3 second-rounders, and I think you're a little bit closer. But I don't hate it at all. I think it's an okay framework. I think that Vando would definitely help the 76ers. I think that maybe just a little bit more in terms of compensation given up, and I think we're getting pretty close. Terry here says, I'm an 80s, 90s kid. I'm not even joking. LeBron is the GOAT in my opinion. I was Jordan guy for so long, but you can't deny Bron anymore. Interesting, Terry. Glad to hear your perspective on that. Leon says, what are your thoughts of the rumored Siakam to Brooklyn for Simmons stuff? I mean, you know, the last few years, whatever, there's been stuff going on that I'm just, you know, it's hard to buy into that, but if something materializes, that would be insane. That'd be absolutely nuts. Make sure to keep mentioning me on Twitter if you are sending trades. State of the Pelicans sent me a trade here as well. I'm just going to read it off my phone. He DM'd me. Pelicans would get Malik Beasley and Isaiah Hartenstein. I already like where this is going. Jazz would get Devontae Graham and a 2024 first from New Orleans. The Knicks get Garrett Temple, Jackson Hayes, 2024 second. So I think the Knicks would need to get a little bit more here in this deal. I think that for Hartenstein, you probably have to give up at least 2 second rounders just because I think they really like him. But I really like the idea of New Orleans landing Beasley. I think Beasley's an awesome option for sure. So thank you for sending that in. And also Axel sent in a DM as well. He said, can you please look at this trade? For the Jazz, it could be anyone from the Clippers or Mavs. I think they aren't going to take only 2 second-round picks. So here what the deal is, Clippers get Christian Wood, Mavs get Covington and Vando, Jazz get Ntilikina and 2 second-rounders. You might have to get, again, more second-rounders in that deal, but thank you for sending that to me, and I really appreciate being able to look at your guys' trade ideas during the stream. Danny says, isn't the best trade options for Toronto to be with the Pelicans and Memphis? Yeah, I think those are the 2 best, but I also think Indiana is a sleeper in that as well. Dimitri, thanks for the follow on Twitter as well. I really appreciate you. Wes, you as well. And there's Eric again too. So thank you guys all for hitting that follow button on Twitter. And let's get over to Eric here. Lakers Hornets trade makes sense to me. Westbrook to the Hornets, and Hornets get to dump salary. Terry would be good fit in LA. The one thing I'd say to watch out for that, Mitch Kupchak, does he have any negative feelings towards his former team, the Los Angeles Lakers? Is he unwilling to make a trade with them because of that? That's the only thing that could maybe get in the way. Otherwise, I think the framework there does make some sense for sure. Troy says, hit that like and give this man some subs. Let's see how many subs we're at now on the channel. I would love to see that number hopefully continue to skyrocket. I know we're getting close to 16,500. Let's see if we have passed that number yet or not. We are actually just 2 away, actually. So we're getting really, really close to that. Let's please hit the sub button right now, and let's keep getting closer and closer every single second here. Richard says LeBron is better than Jordan, no question, but neither is close to Wilt Chamberlain. Wilt, it was insane. The clips I've seen of Wilt, the amount of time I've seen him do something crazy. Robert, thanks for following on Twitter. The amount of times Wilt's done something insane is unbelievable. Treneur here says Raps are extremely unlikely to move Achua. We value him a lot. He's got a lot of potential. Yeah, I think that they really like Achua there. Let's look at this trade here from Matthew as well. Mavericks get Siakam and a first. Interesting for Bertans, Wood, and Hardy. If anything, Dallas would have to be giving at least 2 first-round picks here for Siakam. I don't think the Mavs have enough to get Pascal, though. So, Matthew, thanks for sending that in. I think that value is just off a little bit there. I think the Mavericks are the team probably having to give up a little bit more in terms of draft assets. Ondra here says, do you think Mo Bamba has any trade value and whether he can still become a solid starter, Miles Turner type? No, I think that Mo Bamba is probably a depth center in the NBA, unfortunately. He hasn't fit super well. Bruce here says, I'm here now new, just subs. So what do you think the Blazers will do? Well, Bruce, thanks for stopping in. Glad to have you be a part of the stream here. Glad to feature your comment. As for what the Blazers will do, I think it's very possible we could see them potentially look to trade away Josh Hart. I think that's a very likely outcome. I wouldn't completely rule out a Jeremy Grant trade, although I would be kind of surprised by one. And then as for what they're adding, I think Vanderbilt makes some sense from the Utah Jazz. I think that you could look at maybe Cam Reddish as a potential addition as well for Portland. I think there's a lot of different options for them this year. I think the Blazers are fairly well positioned this trade deadline to make some moves. Justice here says, what are your predictions for the Mavericks game tonight? So, again, they're playing the Los Angeles Clippers in LA. No Luka Doncic. Kyrie Irving will make his debut tonight. I think he's going to score 37 points. And the Mavericks lose by 8. But 37 for Kyrie tonight is what I'm predicting. Ryan says, do we really think Freddie has that low of value? I think part of the reason why is just because he's on an expiring deal. So there's always the risk of him leaving in free agency if he doesn't extend immediately. Going over to Bruce here. Chuck Lee, I like him. I hope my team trades for him, but I don't think they will. And I think you're talking about Mo Bamba there, right? So for Portland, that'd be an interesting get because they need some size, actually. I like you, Nurkic. Says, what I'd like to see is Silas being like, go and give the rest of the season to Abdel Fattah to see if he can connect with the young core. Former Rio Grande Valley Vipers coach, success a la Nick Nurse and Chris Finch. Yeah, I mean, Rio Grande was very successful. Last year they won the title, if I'm not mistaken. Trevelyan Queen was G League MVP last year. I wish Trevelyan Queen had a better chance in the NBA. Some team I think should give it to him. He's a defensive playmaker. I think he'd do a lot of nice stuff, but the Vipers have always been good, especially the last couple of years. Joe Curry says 3-team deal: New York, Detroit, Portland, Cam Reddish, and Daquan Jeffries to Detroit. Pick future top 15 protected for Sadiq Bey, Kevin Knox, Evan Fournier, Ryan Archibald, Dallas picks for Josh Hart. Interesting. So a lot of moving pieces in that one. Looks like Wesley McCarthan is also now following on Twitter. Thank you to you guys. Shout out to all of you. Absolutely incredible how many follows we got right now. So you guys are the best. You guys have been absolutely incredible today, and I've had a lot of fun streaming. I hope you guys have had a lot of fun being in here. We're still going to go for a little bit longer here yet. We're not even close to being done. We do have another trade to show that was sent in via Twitter. Again, go follow us. It says this is from Iskak saying, I've reworked it. So let's look at the deal. A little bit of moving pieces here. So Magic get Fred VanVleet, Precious Achiuwa. Raptors get Terrence Ross, Ben Simmons, interesting, and a 2025 first from the Orlando Magic. And the Nets would get Mo Bamba, Gary Trent Jr., and Cole Anthony. So a couple things here. I think that again, I like the framework of what which players you're putting where. I think that, Trent to Brooklyn makes sense. I think that VanVleet to Orlando makes sense. I think Simmons to Toronto is a possibility. But I like Cole Anthony to Brooklyn here as well. I think the one thing maybe we could flip is maybe send Cole Anthony to Toronto with Mo Bamba and maybe send Terrence Ross to Brooklyn instead. Would be essential. And I also think that Toronto here, if they're taking in Simmons and they're giving up VanVleet and Trent, they probably should get at least 3 firsts in this deal. I would say like at least 1 or 2 firsts from Brooklyn go in this deal as well to Toronto. And then we're a little bit closer to what the framework should really look like. But for the most part, I think it's a pretty good start to a deal. And, they'll always have those discussions through some of those the steps too when they're figuring out what's going on. Wesley, again, thank you for the follow. It looks like you're a big-time Eagles fan, so I'm wishing you best of luck this Super Bowl. Hopefully the Eagles play fairly well. And JB as well, thank you for the follow on Twitter. Really appreciate all of you guys for following us over there. That way you get to see all of my thoughts that I'm thinking on Twitter. Chaz says OG for Dyson Daniels, Murphy III, Graham, and a first-round pick. If that first rounder is the Lakers first, that's a really, really strong competitive offer and one that I could see ultimately getting done. Ryan really likes it, and I understand why. Getting Murphy and Daniels and maybe that Lakers first is like a dream come true, honestly, on an OG and an OB trade. Sonny says that Wizards starting 5 would be very good. Talking about, I I think I missed the comment about the Wizards, that he's talking about the starting five. But Unspoken says, where do you think OG ranks in terms of wing defenders, or honestly defenders in general? For wing defenders, he's probably like a lock in the top five. I like Kawhi Leonard on any given possession. Now, throughout the duration of a season, he's not doing that right now, but he's there. I like Jaden McDaniels. I like Mikal Bridges a ton. Mikal Bridges and Jaden McDaniels, in my opinion, are two of the best right now. But I think OG Anunoby's right there in that conversation. I also think that, there's other options out there. But I think a sleeper one is Denny Avdia. I don't think people understand how good Denny Avdia has been defensively this year, especially next to Porzingis. So when he's around a legitimate shot blocker, it kind of empowers him to be aggressive. He's got really good hands. He's smart. So I think that Denny Avdia is a very underrated defensive player, and I think one that would help a lot of different teams. One idea that I really love for my Mavs is to get Avdia and Gafford. If they found a way to do that, I think it would be a really, really good move for them, honestly. Jaideep says trade proposal: Raptors get Fultz, Bamba, first-round pick, and 2 second-rounders for Fred and Thad. Again, that's not bad. You send out Fultz there and a first. Now it's going to depend. Are you sending the 2025 first from the Nuggets, or are you sending your own 2023 first? I would guess not. If you're sending the Bulls first, I feel a little weird about that. That's, you have to have a discussion on which first, but I think that's not a bad starting point, Jaideep. Brandon here says start someone 21 class, Paulo or Wemby/Scoot. So that's a good question. So is it going to be like Mobley or Jalen Green or Kate Cunningham? Will it be Paulo, or could it be Wembanyama or Scoot? To be honest, since none of them are an all-star yet, I think Victor Wembanyama is going to be the first one. I think he'll be an all-star next season. Paulo could be an all-star next season, though, too. So, Wembanyama's got the name for it. He's going to come in with a lot of hype, and he's going to be good right away, as long as he doesn't get injured. So, Bruce Davis wants to know what my Twitter is. The Twitter is at _utility sports. So there's also a link in the description for that if you guys want to go follow. It's like the very top link right here, but at utility sports right here, at _utility sports. So go give us a follow on there if you do want to tweet at us or just hear some of the things I'm thinking. Brady Tom's in a tweet as well. He actually started the stream off today with a tweet. Now has another one. Clippers get Markelle Fultz, something I have not really thought about too much. And this could actually make sense. This could be something that actually really gets expanded into a 3-team trade, which is quite fun, which is what I think I'm going to maybe do here. Brady Thompson, thank you for sending this in, because I am going to actually play with this and make it a 3-team trade, which, 3-team deals are hard to get done. But I really like your framework here. Magic get Kennard, Coffee in 2 seconds. I think realistically there's a really good framework to be had with this deal, just given who's looking for what at this point. We're going to add a third team in here now with the Toronto Raptors. So I'm going to make a couple changes to this, but I really like this as kind of a starting point in this deal. So we're going to send this to that team. To be honest, I love what you've put together here a little bit. We're going to send that there. Amir Coffee is going to also go in this deal, just like you had. We're going to trade him to this team. I think that the next step here then is to give. Let's see, where are we at for money? Okay, so the Magic have to give up a little bit more. Let's go ahead and do. Let's send, I don't know. I'm having issues kind of with figuring out who this last guy is. Let's send this to the Clippers. I don't love that, but I don't hate it. We're going to send this to the Clippers, and we're going to send this to the Raptors with this and this. So I think this is actually a really good framework, Brady, for what you sent in here. And now I've got an adjusted 3-team version of it. That'll be a little bit different. But very similar as well. So you're going to actually see what I think on this, which is fun. This is the first time we've done anything like this where I kind of took one of your guys' trades and actually took it myself to the trade machine and a couple adjustments. So 3-team deals are very hard to work out. For the most part, I already like the framework of this, right? The Magic get a shooter. They get another shooter and Amir Coffey. I know they label him as a slasher, but Amir Coffey is actually a very good shooter. And they get 2 second-rounders for Markelle. It's not bad. But I think that the Orlando Magic, and this is why I've made this adjustment to it, I think the Orlando Magic have an interest in this. I think that the Orlando Magic have an interest in improving their point guard play, not just switching their point guard. So I don't think they just want to trade Markelle Fultz away. I think that they are more interested in adding a point guard instead of Markelle Fultz, right? So this is where a deal makes sense to me. The Orlando Magic get Fred VanVleet. The Clippers get Markelle Fultz, Chuma Okeke to make the money work, and a 2024 second-round pick from the Magic. The Raptors get Luke Kennard, Amir Coffey, a 2025 first via Denver through Orlando, and 2 second-round picks as well. I think this is a bigger framework that actually makes a little bit more sense for everybody involved. Clippers turn, the Reggie Jackson minutes into Markelle Fultz minutes, which I think is a little bit more reliable. It's not much more reliable, but it's a little bit more. I think it does make some sense for Toronto here. You get 2 guys who can really shoot the basketball. Amir Coffey can handle a bit too. He was a point guard at the University of Minnesota. And now he is, I said that really weird, University of Minnesota. I'm thinking U of M, and then Minnesota came out all funky. That was weird. But you also get Kennard, who's a really nice shooter. Also can handle the ball in the pick and roll a little bit. I really like this deal for all 3 teams involved, to be honest. Let me know in the comments section what you think about this trade. Brandon says, if I'm a Mavs guy in LA and I'm wondering which teams you feel are our worst matchups in the playoffs. This is assuming we don't do much before tomorrow. I still hate that Powell is our most used big. Yeah, he doesn't even play very big, right? I think that Denver is a problem. We don't have any Jokic answers, although I don't think Jokic can really guard Kyrie in the pick and roll or really Luka. So I think that we have the benefit there at least a little bit to the point where they're not our worst matchup. Memphis will be death. We don't have anybody to guard Ja or Bane at all. Sacramento will be a problem because of Sabonis and the way that he passes the ball as well, kind of like what I talked about with Jokic. The Clippers are a nightmare. We don't have any bodies to throw at any of their guys. The Suns, we can't even guard Devin Booker now. I mean, the Warriors would destroy us again. To be honest, I just don't feel very good about our matchups in the playoffs at all. Here, Jaideep says another trade proposal. Spurs get Trent, Raptors get Pirtle and a first-round pick. Nets get Josh Richardson and Blake Wesley. I don't think the Nets need to be involved in that. And I just don't like the idea of the Raptors. I don't know. I don't like the idea of the Spurs giving up any picks right now for Gary Trent. I know Trent's good, but I love that. Ryan, I knew Ryan, you were going to appreciate that one. Kirk says about first-round pick protections in multiple years. How do teams use those, for example? Let's talk about those for a quick second. So, trading protected first is really dumb, in my opinion. As a team, you do not want to trade picks that are protected. Because of that, you lose a lot of flexibility. For example, if I were to try and trade my 2024 first right now and I protect it into 2025, because of the step-in rule, I really can't even trade my 2026 first until the 2024 pick either conveys or doesn't. So if you do that, you lose all your flexibility, which is why I don't really recommend trading protections. But sometimes you do have to protect it if it's just too valuable. So Mary says Greg Jamal Mosley's coaching so far, I would say it's like a solid A-. Young coaches, they make mistakes, but for the most part, I see development in Orlando. I feel like he's figuring out how to use his guys. I really like it, to be honest. Kirk here says, can the Spurs use that Charlotte pick that would convey in the next 2 years? A lot are protected to get multiple unprotected first this year. You said unlikely previously. Not sure how common / feasible. Yeah. So for that, when it comes to like that, it depends on what the protection backups are, on how valuable that is. to be honest with you, I should know this, but I don't. One of the few, like, out of everything, this is one that's going to stump me a little bit. I don't know what that Charlotte protection is. I don't know what the backup is. I know you said lottery protected, but I don't know, like, does it back up into 2 seconds or does it back up into a future unprotected first? There's always different ways to go about it. Dedrick here was enjoying our little Ben Simmons discussion. Gary Trent Jr. should stay in Toronto and resign, retool around Barnes, Gary Trent, and OG. Interesting. From Danny. Thanks, Danny, for the message. Trenner says, how do people not understand that Masai and Bobby are running arguably the best front office in the league? They aren't getting fleeced. Yeah, I know. Toronto's not going to do anything super crazy. Isgak says, thanks for picking up my trade proposal. I think the only event still in Benz. He didn't become a bad player just like that. Team willing to show him love could fix him. Yeah, it just comes down to ultimately who is willing to take on that contract, which is kind of the problem right now. Michael sent me a DM here. His DM is the Knicks getting Justice Winslow and Josh Hart. Definitely something that makes sense. And the Blazers in return, I like this deal a lot, actually. The Blazers get Derrick Rose, Cam Reddish, and a 2024 second-round pick. I think that's a pretty good framework, honestly. I like that a lot. And he also says pairing Villanova, Champs, Hart, and Brunson. To be honest, I like that. Michael, that's a great one. Thanks for sending that in to me. Really appreciate seeing that one. The Mike says, got to show my boy Draymond some love when mentioning defenders. Yeah, I was talking more about like wing guys. Like the way I look at Draymond is I look at him as kind of like a multi-tool defender who he's going to guard all over the floor. AI Max says, how do Minnesota McDaniels and Hornets McDaniels compare? Jalen is like dollar store version of Jaden. The Hornets McDaniels is solid. He's a rotational player. Jaden McDaniels is really, really good. I really liked him a lot coming out. My best friend actually loved Jaden McDaniels. So he's been a lot of fun to watch in the league. He's been really, really good. JB says, you're the only guy I know that shows Emoni Bates love. It's because, people love to hate on a guy when he's down. Last year he struggled a lot. I'm not going to deny that, but this year he's playing better, even though his team's losing. He's kept his team competitive with way more talented teams. So against way more talented teams. So it's been impressive. Nav says, hey boss, great stream. Your thoughts on Jalen Suggs? Too early to tell, or should they move him ASAP? They should not move him right now. Again, the value's too low on him, which is why, same thing with the Ben Simmons stuff. Like, if you trade a player when his value is low, you're going to get not enough for him in terms of his talent. Suggs is a good player. I think that he's a key piece for Orlando, whether that's off the bench or not. There's options there for him. Now here we have a question about the Miami Heat. What players can the Miami Heat add to help them this year? I have a trade here that I want to actually share. Let's go ahead and get to that. I'm interested to see what you guys have in my thoughts on my 3-team trade here. JD wants to know how you make trade proposals. It's actually go to fanspo.com. So just go on your Safari browser and then screenshot it, is what I've been doing. Mavs Man says watching ESPN Deadline Day is less than watching the Utility Sports stream on Deadline Day. Mavs Man, I appreciate that. Hopefully you guys do still enjoy everything going on. Chaz, dude, we're on the exact same page. I told Sheldon 2 days ago the Raptors will keep Gary, even though most people don't think so. I hope they do. If you look at the Raptors' track record when a guy's heading towards free agency, they have moved off of them in the past. One example, that's Norm Powell when they traded him for Gary Trent Jr. for extra years of team control. I think it kind of comes down to what really wants to do. In terms of that, Brady says great 3-team trade. I really liked your framework between the two, and that's what made me think of this. I loved it. Trenner said swap coffee with Brandon Boston. That's a fair point too. Raptors could definitely use him as well. Jamal Douglas says, why do I keep seeing VanVleet to the Magic? What's the link there? To me, it doesn't make that much sense given the age gap. Think about it this way: the age gap between Chris Paul and Devin Booker is significantly less than the age gap between Fred VanVleet and Paolo Banchero. Age gap, I think, is really overblown. Now, for the most part, you want a good amount of your core to be on the same page. And in Phoenix, it is, right? Ayton, Mikal Bridges, Devin Booker, Cam Johnson, all kind of in that same age range. The Magic could have their own little version of that, right? With Franz, Bol, Wendell Carter, Paulo Banchero. For the most part, all those guys are in the same age range. And then you add a veteran, a point guard who can run the show a little bit. I think it'd be really good. And to be honest, it would really upgrade the Magic right now. Kira says, great proposal. OG for Johnson, Shamet, Crowder, and also Gary Trent Jr. for quickly Toppin and Hartenstein. Interesting. That's a lot of moving pieces, Kira, but that's not a little bit different of an idea than what I have, but I wouldn't say it's terrible. Jacob says, is deadline day today or tomorrow? It is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Brandon says, do you think Sadiq Bey's best role in the NBA will be as a six man? He has the right body and can shoot, but he gets tunnel vision and he ain't about to play any defense, sadly. Yeah, it's funny because people label him as a 3-and-D wing, but he's kind of just a 3-and wing. Right? He's not playing a lot of defense. So yeah, that's what I think there. And as Ches is saying here too, Weltman, Messiah, Buds, they love Fred VanVleet. So I think it's possible. Kevin Thompson is saying Suggs is not that good. He's always injured. I mean, yeah, but just because he's been injured doesn't mean you should trade him. Chaz said, hoping about a potential Magic trade, it seems like. Ryan says, Fultz is much more likely, even though he's the first overall pick. Yeah, the nice thing is the Magic weren't the team that took him first, right? And Philly already cut bait on that. Graham says another Spurs one could be Kuzma, McBuckets, Richardson to the Clippers, Pirtle and Kennard to the Wizards. Spurs take back bad contracts and 3 firsts. Yeah, the Wizards would need some firsts in that if they're giving up Kuzma. Leon says, got any players coming up in the draft that's lesser known that you recommend watching? So Grant Nelson from Notre Dame, from North Dakota State is an interesting one. He's very athletic. He's not worth a first-round pick. I see some people floating that around on Twitter, and it just makes me cringe. But he's probably a UDFA type player that's going to be really good. Trace Jackson Davis, I don't think he's lesser known. A lot of people who watch college basketball know who Trace Jackson Davis is. He's a star for Indiana. He is a beast. He's going to be a steal in the draft. He'll go in the second round probably, but he'll be one of the 15 best players in the draft. I promise that. He's going to be really good in the NBA. Lesser known guys, like if you mean Adam Miller from LSU, I like a little bit. He's got a little bit of Cam Thomas to him. Sorry guys, I said his name again. There's options out there, right? There's a lot of decent players. Off the top of my head, I'm just naming some guys now that I like. I really like Arthur Kaluma from Creighton. He's a lesser known guy that I really like. He's a sophomore wing. I think he'll end up having a nice career in the NBA. Jacob here has a draft question as well. If the Pistons end up with the second pick and have to take Scoot, what do you think they'll do with the trio of Cade, Ivy, and Scoot? The answer is trade Ivy. I hate to say it. I love Ivy. I thought Ivy was going to be a beast. I still think he's going to be a beast. But Scoot's a better draft prospect. And I would have said it last year too. If Scoot was in the draft class last year, he would have been a better pick. He would have probably been the first overall pick. So Scoot's just too good to pass on. And I don't think you should trade it with the second pick. If anything, I think you just trade Ivy and build around Scoot and Cade would be my thought. Riho here says, I don't like this trade. I mean, Kennard and Coffee are solid players, and you get a first and 2 seconds for VanVleet. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty solid for them. Kira said, if Lillard gets traded, where is his best destination? I'm not going to speculate on Lillard. He's not getting traded. Light Skin Disgrace says, just came in. I got college and stuff going on. Has any trade went down yet? No trades yet, from my understanding at least. But there are a lot of things going on in terms of rumors and stuff like that, but you haven't really missed anything. Welcome to the stream, Light Skin. Let's go back to Twitter here real quick. I have another tweet that got tweeted at me. Remember, you can send your tweets in @_utility sports on Twitter. And then that way we can cover all of the trades going on. But Brady, thanks again for sending in this Markelle Fultz to the Clippers one. That's something I had not thought of. And this is an interesting one now. We're getting a big trade going on here. 3-teamer. This is from Iskak again. Magic would get Isaiah Hartenstein, Corey Kispert, and Johnny Davis. Low minutes about right with him. Wizards would get Bol, RJ Hampton, and a 2024 second-round pick. And the Knicks would get Mo Bamba and a 2025 second-rounder. So we have a little bit of reshuffling here of young players. Ultimately, though, I think Bol is probably the most valuable guy getting moved. So because of that, I think that the Magic would need a little bit more. I don't think they would be giving up a second-round pick here. Ultimately, that's the way I look at things. But Iskak, it's an interesting start to a deal. Ultimately, though, I don't think Bol gets dealt. Otherwise, I could see the rest of these guys being potentially moved this season for sure. I wouldn't rule any of those out at all. Let's go over to a trade now. I want to go back to this comment I started earlier. And it was this one from Michael saying, what players can the Miami Heat get to improve at the trade deadline? And now I want to look at some of these potential trades that I have. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. Yeah, the sixth one I want to look at here. So 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see what this one is. Yeah, this is the one I want to show on screen. So let's get this one. Now, for those of you who do not know, I do make some of these mock trades off of camera so that I have them ready. So hopefully you guys do appreciate that. Let's get this pulled up now. And here is the trade that I could see Miami ultimately looking to make. Rudy Gay goes to Miami. Again, important note here, Miami saves money in this deal. That's a very important note. Miami wants to save money. They want to stay below the tax. They will not take in extra money. The Utah Jazz have enough money between themselves and the tax to take in some extra money in this deal. So the Heat get Rudy Gay, Mike Conley, and Kelly Olynyk. The Jazz get Kyle Lowry, Duncan Robinson, and 2 first-round picks. So again, the Jazz, who are in asset acquisition mode, they get out of Gay's contract, which they don't really love anyway. They trade Olynyk, who I think they actually really do like. I don't think they're ecstatic about trading Olynyk, but just given the fact that they have Markkanen and Kessler, they feel okay about losing Olynyk. And they get off of Conley, which, if anyone knows anything right now about Conley, he's okay. This becomes the starting point guard for the Miami Heat, which I think is an upgrade for them, but I don't think it's a super substantial one, to be honest. So these 3 players here do help them out a bit. Jazz get Kyle Lowry. They get a floor spacer with Duncan Robinson, who I think has a role still in this league. I know a lot of people don't, but I think he does. And then they also get 2 first-round picks for their efforts. So they take some bad contracts, but they get 2 firsts. So I'm interested what you guys think about that as well. Michael says Orlando would love Hartenstein on their team. He would really help them for sure. But it's definitely... it's definitely something that I'm not sure if they'd be willing to just give up Bol and a second rounder to do. Kevin says this guy needs to stop evaluating and make some moves, talking about Masai. I think Masai's being patient. He needs to be smart. Rio says it's not a needle move for the Raps. I understand that, but it's kind of a repositioning long term. Key King says, what are your thoughts on Kluwer from Oregon? He's been really productive this year. He's pretty light as a center, though. And he's not as switchable or as impactful as a shot blocker as a guy like Derek Lively. He'll be he'll be a pick in the 20s if I had to guess. And I think he'll be okay. Stuart Lord says, what do you think about Jordan Hawkins from UConn? I do not like Jordan Hawkins. I don't think he has any feel as a basketball player. He's too light. He's too thin right now to be a productive scorer. He does not play through contact well at all. In fact, he tries to avoid contact with all these finesse finishes, and he usually misses them. I'm just not a big Jordan Hawkins guy. It looks great when he's making shots. He's one of those players in the draft where if you watch only his highlights, you would think this guy should be a top 10 pick, but I'm not a big fan of him. But Robert, for the Heat, this is one of those moves that I think can help improve this team. You get Olynyk, who makes some sense there in Miami. We've seen Pat Riley look at some of those centers who can space the floor a bit in the past, like Myers Leonard. He's Mike Conley here deal as well with Kelly Olynyk. I think it would be a pretty nice move for Miami and a good way to get off of some money, although it does cost 2 first-round picks to do it. Ryan says, I want Najee Marshall back in an OG Pelicans trade. I would like that for Toronto. Najee Marshall's a really good basketball player. Isgak wants to know, do you think the Warriors might look to move Moses Moody? Ultimately, I don't think so. I think they need to just be patient with them. Have a notification here on Twitter as well. Let's go ahead and update this here. It seems like it's coming from Ty Michael Brooks. And he wants to know Any thoughts on Wizards trades for Jakob? According to Mark Stein, reports that the Raptors continue to have interest in Pirtle, and now the Wizards do as well. So when it comes to the Wizards, I mean, we could see Gafford and maybe a second-round pick, or Gafford in a couple seconds. That might be a starting point. Could see Will Barton, who's an expiring contract, be the money that they look to move out. It's kind of surprising to me. Tommy sends in 2, and he says, from Tommy and Jake. Well, thank you guys. That was not necessary at all, but I really appreciate the $2. It's kind of funny. Gold Eagle 99 says, where's Buddy Hield going? I think he's going to stay in Indiana. Kevin Thompson says, we don't need Dyson. We already got Barnes. I mean, the more talent you can get, the better, right? So you might as well try and get him. Yeah, and Max says, all these Fred VanVleet trades are funny. He's very overvalued, undersized. Shot checker wanting $30 million should not be worth that much, in my opinion. I get it. Guilty says, I like that deal. I think talking about the Heat and Jazz one. Braden wants to know where I think Chris Murray gets drafted at. I think anywhere from about 16 to 25 is going to be the range. In my mocks, a lot of the time he's been around 23, 24, but this last one I moved him up around 18. I think he's trending positively. Now, will he continue to trend positively through the draft combine and everything like that? I'm not certain about that with his physicals, but it definitely doesn't hurt that Keegan Murray's playing as well as he is this year. It definitely does not hurt his value. Because some people are going to look at him as a very similar player. Jason says, what young player do you think the Spurs would be willing to part with in a trade? Anyone not named Trey Jones, Devin Vassell, or Keldon Johnson. Those are the 3 guys that they're not going to move. Perk here says Carmelo Anthony to the Nets. Oh my goodness. I don't think that happened. I did not see this myself. So Mike here says, more rumors of Kevin Durant getting moved in the past few hours. How Anthony Davis reacted to LeBron yesterday as people saying 80 for KD trade. No, I don't see that happening. That would be a lot to go down in just a short amount of time. So, no, I would be pretty surprised by that, personally. Jamal says, would you move the young Golden State Warriors guys for Beal? No, Beal's contract is murder. Here's Beal's contract the next few years, just because I think it's really important that everyone understands this. Next season, Beal makes $46.7 million. Year after that, he makes $50.2 million. Year after that, he makes $53 million. Year after that, he makes $57.2 million. You can't make it up. He will be 34 when he's making $57 million. And he's not really winning a lot as a 29-year-old. So I'm not really sure if I'm a fan of that. Card here says, any chance Wizards trade Beal at the deadline? No. That contract around the league, nobody understands really how to value that. Some teams look at Beal and say, hey, he's really good. He's worth a pick or 2 or maybe 3. And then some teams around the league are going to look at that and say, are they going to give us a draft pick to take him? Because that contract is really bad. And it'll take 2 years for everyone to figure it out. But I'm telling you right now, it's a really bad contract. And in 2025, when people all start to say, you're going to remember that, oh, hey, Utility Sports told me that way back in 2023, that contract's really bad. Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutally bad to the point where a lot of people are saying, wow. Big J says, awesome today. What's the schedule for tomorrow? Your live last year on deadline day was epic. It was, because the Mavs made a crazy move, one that I couldn't believe last year with Porzingis. But the schedule tomorrow. This is kind of excuse me. It's kind of rough estimate, okay? But 8 a.m. Central Time probably will be the start time, so 9 a.m. Eastern. It will be live up on the channel at that point. Hopefully everything's right. With getting set up in the morning and everything, you never really know when you're dealing with all this technological stuff if things are gonna behave or not. But 8 a.m. Eastern time, or 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time is start time, and then we will go all the way through like 3:30, 3:45, maybe 4 o'clock Eastern Time. So I'll be live for approximately 7 hours tomorrow, 7.5 hours maybe. So a lot of time live on the channel tomorrow. Today we've been live for 4.5 hours. So Cesar Ramirez says, hot take, Chris Middleton traded at deadline, possibly Sacramento. I can see them making a run for him in free agency. Why not get a head start? That is a hot take. One I'm not sure if I agree with, but I think it's more possible than people believe. But I don't think he actually does get dealt. Daniel says, how are the Blazers looking? What do you think? I think they're going to trade Josh Hart. And I think they're going to maybe trade Justice Winslow. And I think that a player they're going to want to get back is going to be Jared Vanderbilt for one. And maybe Cam Reddish could be the other guy. That makes sense. Jacob says, what do you think of the Nuggets trading for Kevin Durant? I would love to see those two together, and you would have them together for at least 3 years. I mean, KD to the Nuggets would be terrifyingly good, but it's just not going to happen this year, of course, because the Nets are not trading him in the next 24 hours. Ryan says they wouldn't trade Claxton 1-for-1 for OG. Yeah, the Nets do not want to give up Nick Claxton. Nick Claxton's a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. They're not giving him up. DM says, what are your thoughts on how Porzingis has been playing for Washington since the trade? This is what I said last year. You know, when the trade happened, I told everybody like Kristaps Porzingis was going to average like 24 and something. This year he's averaging 23-9. Like he's shooting like 36% from three, I believe, and I think he's actually having one of his best shooting years from the field too, if I'm not mistaken, like 49% from the field or something, 48. Like kind of exactly what I predicted. Braden wants to know, how many trades do I think will happen tomorrow? I think anywhere from 10 to 15. I've been kind of sticking around that same number. I feel pretty confident in that. I'm just looking at a lot of the rumors right now around VanVleet, the Suns, the Raptors. There's a lot of rumors, okay? And the fact that the Nets trade with Kyrie went down so fast, I think made teams reposition and rethink some things, which is maybe why it's been quieter the last couple of days. Hoping trade doesn't go down today when I'm out coaching, to be honest, because I think it's very possible that happens. So we'll see. As soon as I have to be done streaming, I bet a trade goes down, because that's what happened yesterday with the Kings. I swear to God, the GMs are sitting here watching and saying, okay, is he almost done? Is he almost done? Okay, he's off. Let's make a trade. Let's execute. Seems like what happened yesterday. Katie Mack says, Katie, if he gets traded, it won't be till the offseason. Exactly. That's what I believe too. Nav says, do the Warriors move any of their young pieces? The answer to that is no, in my opinion. Although if they do, James Wiseman would maybe be the guy to go. Gold Eagle 99 says he'll make $60 million when he turns 34. Correct. Yeah, I believe so. So I think it's a player option too, which is pretty insane. Mike D says, you being a Jets fan, who do you think the Jets starting quarterback is this upcoming year? The answer is Aaron Rodgers, I think, but I'm not fully certain on that. I like football. I'm tuned into football, but I don't know football like I do basketball, to be completely honest. My co-content creator is a big-time football guy, so we fit well together because he does the football stuff a little bit more. I do the basketball stuff a lot more, and it works out. Ryan here says, Jaideep, you're not wrong, but that's exactly why I feel like the Nets can never make a deal happen, because they won't give us what we would need. I think so too. I think there's a little bit of difficulty between those two sides working together, because both sides are trying to win and kind of reposition in a way that helps them right now and later, and it's hard to do that. Gold Eagle 99 says, I wonder if they make adjustments to that Supermax contract in the next CBA. I think that they will, and I hope they do. Let's talk about the CBA for a second here. The fact that there's not a resolved CBA screws everything up at the trade deadline too, because if we knew what was going on with the luxury tax, if we knew what was going on with some of the rules around the league, it'd be a lot easier for teams to be comfortable trading for players or trading players away, but we really don't know, which screws a lot of stuff up, to be honest. A couple Egyptians, what do you think Pacers will do? I think they're going to look around at OG Anunoby for a while. I think that they're going to strongly consider a lot of their options with him, and I think they'll also look at guys like Cam Reddish and some other former first-round picks that will potentially have an option. Jaideep says, at Ryan, yeah, true, that if Nets don't give us what we want for OG, the trade ain't happening. Yeah, I still think, like I said, the favorites for OG Anunoby, in my opinion, are the Pacers. Again, not specifically in this order, but the Pacers, the Pelicans, the Grizzlies. Those three teams are the favorites to land OG Anunoby in my opinion. Jaideep says OG to Pelicans seems pretty interesting. They have assets like Dyson Daniels, Herb Jones, Trey Murphy, and picks. Yeah, they have specifically the Lakers picks, right? Those are the valuable ones that they own that they could trade theoretically to the Raptors in a deal, right? Brent says Wiseman will be traded for sure as the Warriors can save $130 million. Time to move a non-playing piece that saves lots of money. We'll see. The hard thing is if you trade him, you also still have to take money back in. So you don't really save all that money unless you traded him to a team with an exception, which there's not enough sizable exceptions out there to really see that happening. KS says, do you think LeBron breaking the scoring record delayed trade talks? No, I don't think LeBron has anything to do with the trade talks here. Although ESPN will probably say, oh, yeah, LeBron's right at the center of trade talks. No, he's not. He's not at all. Jaideep says OG the Pelicans seems pretty interesting. I think I read that one already, actually. Whoops. Nathan Drake. Little did I know, Uncharted star Nathan Drake was in the stream today. Welcome, Nathan. He wants to know if the Rockets are trading for someone. I don't see it super likely. If anything, I think they trade Eric Gordon away or Jayshawn Tate away for some draft capital. Jamal here said, what is the most blockbuster trade you think is going to happen tomorrow? I think it'll be Fred VanVleet to one of either the Clippers or the Magic with a lot of moving pieces going around in that deal. Kind of really like my three-team deal that I kind of stole from Brady in terms of a potential deal that we could see go down tomorrow. Let me pull that back up actually here. Let's get that on the screen so we can see what a potential blockbuster-ish type deal looks like tomorrow. Again, this isn't like the most, oh my gosh, right? That's not the biggest trade ever, but it's a pretty sizable trade. Harrison, one of the first comments today was Harrison, and he's still sticking around. Shout out to you, Harrison. Said, bro, any new Mavs news about trades? Not really anything really quiet, which is pretty surprising to me, honestly, because I thought today was going to be a little bit busier. I thought we were going to at least get a trade or two that was pretty sizable, and it's been hush in the NBA world, which is pretty crazy. Anna wants to know what happens now when they can't double Luka. I mean, teams last year weren't doubling Luka. Like I know Jay Williams was trying to say that on Twitter or on ESPN that, oh well, you can't double Luka now. I mean, Luka will still get doubled the same amount that he did last year, and Luka was not getting doubled every single play. I think he was blowing that out of proportion a little bit. Ryan, responding to Jaideep, says, yep, I think the Pelicans can give us the most value. I think so as well. And the question is, though, are they willing to? Because out of all the teams, out of Memphis and Indiana, I think the Pelicans have the least incentive to do it as well, because they might just look at their young pieces and say, hey, look, do we think that Herb Jones or Dyson Daniels or Trey Murphy become OG Anunoby? Out of those three, my guess would be Trey Murphy's the most likely to become that. And to be honest, if you're a Pelicans fan, would you trade any of those three guys plus that Lakers pick for OG Anunoby? Would you do it? And I think that's the discussion they have to have. Markieff Morris's reaction when he heard Kyrie Irving requested a trade. I was just hoping that I was traded with him. I just wanted somewhere I could have the opportunity to play. I didn't really play at all this year being in Brooklyn. I just want to play basketball. So seemingly Markieff's pretty happy to be in Dallas too until about 3 weeks from now when Jason Kidd doesn't play him again. Kevin here says Pascal for Simons and Sharp. That will not happen. Jan wants to know, Killian Hayes getting traded? If so, which team might he end up with? He will not be traded. I would be pretty surprised. Oracle says, can't believe you guys are still in here. Nothing has happened still. I was in class for about 2 hours. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. We're probably going to stream here for another like 15, 20 minutes. As soon as I end the stream, of course, a trade will happen. That's how these things work. But we've been live for almost 5 hours now today. And we've had nothing, but we've talked about a lot of potential trades. We've had a lot of fun mock trades on the channel today, which I've really enjoyed. So let's go ahead and get a couple more up there as well. I do want to rip through some that I've prepared for today. So let's get some of these pulled up. We haven't talked about that one yet. We have not talked about this one yet. So I've got a Blazers and Jazz trade. We got a lot of Jazz trades coming up, I think, here. So let's get all of these pulled up so that we can go through them. Now that one, and we did talk about the Heat and Jazz one already. How about this one? Did we talk about this? Yeah, Nets Raptors. That's right. You guys did not like that from the Raptors perspective. I thought it was an okay one, 3 first, but I understand. That's not a terrible one, but I don't love it either. Let's get this one maybe. That's my Magic one again. Now let's leave that one. Let's get the Clippers VanVleet one up here. We talked about that one yesterday as well, but let's talk about it today as well some more. So here we go. I've got 3 different mock trades to show right now. We're going to start with the first one here. Is a deal between the Clippers and the Raptors. We talked about this one yesterday a bit. Clippers would get Fred VanVleet. Raptors would get John Wall, Robert Covington. Terrence Mann's really the key piece here, as well as a 2029 first, which is basically unprotected. It's top 3 protected in this iteration. I could see that being a thing that Toronto doesn't like and gets caught up on. But M says, who do you think is the best offer for OG between those 3 teams? I think that the Pelicans have the stuff to have the best offer. It's just a question about if they're willing to do it. Indiana, I think, is the most willing to trade for him, which is why I think Indiana is the one that gets OG. But I think at the end of the day, if I had to guess who has the stuff for the best offer, it's clearly New Orleans in my eyes. Mark here says Rodgers will go to the Raiders. Interesting. I could see it, Mark. Marty says Bucks have contacted 76ers about a trade for Matisse Thybulle. That is interesting. Anytime you guys see news too, you can tag me in it on Twitter. Mention me, but at _utility sports. That way I can see exactly where you're getting some of your information from, and we can talk about it live on the channel. Daniel says, if you're the Blazers, do you try to lift the protections on the first round pick that you owe Chicago and then try to make a big trade, or wait and see the offseason to begin trying to lift the protections? I would say wait. I don't think there's like a huge trade out there for them this year anyway. So I would just say be patient. Chad said Sheldon's background sound is going to be a tune wedgie for a few days. Yeah, no, it's kind of catchy, isn't it? I sit here and I get to hear it too because it comes through on my end. So it's a lot of fun. It's Zoko. Welcome to the stream. Very glad to have you in here watching from Germany. He says, hi, mate. What happened so far today? Nothing. We've been live for 5 hours, basically, and there's not a lot of trades that have gone down as of yet. Mavs man wants to know what I think it takes to get Denny a first. Hard away for money purposes, because I think we'd also get Gafford in a deal if we did. A trade with Washington, and I also think we'd give up like 2 or 3 second-round picks as well. Eddie, welcome to the stream, Eddie. He says, do you think the Suns will move anyone? Yeah, I think Jay Crowder for sure gets traded. Dario Saric likely gets dealt as well with him. I don't think Chris Paul gets traded, but I've been surprised before. I could be surprised again. We'll see. We'll see what happens, right? But we did hit over 16,500 subscribers. If you are watching right now and you're not subscribed yet, I would love for you to hit that subscribe button. Marty says Jay Crowder to the Bucks will happen tomorrow at the 11th hour. It will. I agree with that. I think the Suns are waiting it out, but we'll see. Ryan said we have more trolls today, but you did great like usual. Thanks, Ryan. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream today. Again, it's been a lot of fun. I'm going to stay live here for, again, a little bit more time. Kevin here says Kyrie for Prez. DC says, I fear that a lot of teams that would be open to make moves now are going to wait and see what Nets and Durant do this summer. That does have a little bit impact here, but at the end of the day, some teams are going to take advantage of this and say, look, if everyone's going to wait for Durant, we're not going to wait, and we're going to go make another move. And that's potentially one reason why the Pelicans, like I said, are they going to be hesitant to make a trade for OG? Because do they feel like, hey, if we wait, we could trade Dyson, Trey Murphy, Herb Jones in a deal to go get Kevin Durant with the rest of our key pieces? And I think realistically, they'd have a really good shot at it. And DM here saying hey guys, still over 24 hours for the deadline too. I know it's really easy because we sit here and we're talking for 5 hours and you think, oh, there's no moves over 5 hours. 5 hours is such a small amount of time. Think about it. Like, there's a huge window of time here yet. Over 24 hours. We're still about 25 hours away or so from the trade deadline. So, there's plenty of time here for trades to go down. And for what we know, GMs are on the phone right now talking, and they might be, minutes away from a deal. They could be an hour away from a deal. They could be, 4 or 5 hours away from a deal. But at some point, deals are going to go down. I still think there's going to be a lot of movement tomorrow, even if it's not like star after star after star. I think it could be, hey, solid rotation player gets dealt. Will Barton gets traded, stuff like that, right? So I think we'll see some moves go down. Daniela says Kyrie is slowly getting less effective year by year. He's actually been very effective in terms of his efficiency. There's just less availability. I think that's the biggest problem. A couple Egyptian says, at utility, what's the craziest mock trade that you think could happen? Craziest one. Let's go back over here to some of these other ideas that I have. Not a lot of these are crazy. That's the one thing is if you're trying to mock trades, I would say stay away from the crazy ones. Like last year, an example of a crazy trade that happened that I don't think a lot of people saw coming was Washington jumping in for Porzingis. But the issue with that is if you're trying to mock crazy things happening, it's just really hard to be realistic. So that's one thing I'm going to say. DM says here, according to HoopsHype, Pacers have expressed exploratory interest in trading for Matisse Thybulle. Blazers, Bucks, Mavericks, Hornets, Raptors, and Suns all reportedly interested in that as well. Deverick, welcome to the stream again today. He says, hi, what trade ideas do you see for the Rockets? The Rockets are reportedly interested in trading away Jae'Sean Tate potentially. And also, I think Eric Bledsoe, holy cow, it's been a long day. Eric Gordon potentially gets traded. Daniela, as for Bojan Bogdanovic will not be traded. I just have a feeling that the Pistons are going to keep him. Jaideep says, I hope we trade someone in the coming hours because I'm intrigued to see what we get back for whoever we trade. Be interesting. Ghost Hunter here says, bro, they just made a trade LeBron to the Warriors. LeBron's not actually trade eligible. Marty here says, John Washed Wall. That's definitely an option. Jaden Holmes says, check Twitter. Let's see. Did you guys tweet at me or something? What's going on Twitter? Remember, you can tweet at me at _utility sports. Jaden Holmes did tweet at me, actually. So let's go ahead and get that on the screen. Thank you, Jaden, for sending that over. I do appreciate that. Let's go ahead and get that up. We're on the Bluebird now. So make sure you guys go give us a follow on there. Oh, this is who you're talking about on stream. I see. So you found the guy. It's funny because I actually have brand new glasses on the way, and they look eerily similar to those actually. So that's a little problematic. I'm not sure if this is a good or a bad thing, but now I'm going to be a little self-conscious looking at myself in the mirror every time I walk in the bathroom or something. I'm going to say, do I really look like that guy? Uh-oh, that's not good. I better go get a haircut or something. I'm not certain now. Oracle, that's quite funny. Ryan here says Trey Murphy, Najee Marshall, Lakers first for next year. Interesting. Q Coffee says, any trades happen today? Do I think what'll happen is I'll end my stream and then there'll be a breaking news trade that hits everybody's timeline. No More Kings says, dang, you're still going. And he says he loves the stream. I'll appreciate you, No More Kings. I am still going. My voice, I think I've kind of found a rhythm with it. But I'm not sure. We're going to keep pushing through it. Hopefully tomorrow I can still talk. We'll see. Nav says, what is your ideal trade scenario for the Mavs? Current roster doesn't seem enough to win the West. It's not enough to win the West. We need wing defenders. We need like a Denny Avdia type. We need some good players that can defend and can protect the rim. Troy Dilworth here says, breaking utility sports trade empty expiring dew bottle for untapped dew bottle and future cash considerations. That seems like a steal. Holy cow. Who did I fleece? Am I the Danny Ainge of Mountain Dew trades? Am I Danny Ainge? Holy cow. Troy, I love it. Rumor has it that I had to actually trade $2 of cash considerations myself to the local gas station to get that deal done. But maybe I can fleece them. Maybe I'll get a discount for being a good GM with good relations around the league. Now said, what is your we already answered that one. Whoops. That happens sometimes. 5 hours in, I feel like I haven't done that a ton, but whoops. George here says, love your OG trade to the Nets, but if the Nets can get Siakam, I'd take that. Yeah, I understand it. Siakam's like kind of the big dog, top 20-ish player in the world. New Suns owner Matt Ishbia said at the introductory news conference that there's no role for Isaiah at this time, referring to Isaiah Thomas. the Hall of Famer version, not a left-handed little guy. But Ishbia asked twice to clarify, did not close door on a Hall of Famer eventually joining staff. There's a role for anyone in the future. Interesting. So some changes potentially could happen. William, welcome to the stream, William. He says anything on the Pacers. Not anything definitive yet, but I still think of them as the favorite to land OG Anunoby unless something changes in the next 12 to 24 hours. Chaos says most likely buyout candidates. It really depends on what happens at the trade deadline, right? Last year, I think an example, this offseason, you think about the, Danilo Gallinari to San Antonio as an option. He ended up getting bought out there and ended up landing with Boston before tearing his ACL. It just really depends on who gets dealt where. So as of right now, Dwayne Dedmon will likely get bought out, right? Does he help a team? Not really, but it's an option. AI Max says if the Raptors players are so good, why are the Raptors not that good? I think their players are overrated. It's just because of the overall fit between them. They don't really have a true center. They don't rebound the ball very well. Then they're not hitting three-point shots. If they had like 2 3-point shooters, they'd probably be a pretty decent team. They just don't have that right now. So that's kind of the reason why. Here we have another tweet. This one from Age of Crabnose. He has the Pistons. The Pistons get James Wiseman and Moses Moody. The Warriors get Sadiq Bey and Nerlens Noel. I understand Noel for Golden State. I understand Sadiq Bey for Golden State a little bit, although he doesn't play that much defense himself. The money works. I understand it from the Pistons' perspective, but I would just be kind of surprised if this deal went down. Not that there's really anything wrong with it. I just have a gut feeling that this just doesn't happen. Although, it's an interesting way to think about it, I think, because, you get the 2 young guys for a young guy and a veteran. Not the end of the world. Honestly, I think out of anything, the most likely thing would just be Noel for Wiseman straight up with no Bey, no Moody involved. But I don't really know. Maybe a second-round pick from Detroit as well goes to Golden State would be kind of what I'm looking at. Craig Tam says Zach LaVine, Alex Caruso to the Lakers for Russ and Max Christie. No, I don't think that happens. I don't think the Lakers want to give up Max Christie, which is funny. Potato says, with how silent this last 48 hours before the trade deadline, it feels like there's going to be trades. There's going to be trades that will be leaked in game, kind of like the Harrison Barnes trade to Sacramento. Yeah, that was a nightmare a few years ago when the Mavs traded him literally during the game and they had to pull him off the floor. That was not a good look. Well, that's the school shooter that shot Drake in the TV show. Don't think that's a good thing. Yeah, probably is in DM. I don't know if I should take offense to that or not, but yeah. Smooth View wants to know how many hours left till the trade deadline. 24 hours, so we are 1 day away pretty much exactly now at this point. Try Deep says, I agree, Ryan, but I think Masai wants an overpay. I think he would ask for a little bit more. KC says, Mavs need defense. Yes, they do. Pretty much any good team needs it. Jaden Holmes here says, been listening throughout my day at work. Appreciate your content, bro. I appreciate you too, Jaden. I appreciate everyone who's been in here watching. If you are new to the channel and you aren't subscribed yet, it's completely free to do it. I would really appreciate it if you just click that subscribe button. It goes a long way in helping the channel grow, helping us continue to do exactly what we're doing right now. And I hope you guys are having fun, participating in this. And I hope you guys are learning some stuff. And I feel like I'm always learning stuff from you as well. Idzoko wants to know if I'm playing fantasy basketball. I actually took a break from fantasy basketball this year. I won my league last year, and I just kind of thought that, I don't pay as close of attention to it as I should in order for it to be really enjoyable for me. But at the same time, I like it, but I don't like it as much as just actual basketball. So it's kind of hard for me to stay invested in it. Iskak wants to know what time will you be on tomorrow on the live. I'm in South Africa, so times are crazy stupid for me. So I'm going to be live 8 a.m. Central Time around that time. So right now, Central Time is 1:42 p.m. So take that, wherever your time is, and subtract the difference, and that's what time I'll be live. Actually, let me look. I'm in South Africa right now. It's an 8-hour difference. So I will be live at 4 p.m. South African time. Okay. That's what time I'll be live tomorrow, Iskak. So hopefully that helps. Fantasy Machine says, can Shaq still play? Go get him, Mavs. He would be our best center. Kevin Thompson's like, dude, end your stream. We need trades. I know. As soon as I end it, I guarantee a trade happens. I guarantee it. That's just the way that this works. Troy Dilworth says, just shared this stream into my NBA group chat. Got to spread the info and get more subs for my dude. Troy, I really appreciate it. You've been awesome the last couple days. I just have really appreciated all your comments, and also you've been sending a lot of trades into the Twitter, and I feel like it's been really enjoyable having you in the stream. So I really am thankful that you found the channel and that you've been able to interact with us here at Utility Sports. How to escape the NBA trade matrix. It's funny. Cesar says, excited for tomorrow's deadline. I think we'll get at least one trade that will shock us, a la Porzingis last year. I hope so too. It's always really fun having those types of moves go down, and hopefully we'll get some really good stuff going on tomorrow. Kurt Golson says, for the Raptors, no consistent center play, not enough three-point shooting. Sounds tailor-made for a Jakob, Richardson, McDermott trade. It does. It's just like, everyone's saying McDermott for like three-point shooting. I get it, but like let's say theoretically the Raptors make the postseason. Can you really play McDermott for 20 minutes a game? Like, can you really? I don't really know. Jack Moulton says, we don't want Vanderbilt. I'm not sure who you're a fan of, Jack. So I'm interested to hear if you're still in here, who you're talking about with the we here, because I'm not sure. I know a lot of people do want Vando. I know some people don't, so just let me know. MPG says, do you think a guy like Harrison Barnes would be nice on the Mavs right now? Yeah, him sticking around in Dallas would have definitely been good, but they traded him for Justin Jackson. So, and then MPG also asks, are you planning on streaming all the way up to the 4 p.m. deadline? Yeah, I'm actually going to stream through it even a little bit. So I will be streaming through it. And just so you know, it's 3 p.m. Eastern time is the trade deadline. So not 4 p.m. It's 3 tomorrow. Kivante wants to know if any trades have happened yet. Nothing yet. We've been live here. Ashley, welcome to the stream, says, please talk. I have been talking the entire time. Light the beam, says Ashley. So Ashley, clearly a big Sacramento Kings fan. And MPG says, appreciate the streams. It's nice to have someone really knowledgeable, but not just player knowledge, but and explain trade rules and if trades work money-wise, which is nice to know. Real quick, I do have stream ideas planned for later in the year too. It's going to be really dependent on the NBA timeline with what happens here. But when the new CBA gets ratified, for those of you who do not know, I'm a total nerd, and I read through the entire NBA CBA. I've read through the current one multiple times. I've got screenshots of what the actual contracts are supposed to look like on my phone. I spend a lot of time looking at the CBA, so I understand all of these rules and can actually talk about them. So when the new CBA comes out, it's going to be a little bit of an issue because rules are going to change. And there's going to be new, like, little stuff that goes on, like what's going to be the new luxury tax rules, what's going to be happening with like hard cap, and what about teams that don't spend the whole cap, what happens with them. A lot of stuff changes in the league. Usually we don't get a new CBA super frequently. We've had this CBA for about 6 years, 7 years. I think it was ratified in 2017. So yeah, 6 years. Before that, I think it was ratified in 2011, which is why we had the 2011, 2012 lockout. So when it comes to what's exactly going on with regard to the CBA, I'll live stream and I will literally read through the CBA live, and I can explain stuff about it. I think it'd be a really good way for everyone to learn. I'm not sure if there'd be a huge audience for that, but if you feel like you want to be a nerd like me and learn about the CBA, that'd be an awesome time to, I feel like, just communicate, even if it's a small group. I don't need, like, it's awesome having hundreds of people watching, but like if it's 50 people watching, I'd love to still do it because it'd be fun. And then that way 50 people, including myself, learn about it. And there's going to be things that are new to me too in there that maybe I'm going to need help getting explained to me as well. So having an audience will definitely help me too, especially for something new like that. Brad says the Pacers have plenty of centers. Do the Mavs have anything left to swap a wing or four? The only player that I think makes some sense for Indiana, and now I know Pacers fans are going to push back on this a little bit, but it's Tim Hardaway Jr. His best years in the league came when his best years in the league came when he was playing for Rick Carlisle. So I wouldn't rule something out there. Now, does that mean like maybe TJ McConnell and Isaiah Jackson to Dallas, and then maybe Dallas gives up a pick? Maybe. I mean, I don't even hate the framework of that. I think McConnell and Jackson would both really, really help, but we'll see. Nav says Woj and Shams are secretly waiting for you to finish. Honestly, as soon as I hit end broadcast, they're gonna be like, "Ha, we got him," and they're gonna tweet like 4 massive trades that went down. John Perez says I want Brooklyn to trade Simmons and a pick for Ayton and trade Finney-Smith, Dinwiddie, and Claxton for Pascal and VanVleet. That's a lot of moving pieces, and ultimately, I don't think either of those things actually go down. The doc wants to know what I predict for Houston. For the Rockets, I don't really see them making anything super significant. Eric Gordon probably gets traded for a couple second-rounders, and then maybe Jae'Sean Tate finds a new home. But again, that's not really significant in my eyes. Josh says I'd watch it. That's good. So we have some people who'd be interested, which is fun. Here we have a comment saying the Lakers and Jazz deal is dead officially. I have not seen that. Jaideep says, I just hope Fred is gone, and I hope OG is gone too. It's time for a big change. Things are not working out. Yeah, I just think a little bit more roster balance. I really hope the Raptors add some shooting, because I think it could do a world of difference for some of the other players on the roster, helping space them around a little bit more and getting a little bit more open spacing offensively. Winter Soldier says, who do you think has more potential, Scotty Barnes or Mobley? Man, they're both like very similar. I don't know. I'm gonna say Mobley, but I love Scotty. I love Scotty. Remember, I was one of the few people that had Scotty above Suggs, which obviously in hindsight was super correct. But a lot of people were wrong about that. No, I really like Mobley though. He's a little bit bigger, lengthier, which is why I answered that way. But Barnes is a beast though too. So I don't know. I know, but like, I feel like Mobley can take a step forward offensively. He didn't take that step this year, but I think he can. I don't know. I think both of them are going to be good players. Really, like all stars. So I think they're very similar, to be honest, in terms of potential. KD talks postponed trades last few hours. Yeah, I think that's probably fair of a guess. Nikusha says there were talks between Lakers, Philly, and Detroit. What about that? Probably means Noel to Philly. Maybe Alec Burks and Thibault to the Lakers, and then maybe Detroit gets some assets and some bad money. Pelicans also have Najee. Najee's been really good. Oh, JJ Redick said it. That doesn't mean anything. JJ Redick doesn't have any sources. JJ Redick, don't listen to him. Just JJ Redick is not a source. Okay. Ryan here says Barnes has more potential. Jason said, what are the Knicks going on the trade? I think the Knicks are going to look for a Cam Reddish deal. And I also think that the New York Knicks are going to explore Josh Hart as a potential option to add today. Jaideep says the trade talks are very quiet right now. Again, I think part of that has to do with waiting around on KD a little bit, and teams kind of trying to figure out what they want to do over the next, not only 24 hours, but the next 6 months. Nick here says still no trades today. I know it's been a real quiet day today, unfortunately, but Jaideep says he thinks something will happen by 4 or 5. Unfortunately, I can't be live that entire time. I will be concluding the live stream here in just a couple of minutes. But Harrison here wants to know, are you watching Kyrie's debut tonight? I am excited. Of course I'm watching it. I could not miss it. I'm excited to watch Kyrie play for the Mavs. I never thought that'd be something I would ever say out loud. And look at that. We're back. I just had a real technical difficulty for a second. I think it's something that is, of course, very well deserved, because I was just talking about how excited I am about Kyrie Irving. So it's very funny that it played out exactly that way. That the moment I start talking about Kyrie Irving, the stream crashes for a second. Hopefully you guys stuck through, though. Sorry about that. Not exactly sure why that happened or what happened, but I am very excited to watch Kyrie Irving today. Dark says, how realistic is a Pascal deal with the Nets? I'd say like a 5% likelihood at best. I just don't really think it's very likely. Ryan here said, Jaideep, I'm sorry, bro. You keep saying Herb Jones, but there's no way the Pelicans get rid of him. That's why I want Najee Marshall. Najee will give you solid defense, but he can put up some points as well. Yeah, sorry about the camera there for a second, guys. Hopefully you guys all stuck through. Knowledge Untamed. Welcome to the stream, Knowledge Untamed. I know you've been in here for a lot of live streams in the past, so I'm glad to have you in here again this year as well. It says Bulls need to sell older and first-year guys or go get a LeBron or KD level player if they stand pat. Shaking my head. Yeah, I don't really like the Bulls' direction right now. I don't, but yeah, Instagram isn't a source. Troy says in a 2021 class redraft, would Jalen still be drafted over Şengün? I watch every game and it's pretty evident that Şengün is the best player on the team right now. I really liked Şengün, but yes, in a redraft, Jalen Green would still be drafted before him, just based on like the athletic traits. I know like everyone likes to look at redraft as, like, oh, production, who's good, who's, whatever. Like, if we're going to redraft, we still have to follow some of the draft rules about like guys who are athletic still get picked over, especially this early on in their career. Within 2 years, like Jalen Green's a player that needs structure. Şengün's smart. Şengün doesn't need as much structure because he knows what's going on. Jalen Green needs some seriously good structure, and the Rockets have not provided that. So I would say don't worry about Jalen Green. I think he'll figure some stuff out. Chris here says Magic receive Zubats, Clippers receive VanVleet, Mo Bamba, Kem Birch, Raptors receive Kennard, Reggie Jackson, RJ Hampton. 2028 Clippers first and 2023 Clippers second. So what did the Magic get here? Zubats? I don't know. It's not terrible. I guess Magic get an actual big that's starting level. No More King said the Illuminati crushed the stream because of the positive Kyrie talk. Honest to God. That's probably one of the best comments this stream. I like that one. Chris, that's not bad. I'd be surprised if it happens just because the Clippers moving off Zubats doesn't feel likely to me. But I'd be surprised. But it's not like terrible. Chuck says Kings need a second string defensive center and just some more defensive players. Yeah, I think that like a Nerlens Noel would be nice for them. Andre Drummond wouldn't even be back because at least he grabs boards. We'll see what happens tomorrow. LJ here says, so tomorrow in this time is deadline or 1 hour before this, not from USA. So it's like literally like this time tomorrow. So right now it's 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time in America. That's the deadline. The deadline is 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'm sure like literally like, so we're 24 hours and 4 minutes away. And I'm sure those last 4 minutes are going to be absolute hell because there's going to be deals here or there. Oh my gosh, this trade's going down. All the deals right at the deadline, right at the buzzer. They're going to report it. They're going to get a trade call set in, and it's going to be absolutely crazy. I'm guessing the last 4 or 5 minutes of the trade deadline because for some reason teams just can't figure it out and make a trade a little bit sooner. Tim A says, I predict Kyrie will enjoy playing with Christian so much. After the game, he'll text Jason, keep him here. Yeah, I think that they'll actually be a pretty good fit together. Hopefully they I want Christian Wood to stick around, but I'm kind of hesitant about the Mavs' likelihood to do that. Knowledge says Caruso has an offer of 2 firsts and a good player. How can Bulls turn that down? Vooch is on last year. Kobe White and Io on last year. All good. All guys who have good value. DeRozan, if you can bank, move Ball. I mean, Ball can't get traded. With his injury right now, there's no one interested. Bruce says, I think the Kings are going to move Holmes. The Kings will for sure move Holmes. I'd be surprised if they don't. Roland here says a quick question. Jonathan Isaac is back with the Magic after his injury. How do you rebuild someone's trade value after such a serious injury? Just time. You let him play, and you hope to see him get back to the player that he was before, which I think he can. Brady says Rockets going to get some veterans that can mentor these young guys into smart and technical players. Yeah, I hope they do because they need them. They really badly need them. Gordon says Raptors, Mavericks, NBA Finals. The NIT or whatever, where it's not March Madness, but it's like these are the teams that weren't good enough for March Madness. That's the type of championship the Mavs and Raptors would appear in this year. And I can say that because I'm a Mavs fan, so it's okay. LJ says, thank you so much. You're the best. I appreciate you. It's been awesome having you in here. It's been a lot of fun. Movin says, Kyrie playing today. Are you happy? I'm at least happy he's showing up, right? That's half the battle with him. So we'll see. Ryan says, you really make a great point. Jaideep Dyson is so multi-talented. He can literally do anything. Nurse will mold him into a beast. I just really like Najee. The hustle is insane. If I'm the Raptors, my preferred players would be Trey Murphy, Dyson Daniels, and then I don't really care about the rest. If I can get the Lakers first, I would really love it then. And then I'd probably make that deal immediately if I was the Raptors, honestly. Sean says, think the Pacers can get Jonathan Isaac. What would it take? Let's go back to this real quick. About Dyson. If I was the Raptors, I would try and trade Dyson to a third team and try and get draft picks for him and see if I could do that. Sean says, think the Pacers can get Jonathan Isaac. What would it take? I don't think Isaac's gonna get traded this year, honestly. Jim says, has anything gone down today? No, it's been very quiet. It's been very, very quiet today, unfortunately. You have to match the salary, of course. Some of that stuff. That's where Devontae Graham comes in. Obviously, I don't really look at him as value though. Nick says, is Sohan untradeable? Untradeable is not the right word. Will he get traded? No, but he's not untradeable, right? If they had something they really liked, they would trade him. Greg says, would you trade Wood for Covington in a second? In my opinion, better fit defensively, as Wood probably won't be playing in end of games with Luka and Kyrie. Covington's not good anymore. People keep thinking about Robert Covington like it's 2019. He's not a good defensive player really anymore. He just blocks a couple shots, and people think he's cool when he does that. DCR says, are you convinced on Josh Green? I'm not fully sold that he's 35 minutes a game type guy in the postseason yet, but I know he's good. I think he's going to continue to be good. I think he's going to be improving year after year. A comparison I have for him is Josh Howard, which funny enough was another Dallas Maverick wing back when he played with Dirk Nowitzki. Let's go up to this one here. Kyrie in Dallas is scary for so many reasons. I've been saying it. Cuban will protect now his guy. Mavs get tired, lose huge leads. Kyrie's a closer. Him and Luka both amazing at ball and off ball movement. Luka's not good at off ball movement. Luka is really, really not good at that, which is crazy because if you go back to the GM voting polls, multiple GMs voted Luka as one of the best off ball movers in the league, and it's just not true. Now he does a good job posting up. He does a good job catching the ball in the post and stuff like that, but is that really off ball movement? I don't classify it as that. Unspoken says, besides the Pacers going for OG, is there 5 other players you could see them going after? Let's go ahead and address some of those. So I think Vanderbilt is one of those guys. I think Matisse Thybulle's a second guy. I think a third one would be Cam Reddish. A fourth one is where it starts to get a little bit trickier. Fourth one, I would like KJ Martin if they could get him from the Rockets. Gives them a really explosive athlete on the wing. That's kind of fun. And a fifth one, Bol. Let's give up an asset for Bol and let's get him in Indiana. That'd be fun. Amovin definitely is excited to see Kyrie. Kyrie also now lives in Texas where it's mainly conservative, so his neighbors will love him. Yeah, I think it is a better environment than New York for him, for sure. Chaos wants to know how sad I was when I found out Dorian Finney-Smith was in the trade. You're going to have to go back and check out my live stream reaction to that. The thumbnail has Kyrie with an arrow pointed to Dallas, and it says, oh my, to give you an idea of how sad I was. I was not happy. Bouquet says, how about trading Nurkic to Portland for Chauncey Billups? I'm not exactly sure what that really means, to be honest. I think that you maybe had a typo in there with what you're trying to say. Knowledge says Luka off ball is more inside and unseen. Kyrie's outside and inside. Dallas about snap. I get what you're saying about Luka, about the the way he works to catch the ball and post ups. He does work really hard there, but I would just love to see him one time. If we ever had somebody drive and he actually just relocates to find a shooting pocket and then shoot a catch and shoot three. I would just love to see that one time. He doesn't do that at all. One thing we have to remember is Fred can walk for free, which kind of limits his value a little bit. LJ here. Kyrie burned sage on today's NBA trade deadline day. Yeah, he did. Unspoken says, I like that for sure. KJ Martin would be nice on the Pacers. He'd be really fun. I'd really like to watch him there. Him and Halliburton would connect on some crazy plays, I think. Cart C says, yeah, I agree. Fred VanVleet is likely to be moved. Not thrilled with Jalen Suggs, though. Yeah, I don't think Suggs to Toronto is like perfect, to be honest, because it just kind of feels repetitive and redundant with some of their roster already. The Raptors need shooting. They need guys who can shoot off the move and off the dribble and just be standstill shooters as well, and that's not Suggs. DCR wants to know where does LeBron end his career. I think with the Lakers or with the team that Bronny's on, if it's not the Lakers. Nick says, who do you think will be the biggest winner after the deadline? The Raptors. I think the Toronto Raptors will be the biggest winner because if the Raptors are smart here, let me just walk you through a couple things quick. Let's talk about the Raptors. Let's say they trade Fred VanVleet for Markelle Fultz in a first, right? Something that we realistically could see get done. And then let's say they trade OG Anunoby for, whatever, and 3 first-round picks. Okay, and hopefully you get a shooter there. You keep, most of your core. You still have Siakam. You have Koloko. You have Precious Achiuwa. You have Thaddeus Young, whatever. I don't really care about Thaddeus Young that much. You still have Chris Boucher. You, of course, have Scotty Barnes. And then you go into this offseason with all of your own picks and 4 extra first-rounders, and you become the favorites to land Kevin Durant via trade because you have the most assets. I think that's an underrated component to this, too. They could sell now to buy later. Knowledge Untamed said they did get Morris back for a reason. He plays that stretch 4 with great defense. I don't know that Dallas is done trading, though. Maybe targeting a guy like that. Yeah, I think that's what they're going to look to do. They need to add somebody else yet. Coaches should be tradable. They are tradable. Unspoken. I don't actually have a cold. So I feel fine. I'm not sick. I just over the last, if you look at my live streams last couple days, you'll see kind of why it's doing what it's doing. Let's talk through that. So I've been live for 5 hours today, right? I was live for 5 hours yesterday. I was live for 3.5 hours the day before that. And I was live for 2 hours the day before that. So I've streamed for 5.5, 10.5, now 16 hours in the last 4 days. And then I also coach and talk while I'm working and coaching and stuff like that. So I have used my voice to its maximum capacity, which is why it sounds the way that it does. But I'll be okay. I'm just fine. We're getting through it. It was way worse this morning, to be honest. Jordan says, whoever lands Bay from my Pistons is getting a steal. I think he would be a great fit in Miami. Hope we get a first for him if we trade him. I think Bay would be a nice addition for a lot of teams, to be honest. Raptors could get Kevin Durant in summer easily. That's my thoughts as well. Jim says, what's your thoughts on the Kings' small trade for Edwards? I think this means Terrence Davis will be a part of another deal because of this. I wouldn't be surprised. Edwards could still get traded as well. They could just, reship him somewhere else if they decide to. But I don't know. Davis could be on the move. I already thought Davis might be on the move anyway. I think Alex Len could be on the move. I don't know. I think Matisse Thybulle will ultimately end up being a King at some point anyway. So I'm not even sure if Edwards is going to play much this year. I think he'll play more G League minutes than anything. But I think it's anytime you can get a decent young player for basically nothing, you do it. And then you just have an extra option, which I like. Unspoken here says Raptors control this deadline, no doubt about it. A lot of trades won't happen, I feel like, until Fred is off the board and OG. And then they also got Gary Trent and others. So, yeah, they got options, right? Nick says it's actually crazy your voice is still holding. I'm trying. We're getting through it. A lot of water, a lot of Mountain Dew, liquid gold. I ripped the label off because we're not sponsored. Just kidding. Well, I'm not kidding. I'm not sponsored, but that's not why I ripped the label off. I was just picking at it. I think I'm onto something here. I put a cough drop in my water this morning, as you can tell by its discoloration. And it's been really helping, actually. Gloria says, what do you guys think the next move for the Lakers is? Trading Russ or Patrick Beverley? Gold just says Thybulle helps the Mavs. Yeah, he would help the Mavs a lot. I wouldn't mind him. What is your hot take for tomorrow? I I don't think it's super hot, but Fred VanVleet's a Los Angeles Clipper. OG Anunoby's an Indiana Pacer. Those are my 2 takes. What snapped out for y'all like I thought? I was begging for Chicago to get him. Yeah, I really like Christian Wood. I love that trade when we got it done. I was actually on a boat when that trade happened. So my co-content creator recorded that video when that deal went down, and I made the thumbnail while I was on a boat. Unspoken said, aren't you streaming tomorrow too? You might need a hot tea or something, my man. We got to have you tomorrow on stream, so keep that voice. I'm gonna preserve it tonight. I'll basically do no talking tonight at all, so that hopefully it's rested up by tomorrow. Partea says, any teams you think gonna grab Carmelo? No, Carmelo Anthony's probably done. But I think I'm gonna end the live stream here. I've been live for just about 5.5 hours. So that's been it for Utility Sports today. Make sure you guys subscribe. And remember, as soon as I hit end on this stream, there's going to be a massive trade that goes down. So if you see that, tag me in it on Twitter so that I get around to seeing it as well. I hope you guys are excited for the NBA trade deadline. I know I am. Leave a like on the stream if you did enjoy. Remember, we will be streaming tomorrow as well. Go ahead, still tweet us your trade ideas. I'll be responding to them throughout the day today. Let's not forget about this behemoth of a trade, Kyrie and Markieff Morris for DFS, Spencer Dinwiddie at 2029 first and 2 seconds. But send me those mock trades on Twitter @_Utility Sports. I really do appreciate you guys. Ryan says, great job. Jaideep says, W viewers. That's one I want to highlight. W viewers, thank you guys all so much. You guys are all the best. Take care, everybody. See you tomorrow. Unspoken, glad to have you in here. Knowledge is saying warm honey's the best. I perform on stage. All right, Knowledge. I'll keep that in mind, and I'll try to come tomorrow prepared for sure. Brady says W stream. You guys are all the best. God bless. We'll catch you guys in the very next Utility Sports video.